AI is affecting of our human lives. After the AI evaluations, our life has completely changed. And today in this video, we're gonna make an AI-powered customer care chatbot. And the business owner will be able to fine-tune the chatbot completely based on their business details. And the AI will reply completely like a real human agent. Our goal is not to replace human, but helping human to focus on more intellectual works. I'm super excited to start this project. So don't wasting time, let's see a quick short demo of what we're going to build in today. Alright, so you're watching our website landing page here right now. Our platform name is OneMinute Support. It's on human-friendly support powered by AI, meanings this is on AI customer care support agent or chatbot, and you can fine-tune this chatbot from the dashboard with your own data. You can just add your website link and our platform will scrape data from your website and build on knowledge layer from your website. Even you can also upload custom files and text as context layer, and then after that you will be able to create chat sections like this, and user will be able to actually ask question and the AI will actually reply like a real human, as like this example. Now you can see the landing page. It's looking really beautiful. The background animation, it's also very interesting and unique. We are having this SDK. You can just copy it and add it inside your website and the chatbot will start to work inside that website. So yeah, and this is the pricing section. Yep. And now if I click this get started from here, you can see it's redirecting us to our authentication page, and we're going to implement these authentications by using an authentication provider called ScaleKit. ScaleKit is providing authentications for this full application. So let's create a new account from here. We can hit sign up and actually we can enter our email. So for our case, we're adding this email support@becodemy.com. You can see there is a magic link. There is a verification code from actually ScaleKit, and this is our verification code. We can copy it. We can come back here and we can continue, hit continue button. And here we go. Here is our dashboard. Right now we can click dashboard. Now, first time it's asking about our business name. So we can say actually OneMinute Stack for an example. So OneMinute Stack, what is your website link? We can say www.oneminutestack.com. And any other external links? We do not have any other external links. Now here you go. You can see our website scanned. The first step is complete. This is the onboarding step. And we can right now add next step, which is knowledge, then section configured, and we just installed. So let's come back in this knowledge part and let's add on knowledge for our chatbot. So here we can add any website. We can even add our oneminutestack.com. We can hit this import source button. Now you're watching here that it's actually scraping data, and here you go. You can see this is the informations regarding this full website, regarding this website page. Actually, this is the content preview, and we are scraping data by using a platform called ZenRows, and ZenRows providing all of this for us. We can scrape any website or any documentations data by using ZenRows. After that, we are summarizing that by using OpenAI, and then we're getting this content. Now we can even add here any manual text if we want. So I'm just copying the privacy policy from this website called 1Minute Logs, and I'm just pasting that in here, and I'm hitting this import source button. Here you go. You can see it's importing the source, and perfect. You can see the privacy policy. The text is in here. I can even upload any CSV file as knowledge page. Now sections, this is another important part here. This is regarding our chatbot section. So we can say FAQ as on section. Now in the description, it's going to be frequently asked questions. Now here in the data sources, we can select the website as the data sources, or even we can select the privacy policy, or we can select both. But for our case, we're selecting just the website one. Yeah. Then conversation tone. It can be strict, either neutral or friendly or empathetic. But for our case, neutral is fine. Elevate topics and block topics, for our case, we can keep it as it is. And we can click this create section. And here you go. FAQ creation, section creation done. These are the values. Now we can come back in the most interesting page called Chatbot. Inside here, you can see this is the basic or default setup of our chatbot, but we can modify it. We can change this color from green to red, and in this welcome message, we can say, "Hi there, this is Sarah from OneMinute Support. How may I assist you today?" So something like this, and we can hit this save changes button, and here you go. If we give and reload, you can see the message is completely changed. Right now we can select this FAQ, or even we can right now ask any questions that, let's say, how many products are there are in 1 minute stack. All right, you can see it's saying, are you looking for detail or specific tools like 1 minute logs or Becodemy? Yeah, we can say, yeah, what is Becodemy is. So we can ask question like this, and it's going to reply based on the context you are providing, or based on the knowledge sources you are giving here. Yeah, so you can see Becodemy is a programming community that provides access to source courses and mentorship. Are you interested in how to join or what resources it offers? Yeah. Now in this conversations layer, this is the real conversations. What, like this was completely for testing. You can see test environment. It's not any real conversations. It's for fine tuning your chatbot or testing it properly. And these conversations, when any real conversations will happen, that will appears in here. And in the settings page, we do have the workspace name, which you added when you created this account for the first time in our dashboard, and primary website, then default language, time zone, and team members. So we can add new team members into our these organizations or into our this workspace, and then that team member can also participate in these conversations. Means that team member can answer questions from these conversations like a real human assistant. Yeah. So this chatbot doesn't mean to completely replace humans. It replaces two human workloads. So when there is like basic questions all the time, this chatbot is going to reply all of them. Now let me show you an interesting thing, that how can we add this chatbot inside a different website. You can see here we have on widgets.js file here at the end, and this is our website link, same link in here, and this is the embed code. So we can copy this, we can come back to a project. So I'm opening VS Code and I'm pasting the code in here, something like this. On script tag, I'm saving it, I'm running our project. Now let me go to localhost 3000/test, and here you go. You can see our chatbot is in here. Since we selected red from here, that's why this color is red. We can click here, and here you go. Hi there, this is Sarah from OneMinute Support. How may I assist you today? You can see the same question is in here. Since we set up this welcome messages like this, that's why it's speaking completely like this. We can select this topic. Now we can say, what is OneMinute logs? So you can see it's giving us answer that 1 minute logs provide real-time applications monitoring with minimal setup. Need more details on its features. Yeah. What are the features of 1 minute stack? Then we can say, I wanna contact with the 1 minute 1 minute logs team. So you can see it's saying, I can help you with that. Would you like me to create a support ticket for you? We can say, yeah, please proceed. So it's creating a different support ticket for us. You can see the status is right now escalated. Now, if we come back here, if we hit these conversations, here you go. You can see the conversation is actually in here. This is the visitor IP, and this is the all questions and all the full conversations. Right now, I can add here reply. And you can see that this is from the admin dashboard, or from the actually, like when a new team member is joining here, that team member will be also able to answer these conversations. Yeah. So I think you're understanding it, how it's actually going to work in other applications, and it's really working pretty perfectly. And you can see it's looking really very beautiful. Yeah. So this is what we're going to build today. I'm super excited to start this project. So don't wasting time, let's start the coding part right now. Alright, so let's start by creating here a new folder by giving name OneMinute and Support, as that's our project name. But since I do have on same folder name, so I have to change it to something like this, that OneMinute Support and YT. Now let me open this inside our code editor, and for this project we're gonna use Visual Studio Code. Now here, let's start by creating a blank Next.js project. So we can say npx create next app and latest. Then press enter. What is your project named? So it's going to be 1minute support YT. And yes, use the recommended suggestions, that recommended defaults. Yeah. Right now it's installing the dependencies, that Next, React and React DOM, and installing the dev dependencies. And it's right now creating our project. While it's creating our project, we have to come back to this globals.css. And right now you have to go to my video description box. You'll find out on starter link there, on project starter link. You have to go to that Notion file, and let's go to the globals.css file, copy everything and paste that inside your project globals.css file. This is on variable list, so that's why I cannot manually write it by myself. It will take a lot of time, and that's why I already added it in the Notion file, so that you can copy it and you can add it inside your globals.css file. That's it. Right now, let's come back in this layout.tsx file again. And from here, let's change this name, this title, to OneMinute Support. And on promotional text, that human friendly AI. Yeah, we can say something like this. For the descriptions, let me copy on descriptions, the real descriptions, that instantly resolve customer questions with an assistant that reads your talks and speak with empathy. Yeah, we can save it right now. And let's come back here. You can see our project setup is done. Right now we have to set up Chatcn UI. So let's go to Google Chrome and let's search for Chatcn UI, since we're going to use Chatcn UI as our component library for this project. Now we can hit this new project, and actually no, we have to hit this docs and install for Next.js. So just copy the command, paste that in here, keep it neutral and hit enter. It's right now installing dependencies, and it's created a new file called lib and utils.js. Yeah. Now we have to install or add all of our Chatcn components. So since we don't know how many components we need, that's why we're gonna add all Chatcn UI components here. So that's why I added like this, that npx Chatcn latest and -- all. This is on flag. We're telling Chatcn UI that we need all the components. Right now it's gonna actually like installing the dependencies, and after that it will add all the components inside this components folder. It will create a new folder by giving name component, and it will add all the components in there. Yeah. Now let's come back in this page.tsx, in this app page.tsx, and let's remove everything and write RAFCE, meaning React Arrow Functional Component Export. RAFCE means. And if it's not working for you, no worries, just search for this ES7 React Redux or React Native Snippet extension. From there, you have to just install it, install the extension, and after that, these shortcuts will start to work for you. Yeah, right now let's clear everything in our terminal, and you can see the components folders ready here, and inside the components folder there is an UI folder and so many UI components here. Yeah, and we're gonna use all of them in our today's projects. Not all of them, some of them, but since we don't have any list yet, that's why for just doing a shortcut, we're installing all the components right now. Since this is local components, that's why it's fine to install all of them. Now let's run our Next.js project by writing npm run dev. Just a minute, there is another server is running, so let me just stop it from my another monitor. Yeah, now I'm again writing npm run dev, and you can see it's running on localhost 3000. So let's go to localhost 3000, and you can see page is in here, the page in here. Now let's start to work for the page.tsx. So not page.tsx, at first we have to set a few things in this layout.tsx. For an example, we need inter font family. So let's copy the inter font family code, something like this, that inter, and we don't need this JST or JST mono font anyway. We can delete that and we can add this inter here. So just add inter dot variable and delete this one. Yeah. Now in this body, we have to add on big class name. It should not be like something small like this. The class name should be something like this, that bg, this color code, minimum height screen, flex call, p0. When I'm hovering the Tailwind CSS class name, you can see it's showing me the value because I'm using an extension here called Tailwind IntelliSense. So we make sure that Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, you are installing this extension. After installing the extension, when we will hover any Tailwind CSS class name, you will see the value like this. Yeah. Now we can save it. This is our body class name, body tag class name. After that, let's add here on div with class name fixed inside 0. Z index is going to be -20. Pointer events is going to be none. So this is for an animations which we're gonna add right now, which will make our landing page look more beautiful. So we can say W full, H full, and opacity 20. The animations opacity. Inside here, let's add another div with on data -us -project, and we have to add here on id. You can just pause the video and you can write it by yourself. I just copied the animations from a different source. Then we can add here on class name that position absolute, w full, h full, left 0, top 0. Inside here we need nothing, so it can be on self-closing div tag as well. Yeah, something like this. Now after this one, after this div, let's add another div, and this is also going to be on self-closing div just for some styling. So means just for some styling, means just for some animations. Absolute position absolute inside 0, bz linear to top, t means top, from the color will be 050509 via transparent to transparent. So we are adding here on gradient color, then opacity 80, make it 80% opacity. So 80 opacity. Yeah. Now after this, we can add the children like this. Perfect. You can see nothing is here still because we have to add here on script now. So let's add script from next/script, and we need an ID here, that Unicorn Studio. We're using on animations from this Unicorn Studio. Strategy, it's going to be after interactive. So after interactive, and some dangerous set inner HTML. Now this is actually on HTML code. I will provide this layout.tsx file in that Notion link, so you'll be able to copy it perfectly, because it's not possible to write all of this. I also copied it from somewhere, so you can see it just on like JavaScript code, on JavaScript function. Yeah, that's it. Right now you'll see on Magic, you can see there is on beautiful aurora animations, and yeah, it's actually happening because of this JavaScript code and because of these stylings. Definitely there is some styling also in this globals.css. That's why this animations is working like this, and it's really looking very beautiful, very gorgeous. That's it. Now let's come back inside our page.tsx file and let's start to do our main work. So let's add here on main tag with class name w full display flex call position relative z-index 10. Now let's add here a new component by giving name navbar, and we have to create this navbar component right now. So let's come back here in this components folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name landing. Inside landing, we can say nav, and we can create an index.tsx. We can create an rfce, and we can give this name to navbar. Now let's import navbar here. Let's come back in this navbar component again, and this time in here, instead of div, let's add nav tag with class name fixed top 0 inside x0 z-index 50 transition all duration 300 backdrop blur sm, then border b, border white divided by 5, so 5% of white color, then bg 050509 and divide it 50%, meaning this color 50%. Yeah. Now inside this navbar tag, let's add on div with class name max w6xl mxauto px6 h16 flex item center justify between. Inside here, let's add on link from next/link, and in this link let's add on href, that's slash class name flex item center and gap 2. Now we need on logo here. So for making the logo, we're gonna add on logo merge, something like this. You can just read the class name. I'm not explaining the value of the class names, because when you're hovering it, you'll be able to see the value easily. So you can just see the class name and you can write it by yourself. Now I'm just copying, I'm just saving the code. Now you can see this is the logo icon. It's looking really very beautiful. Now after this, we need on span tag with some class name and on text that OneMinute Support. This is our logo text. You can see this is the font weight, font medium, tracking type. This is the text color, text SM, and here you go, OneMinute Support, and it's looking really very beautiful. One thing I just want to check. I think we should have add the font family that enter. Sorry, not text. Or what is the value font enter? All right, we don't need it anymore. We can do one thing. We can say font medium. No. If we remove it, bold means 700. Okay. Let me add here 600 and let me see. Yeah, now it's actually looking better and perfect. So semi-bold. Looks good. Or instead of SM, we can say base. Yeah, now it's actually better. Cool. Now after this link, let's add another div with class name hidden from hidden screen. Sorry, by default display none, and from MD flex item center gap 8 text SM font light text zinc 400. We can save it. We can add here some link, our navigation link like features, integrations, and pricing with these class names. You can just read the class name by yourself. Now you can see features, integrations, and pricing. It's looking really very beautiful. After this div, let's add another div with class name flex item center gap 4. Now here we need to link something like this, that sign in and get started. And you can see the href is actually redirecting to /API/auth. Why? I'm gonna explain after some time, but the href value will be something like this. Now we can save it and you can see it's really looking very beautiful. Sign in and get started. Now after the navigation menu, our navigation work is done. Right now we can go back to our page.tsx and we can start to work for the hero component. So hero, and let's go to our this landing folder and let's create a new folder by giving them hero and index.tsx and hero. We can save it. We can come back here. We can save it from here as well. Yeah. Now in the hero component, we're gonna add a section tag instead of div with some class name like this, that relative pt padding top 32 means 128 pixel or 8 RAM, and you can read the rest of the class names name and values as well by hovering it. Now inside the section, let's add another div with class name max with 4xl mx auto text center position relative z-index 20. Now let's add another div with class name inline flex item center gap 2 px3 py1 rounded full border white by 10, then background color will be white by 5, backdrop blur md mb8 and animate it. So animate float. Yeah, animate float. Actually, it's a custom class name, so we can keep it as it is. Now inside here, we can add on actually two span tags, something like this, that w1.5 h1.5 rounded full, and you can just read the rest of the class names, and then on span tag with these class names, and the element is that version on 0.000 is available now, something like this. Now after this div, let's add our heading. So the h1, and the class name is going to be something like this, that text 5xl from mg 7xl, font medium, tracking tight, text white, mb6, and leading 1.1. Now here we can add human friendly support. We can add on line break. We can add another span with on class name like this, that text sync 500 and powered by AI. So the h1 is done. You can see it's really looking very aesthetic, and it's looking really very beautiful as per me. Now after this h1, we need on paragraph tag for subtitle. So we can add the subtitle here with these class names. Just slowly scrolling it so you can see the class names. And this is the element that instantly resolve customer question with an assistant that reads your docs and speaks with empathy. No robotic replies, just answers. And it's really looking very beautiful. The UI, the design is really looking industry standard. Now after the paragraph, let's add another div with class name flex, then flex call from sm. This is going to be flex row, item center, justify center, gap 4, mb20. Yeah, now here we can add two button, that start for free and view demo, and these are the class names, which is kind of same for start for free and view demo. You can see it. Yeah, so you can read it by yourself. Now you can see start for free and view demo, and it's really looking beautiful and gorgeous. Yep, but I think here we should add cursor pointer. Cool. Now we need some chat interface, right? Otherwise it's looking empty. So we can come back out of this div. Here we can add on chat interface, the real chat interface preview of our chatbot. So we can say floating chat interface visualization. We can add here on div with class name max with 3xl, mx auto, then relative zindex 10. Inside here we can add on glowing background, something like this, absolute inside 0, this is the background color, on blur, and pointer events none. Now after this we can add another div. So let me add here on gap, just for organizing the code a little bit. Then rounded 2xl p1 from md p2, a relative, position relative, and overflow hidden, ring on. The ring color will be white by 10, meaning it's white 10%. Background color is going to be 0 a 0 a 0 e. Yeah, and on more shadow, so shadow 2xl. Now inside here we're gonna add another div, something like this, that flex call height is going to be 500 pixel. From MD, height is going to be 600 pixel. It's saying me that 500 pixel can be written as like this. Okay, fine, we can take the suggestion, no problem. Okay, and w full bg 0a0a0e, then rounded xl overflow hidden. Now inside here we can add our simulator header, so something like this, on static value, completely static value. So you can see h14 border b border white 5, and you can just read rest of the class names by just watching it. This is on div with like company name. If I save it, then you will see the preview. It's just saying OneMinute Incorporation. This is the like business name. Yeah, so not OneMinute Corporations, it should be OneMinute Stack Incorporation. This is our company name. And after this to div, we need on chat area. So let me add here on div with class name flex1 p6 overflow y auto space i6 bg zinc 950 by 30. Now we need on welcome message, so let's add on div something like this. Now inside here let's add on div with an image tag, something like this. We can change this image to on Next.js image tag, means component. But when we're doing this, we have to copy this name. We have to come back to our next config.ts. We have to add here images and remote patterns. I forgot the name, path name, or wait, 1 minute, images. Yeah, I found it, and I was actually right. I just have to remove it. I have to add the remote patterns. It's going to be an array, and this is also correct. We just have to add protocol host name. That's it, nothing else. We can save it. We can come back here. Next.js image source requires width and height. So width height we can say 40. Done. Here you go. It's looking perfect. Now after this, what next? The next one is, after this div, let's come out from this div. Let's add another div with just one class name, that space y2. Inside this div, let's add another div with something like this, that hi there, how can I help you today, with these class names. And I'm just saving it, something like this. I think I did a small mistake somewhere. Yeah, this flex 85%. Actually I missed something, so let me just collapse everything from this 55 to 69. Just cut it, don't delete. Let's add another div on wrapper div with class name flex maximum width 85% gap 3 flex row and paste it. That's it. We can save it right now, and you can see this is the wrapper div which is making everything in online, which is taking all this inner div in online because of this flex tag. And I think you know about web design. So that's it. Now after this div, let's add another div for like section selections div, something like this, the chatbot section selection div with similar type of styling, that FAQ, pricing and support. This is completely static, just for like the landing page. Now after this div, this like flex one, just go out from here. Now we're gonna add here our user message. So this is going to be another div, something like this. You can just see it by yourself. I'm slowly moving it so that you can read the class names. Here you go, something like this. Now let me collapse it and let me come outside from here. Now our AI response, or our AI human response, we can say something like this. You can just check the class name. It has a lot of similarities because we're basically still inside the chatbot box. That's why. You can see this is the class name and this is the like reply, but I think it should have add more space. We can just do one thing, that empty one, or actually not one, it should be 5. Yeah, looks good. Now it's like giving us a warning because we should change it with image, and the width is going to be 40, height 40, same. Yeah. Now after this 2 div, let's add the input area. So input area with on class name, that p4, background like this, border t, border white 5 and shrink 0. It's still not visible, but no worries, it will be visible now. Let's add here on div like this, that position relative, and with on, just a minute, we have to add on more div. It's recommending us to change with something like this. Fine, we can do that. Just ignore this warning, this is not any real error. So you can see, type a message. I think we did a small mistake somehow. We have to cut this, just cut it, don't delete. And let me check the wrapper. This is the wrapper. We have to go out from this wrapper and we have to paste that in here. Or no, not here. This is the main flex call. What if we add it in here? Or actually here. Yeah, now it's looking perfect. So you can see right now it's in perfect position, and we can save it. Let me show you the code again in here a little bit. You can just read it by yourself slowly, and you can write it. Or either you can just purchase the source code and just copy paste the static design by yourself. You don't have to purchase the source code. If you enroll Becodemy Pro, you will get access to all the source codes of Becodemy projects. Yeah, that's it. Right now you can see it's looking really very beautiful, and it's actually really looking beautiful. That's it. Yeah, our hero part is done and the design is really very beautiful. We can close the file. We can come back here in our page.tsx. We can add a new component by giving them social proof. Now let's come back in this landing folder, in this components landing folder. Let's add a new folder by giving them social and index.tsx rfce social proof. Let's import it and let's come back in this social proof component. Yeah, and it's going to be very small, so let me add here on section instead of div, and class name py12 border b, actually border y, border white by 5, bg black by 20. Let's add here another div with class name maximum width 6xl mx auto px6 and text center. Now we need on paragraph here that trusted by modern product teams, something like this. You can just check the stylings, and then we're gonna add here on div with the company's logo. This is not real logo, these are just for reference. You can see Acme or Spare or Nexus or Vantage or Horizon. So this is just for reference. You can just check the class names, you can check the styling, you'll understand that it's actually not real logo. It looks like real logo but actually not. So that's it. You can see it's looking really very beautiful, and that's our social proof section. So our social proof section work is done too. Now we need our features section. So the features section is going to be a little bit big, so let's collapse everything in this landing folder. Let's create a new file by giving them features and index.tsx features. We can save it, we can come back here, we can come in this features, and let's start to work. So instead of div, let's make it section, and the section will have an ID this time, that features, and this is the styling. You can just read it. Now we need on div with on class name that mb20 on h2, meaning heading, and this is designed for trust on section heading, and this is the section subtitle or paragraph. That's it. Designed for trust. Most AI support tools hallucinate. Ours is strictly grounded in your content with a personality you control. Yeah, because we do have all the features to control the chatbot. Now let's add here on more div with class name grid calls 1, and from md screen grid calls 3 with gap 8. Now feature number 1. So feature number 1 is we have knowledge graph. So you can see this is the div. You can just read it. I'm slowly moving it, very slowly. I'm just skipping the designing part so that we can give more time on the logical part or the core engineering behind the project, because designing a website, it's very easy right now, and it's basic knowledge you should have before starting this project. That's it. You can see it's looking perfect. Designed for trust and knowledge graph. It's looking beautiful. We're saying that we crawl your site and docs to build a structured understanding of your product. No manual training required. Yeah. Now feature number 2, which is strict guidelines, guardrails. So after this div, let's add our feature number 2. Everything will be same except the value and the icon. So shell check And strict guardrails define exactly what the AI can and cannot say. It will politely decline out of scope questions. Yeah, you can see everything is same. Now let's again copy this and we can paste that here, and we can just change this icon to message circle heart icon. The value will be this time, this history value will be tone matching, and the paragraph value will be, the p tag value will be whether yours professional, quickly or concise. The AI mimics your brand voice perfectly. Tone matching. We have the feature. Yeah, now our features section work is actually done. You can see I'm here, I'm hitting these features. It's not scrolling yet. Yeah, now working. You can see it's actually perfectly working. Now after features, let's add integration section. So integration, let's come back in this landing folder. Let's create integration folder with an index.tsx integration. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here. We can import and save it as well. Now in this integration, let's start by removing the text and adding the section integration with this basic same class name. We also added the similar type of class name for our this features component section. Now we can see designed for trust. Now this time let's add another div. This is our container div, something like this. Now we can add on more div with class name flex1. Inside here we can add on h2 that drop in simplicity with these class names, something like this. Now we can add here on paragraph after the h2 that no complex SDKs or user syncing, just add our script tag and your app is live. So and you're live, we inherit your CSS variables automatically. Yeah, it's looking beautiful. Now after this paragraph, let's add another div with class name flex call and gap 4. Now inside here let's add the sidebar with scan your documents URL. So we're actually saying the integration system that scan your documentation URL. We're gonna crawl data from your website URL or documentation URL. Then let's add here on small div, something like this, so that it add on array, not array, on arrow. And after this we can copy this same line, we can paste that in here. We can say to, and we can say copy the embed snippet. Now after the div we can add the same div again, that arrow, not array. Copy the embed snippet. Now let's do one thing, let's copy this everything, paste it here again. Last one, we don't need this one, so 3, and we can say auto resolve tickets. Yeah, so now after this 3 div, let's come out. So this div is starting here. This is our wrapper, the flex1. Now here let's add another flex1 with w full and maximum with LG. Now we need on glass card class name with div rounded xl p6 and position relative. Now we can save it. We can copy this div with class name flex item center justify between mb4. We need on div something like this, flex gap 2, and the same div with just a slightly different class name with a background color, and something like this. So index.html, and this is the 3 dots. And now after this div, let's add another div with class name font mono, text xs, md text sm, leading 7, and text sync 400. Now we need more two div, that OneMinute Support and script, something like this. Now let's add here another div with some span inside the div, that source script source is this one, and let's add another div with the rest value, the script value, the data id, something like this, and defer. So this is the script value. Now let's end the script. So let's end it like this. Yeah, perfect. That's it. It's actually looking beautiful. So drop in simplicity, you have to scan your documentation URL, copy the embed snippet, auto resolve the tickets. Cool. And this is the your on drop-in code, simple like example we can say. So script, and just paste the script like this. Yeah, integration section work is done. Right now the next one is pricing section. Let's go to this landing folder and let's create a new folder by giving name pricing index.tsx and rfce and pricing. We can import that in here, and let's come back in pricing. Let's add the pricing sections, something like this. That section id pricing with class name py32px6, maximum with 6xl, mx auto, and text center. Inside here we need on h2 and on paragraph, something like this, that fair uses based pricing. You can see the styling or the class names, you can just read all of them one by one. Yeah, so fair uses based pricing, start free, upgraded as you grow. Now after this p, let's add another div or div with class name, something like this. Then we're gonna add here our pricing card. So for pricing card, let's add another div with class name, something like this. Inside here, let's add on div with on class name, something like this. Inside the div, let's add on text, that starter. So starter, and after this, let's add the pricing, something like this, that $0 per month. So starter, $0 per month. After this, we have to add here on ULLI, meaning the list of the features we're providing with free plan. So let's import check icon from Lucid React, and we are adding these features. We're providing these features with free plan, that 100 conversations per month on knowledge source and community support, something like this. Now after this, we're gonna add on button, that start free, something like this, the button class name. I'm slowly scrolling it so that you can read it by yourself. Yeah, so start free, it's looking actually beautiful. Now we can do one more thing. We can copy the code, we can paste it here. You can see starter and starter, but instead of starter, this time it's going to be the pro one. So pro, sorry, not pro, it's going to be popular. Yep. So here after this popular, we have to add a new text after this div, something like this, that text SM font, medium text indigo 400 MB2 and pro. Yeah. So pro, and I just want to see the code again a little bit. Yeah, it's actually fine. Yeah, it's fine. Now here instead of $0, it's going to be $49 per month, and unlimited conversation, unlimited knowledge sources, and some more features like custom branding. One more thing, let's change this check icon color with indigo 400. For the pro plan, so something like this. No slash month, so just unlimited conversations, unlimited knowledge source, community support, custom branding, and yeah. And in here, let's add get started as the button. Yep, but the button this time should be a little bit different. Let's do one thing. Let's add here bg white text black, text white. Let's remove it. Yeah, so get started. After doing hover, or let me do one thing, let me copy the full class name, and you can see that after hover the background color will be zinc 200. Yeah, that's it, we don't need anything else. So get started, and yeah, looks good. Perfect. Now what next? One more thing, I just noticed that in here we can do one thing. We can add bg white by 3, not zinc 900 by 20. Yeah, so you can see the difference. It's looking actually beautiful. And for the popular text, border, actually border white by 10. Yeah, now it's completely noticeable, the popular, the pro plan. Yeah. One more thing. For this text, the class name will be a little bit different. Something like this. And it's not here right now because we have to make this one to relative. Yeah. And overflow hidden. Cool. Now it looks perfect. It looks really very beautiful. Just on cursor pointer. Done. Yeah. Now what next? The last one is footer, because our landing page work is actually done right now. I tried my best to keep it as minimal as possible, but at the same time as professional as possible. So it's sleek, small, perfect for version 1. It's completely perfect for version 1 landing page. Yeah, now let's come back in this components folder, in this landing folder. Let's create footer index.tsx, footer, and save it. Let's come back in this footer, remove the text. Instead of div, make it footer with class name something like this. Now inside here, let's add our common container class names. That similar type of class name we are adding in all across all of our sections. The same class name we are again using here. You can see that's why it's aligning, like it's aligning perfectly. This is all text because of the container. Now inside here, let's add another div, the content div now. So flex item center gap 2, this is on div. You can check the class name. Inside here, this is our BG Jinx 400. It's basically the logo. So OneMinute Support. Why it's not appearing yet? Oh, sorry. Footer is actually coming from components, landing, and social. Yeah, you can see it's looking actually beautiful. I think I did some small mistake. Let's go to nav and copy the logo. Come back here. Let's paste it here again. Yeah, OneMinute Support. Now it's looking same because the logo should be same. Now after this, we're gonna add on like shortcut links. So after this div, let's add it something like this. Flex gap 8, text sm, zinc text zinc 600 font light, and these are the like list items that privacy terms or like Twitter link. Perfect. Now after this, we're gonna just add the copyright message. Since this is the version 1, we don't have a lot of features, so for version 1 it's perfect. So 2026, this is right now 2026, and all right reserved, so like the copyright message. So yeah, our landing page is actually done right now. When I'm hitting this get started or sign in, you can see it's giving us an error, which is very natural. We have to create the API, we have to make the authentication dynamic right now. So right now, don't wasting time, let's make the authentication dynamic. So for implementing authentication, as I said earlier, we're gonna use ScaleKit. So let's go to scalekit.com, or you'll find out ScaleKit link in my video description box. You can just click there, then it will redirect you to ScaleKit website. Now after that, let's hit this start for free. Now from here, we have to do the login. So I'm hitting this continue with Google, and my all Gmail are logged out with this like Google Chrome window. So let me do login from another browser. So ScaleKit, scalekit.com. You can't see it right now because I'm in a different monitor, but just a minute, I'm taking it back. All right, so I'm hitting this continue with Google, and I'm selecting on of my Gmail. So I'm selecting this one, and after that I'm hitting continue. Right now it's asking me for my workspace name, so it's actually OneMinute Stack. So I'm creating OneMinute Stack workspace right now. So building your OneMinute Stack development environment, and here you go. Our ScaleKit account creation is done. Right now It's saying switch between environments, development or production. So you can say got it. Right now we have to do just one thing from here. We have to click this authentication, and from here we have to set up on redirect URLs. We're gonna do that, but before that we have to click this settings, and we have to copy this environment URL, client ID, and most importantly the client secret. We're gonna do all of that one by one. Let's go in this F folder, create a new folder by giving name API. Inside here, let's create a new folder by giving name auth. Now inside this auth folder, we can create on route.ts and another callback folder, then another route.ts inside this callback folder. Now let's create on .env file in our root directory. So .env in the root directory. Inside here, we're gonna add our ScaleKit environment URL, which is going to be this one. Make sure that you're copying your ScaleKit environment URL. Then we need our ScaleKit client ID. So we're gonna get that from here. Let me just copy my ScaleKit client ID. For you, you have to also copy your ScaleKit client ID. After that, we're gonna add our ScaleKit client secret. This is very, very important. Let's hit generate new secret, and here you go. You can see I'm getting all of my test secret on ScaleKit client secret. I'm just pasting it in here. Now after this, we need most important thing, that is our ScaleKit redirect URI. Now this is very important. The redirect URI, we can write it anything here, but for our this project, I mean, as we set up here, you can see here we have on API, auth, and callback. This is on API endpoint, and this is going to be our redirect URI. So that's why after localhost 3000, since we're running our project on localhost 3000, that's why the redirect URI is localhost 3000 / API / auth and / this callback. Now, since we set up our redirect URI like this, we have to go back to this authentication, and you have to click this redirect URLs and allocate callback URLs. So we have to copy this, we have to paste that in here, and we have to hit this add button. That's it. Everything is done. Right now we can start to work for the authentications and implementing ScaleKit authentication. It's super easy. Let me show you how we can do that one by one. At first, let's come back in this route.ts in this auth folder, API and auth folder. Now it's going to be on get endpoint. So export async function, get, call the function. Let's add here on try catch statement, constant state. We're gonna use here crypto. So import crypto from crypto. So crypto dot random bytes 16 dot to string. The type should be hex. Okay. Now what we are doing here, we are basically creating on, let's import cookies from next/headers, then dot set sk underscore state, then state HTTP only, it's going to be true, same site, lex, and path is going to be by default like this. Yeah, the root endpoint. Now on redirect URI, so redirect URI, something like this. Now the redirect URI is going to be process.env dot our ScaleKit redirect URI. Yeah. After this, we have to provide some options for the authentications provider. So options, we have to add here scopes, the authentication scope, which informations we want. So we need open ID, profile, email, and offline access. Yeah, actually it should be something like this. Yeah. So then finally we have to pass this state, this cookies state. Now we're gonna get our authorization URL, the most important. So authorization URL, we need ScaleKit. So ScaleKit does have on npm package, and we can set up that right now. So let's go to npm and let's search for ScaleKit SDK, and we're gonna use actually the Node SDK, this one. So let's copy this, let's install it, let's open a new terminal and install ScaleKit SDK and /node. Now let's import ScaleKit, but we have to create a new file in our this lib folder by giving name ScaleKit.ts. Now import ScaleKit from ScaleKit SDK /node. Now we have to initialize our ScaleKit. So ScaleKit and new ScaleKit. We have to pass the environment URL, the client ID, and the client secret. And finally, we can export this default ScaleKit function. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here. We can import ScaleKit. Now ScaleKit dot get authorization URL. We have to pass this redirect URI and the options. Then finally, we can return next response redirect, and we can pass this authorization URL. If it's catch any error, we can console log the error and we can return on error message that failed to generate authorization URL. Yeah, so our authorization, this route.ts work is done. Now the callback one, the most important one, where ScaleKit will actually send on get request. So in this callback, let's create this function again. Export async function get. It's gonna receive request as a parameter, and the request type is going to be next request. Now inside here, we're gonna get search params. So search params from request dot next URL. Now we're gonna get our code from here. So search params dot get, and we're gonna get the code from here. Now error search params dot get error, error description, same search params dot get error descriptions. Now finally, if there is any error or if there is no code, then we have to return some error, something like, the error message and the error descriptions with status 401. When there is no code, then no code provided, so that we can we can skip any weird call from any hackers to this endpoint, to this /callback endpoint. Now after this, let's add on try catch statement. In this try part, we're gonna add our redirect URI again, and it's going to be the same ScaleKit redirect URI, and we're gonna get our auth result right now. So we have to import here ScaleKit again from lib.scalekit, lib/ScaleKit, and here ScaleKit dot authenticate with code. We have to pass the code and redirect URI. We're getting the code here and the redirect URI from here. Now after that, we will get our auth result. Inside the auth result, we will get user and ID token. Now for our this project, since we need organizations feature, it means on user, when we're creating an account here, when we're creating an account from here, we have to set up an organizations for this user so that the user can add more users into the account. Let me explain it more clearly. This user is going to work as like an admin. So since this is on support center chatbot, you must need to add more team members inside your dashboard. That's why we need must on organizations feature so that you can add more team members. You can add all of your team members into these organizations. That's why we must need on organizations, and we're gonna create that automatically here, and we don't have to worry for anything because ScaleKit is gonna create all of that for us. So we just have to call ScaleKit.validate token, and we have to pass the ID token. After passing the ID token, we're gonna get our organization ID, because the organizations is going to create by default in ScaleKit dashboard. So organization ID, let's add claims as any dot organization underscore ID or claims dot any organizations underscore ID or OID. Actually it's coming in this OID, but fine, we're adding all of them as fallback value. We can just do one thing on small thing on smart thing, and that is we can delete this EastLin config. We don't need actually EastLin. The error was actually coming from EastLin. It was not coming from TypeScript. After deleting the EastLin, we can come back in this package.json and we can remove the lint comment. Yeah, that's it. Now after organization ID, if there is no organization ID, then we can return an error that no organization ID found in token claims. Yeah. After finding out the organization ID, right now we have to look for the same user inside our database. Now I know you're gonna tell me that we don't have any database yet. Yeah, we don't have any database yet, but we're gonna create that right now. For creating our database, we're gonna use Neon. So let me go to neon.com and let me hit login. I did login in my Neon database, my Neon account. After that, you have to create a new project here. You can see OneMinute Stack, a new project here. And therefore, you can hit this connect button and you can copy this code snippet. After copying the code snippet, let's come back in this .env file. And we're going to add our database URL right now. So we can say database underscore URL. We can paste our PostgreSQL code and we can just save it. We can delete this double quotation or single quotation and that PSQ as well. It's just going to be PostgreSQL and the database value. Yeah, the like credentials. Don't try to copy this database because I'm going to delete the database after creating the tutorial. I saw so many times that people are using the database I'm creating in the project, and later on the platforms are actually charging from me. So just create the Neon database and connect your database. Yeah. After this, we have to connect Neon with our project. So for connecting Neon, we have to create a new folder by giving name db in this root directory, and here we're gonna create our client dot ts and schema dot ts. Yeah, now client dot ts, we're gonna actually add here on same simple type of code. You can see we need drizzle orm, so let's install drizzle orm and neon http with this one, this Neon database and serverless. 1 minute, why it's giving us error. Okay, we need drizzle ORM and this one. Now it's not going to give us any error. So yeah, you can see it's right now installing the packages, and packages installation done. Schema is giving on error, which is very natural because we haven't create any schema here yet. So we're gonna create that right now. Export constant user pg table, meaning PostgreSQL table user. In the user table, we're gonna add ID, organization ID, and import text from drizzle orm slash PostgreSQL core SQL from drizzle orm. Yeah, now you can see this is our user schema or user table. So this is the ID. We need an ID, we need a name for our user, we need user email, user image, and the created at date. Now let's come back in this client.ts. You can see there's no error here right now, but we need one more thing, and that is on drizzle config file. So we're gonna create that in this root directory. So in this root directory, let's create a drizzle.config.ts file, and we're gonna add here our simple code like this, but we have to install drizzlekit. I forgot to install drizzlekit. So npm I drizzlekit. We have to add here an out directory, that /drizzle. This is going to be the folder. This is the schema path, the db and schema.ts. Dialect is PostgreSQL, and db credential is our database URL. So we can save it right now. We can close the file, this one as well, and we can come back in this callback again. But before that, let's do one final thing, very important. Let's add here some scripts for our database. So something like this, that db generate means drizzlekit generate, db migrate means drizzlekit migrate, and db push means drizzlekit push, and studio means just run the studio to preview the database. But since we're using Neon, we don't need that. We can check our database or data value from here in these tables. Yeah, but right now we can see it's still completely empty because we haven't updated our database yet. So just write this npm run db generate, and wait, drizzle config, what it's saying, file does not exist. Why? Oh, it's going to be JSON. Sorry, I did a small mistake, not TS. JSON, yeah. Now again run the generate. Wait, drizzle config.json file doesn't exist. Seriously, how it's possible? Drizzle, yeah, so drizzle, it's actually going to be TS file. I was right, but double Z. Okay, the mistake was actually double Z. It's not going to be any JSON file. It's, the error was confusing. Error message. It's fine TS, but it's saying cannot find module .env config. .env config. Okay, let's install it. We need this because in here the normal .env is not gonna work. So .env config, yeah. Or we could install the .env package, actually .env, not .env config. Yep, done. We can clear it. Now we can again run the generate. Yeah, you can see now it's working. Now we can run the migrate, and after the migration we can run the push command. So npm run db push. Here we go, it's done. We can come back here, we can click this reload icon. Here you go, you can see user table is here. Perfect. Now let's come back in this callback again. Since we do have our database ready right now, we can finish our authentication work right now. So we're gonna check for the existing user if there is any user or not, because the login and sign up, all of them are gonna actually call the same API route. That's why. So let's call db.select, select from user. So user, or we can say actually users. Wait, user. Let me do one thing. Let me copy the user, import user as, sorry, user as user from db schema. Yeah, now fine. Then user and then dot. You might be thinking why I did this w with capital letters. So because we do already have on like variable here which is with like small letter, so that's why we added here capital letter. Yeah, so user dot where, we can say where equals to eq from result orm, where our user dot email is matching with our user dot email which is coming from ScaleKit. Yeah, now if existing dot length is 0, it means the user is completely new. We have to store the user data. Okay, existing, yeah, now correct spelling. Existing dot length, if it's 0, means the user is completely new. We have to store the user information in our database. If not, we have to send the response. So response, which is going to be, response is just like redirecting the user to the home screen or the slash endpoint. Yeah, and we need an user session right now with the email and organization ID, which we're gonna store inside our cookies. This is our access token. So we are storing these user sessions, the user email, the public email, and the organization ID, user organization ID inside our cookies to retrieve the user informations quickly without calling the API and database every time. Yeah, and if it's catch any error, then we're gonna just console log the error and we're gonna send on like error message to the like failed to authenticate user with status 500, that there's something wrong here. Yeah, so callback is ready and auth is ready. Right now, if we test the authentication, it's gonna actually work. Let me show you. When I'm hitting this get started, you can see right now it's not giving an error. It's taking me to onminutestack.scalekit.dev. Now, you might be thinking, what if we could change this domain to our website domain or our project domain? Yeah, definitely you can do that. From here, you can add your custom domain. You can change the branding. You can add custom domain. You can do whatever you want. It's really interesting to see that we can do all of these from this dashboard. Like we can change this design, we can change the button color and everything from here. We can add logo or favicon and everything. But for this project, I'm just like I'm showing you the default one because I don't need to modify anything here. Now I'm hitting this continue with Google, but actually I don't have any logged in account right now. And by the way, we don't have any account, so we have to click the sign up button. And let me write on of my email and I'm hitting this continue. Right now you can see this will give me on email in my Gmail account. Let me show you. Here you go. You can see OneMinute Stack, your verification code is 134465. I'm hitting continue and here you go. After hitting continue, the magic will actually happen right now. You can see it's redirecting me to localhost 3000, and most interestingly in here you can see the user is stored, the user informations. Name is anonymous because we did on magic link authentication, that's why the name is not available, that's why it's showing anonymous. The email is in here. The image is also not available because we did on magic link authentication. Organization ID is here and the normal user ID is in here. If we hit this users, you can see the organization, the role and the status. The role of the user is admin for this organization. Yeah. So right now, one more thing I want to show you. You can see inside our application, in these cookies, we do have the user sessions and ScaleState. So in this user session, we have the email and the organization ID. Right now, let's make our navbar dynamic based on the ID. So for making our navbar dynamic, it's very easy. We have to do nothing. We just need some state, sorry, not state. We need some hooks right now to make everything's more easier. Yeah, in this lib folder, we can create a new folder by giving name is authorized.ts. Yeah, and let's add here use server, meaning this is on server side code. We can import here cookies from next headers, then export constant is authorized. It's going to be an async function, an async callback function, and cookie store and user session, and let user null. If there is an user session, then try just set the value for the user session, that json.parse user session.value, and then finally return the user. So is authorized, simple like this. We don't need anything else in here. And one more thing, we need on hooks for like client side, but for now I think all right, let's do it right now, so that in later one we don't need to create it. Let's create an use user.ts hook, and this is for like client side. So we can say use client and import our that something from lib and is authorized, and it's going to be actually is authorized. Yeah, now create the hook. It's very simple, normal hook, use user. We can create here to use state, that email, set email, loading and set loading. We can fetch our user information now, something like this. So fetch user, we're just calling the is authorized, and we're setting the set email in here like this. Finally, we are sending the email and loading from here, and we can save it. Right now, if we use user, we're gonna get our user informations from this hook. So our client side and server side, both functions are ready. We can use that in this navbar. Here, very important, we can say constant something is authorized, and it's actually returning user. So let's console log the user now. Oh no, it's on promise. I think I'm doing something wrong. What if we make it async and await? Yeah, now we're gonna get that user information. So when there is user and then we can add here on div with class name, small class name, that flex item center gap 3, and on link that dashboard. Otherwise we can cut these to link. We can wrap that inside on fragment, and we can add that. Now let me show you everything clearly. This is the link, the dashboard link. This is the button styling. You can just check it by yourself, and these are the sign in and get started button. Now since I am logged in, that's why it's showing me dashboard. If I was not logged in, then it would show sign in and get started. Since I'm logged in, that's why it's showing dashboard. You can see the logic. When the user is available, then show this, otherwise don't show it. If I click here and if I delete this user session, if I give on reload, you can see it's saying me sign in and get started. When I'm hitting sign in, it's again redirecting me to ScaleKit for doing authentication. But since ScaleKit see that I already did login and I do have an active session in here, let me show you that I do have an active session. You can see active session. That's why it's actually redirecting me here. It's not telling me to do login again, which is the beauty of ScaleKit. And it's really interesting to see that they made authentications this much easier to work with. Yeah. So that's it. Authentication is done. Right now we can start to work with our main thing, with the dashboard. So let's collapse everything. Let's go to app folder, create a new folder by giving name dashboard. Let's create a new layout.tsx for dashboard and on page.tsx. So for dashboard layout.tsx, what we're gonna do, we're gonna actually add almost similar thing, but let's add here on metadata at first, something like this. Then export default async function dashboard layout. Let's receive children here, which type is React and React Node. Now we need another cookie information, that is our metadata cookie. And this is a different thing. We're gonna start to work for that right now. Metadata cookie is not available. So when it's not available, then let's do one thing. Let's define our styling for dashboard. So something like this. The same like body class name in here, you can see. Just the variable is not here. Otherwise everything is actually same. Yeah. And then when there is metadata cookie dot value, metadata cookie, not metadata, is available, then we're gonna add here actually sidebar, header, and the main children. Okay, for now just the children, otherwise normally children. Yeah, for now it's fine since we don't have any other component yet. Yeah, so if we right now hit this dashboard, it's actually going to give an error because we have nothing in this page.jsx. Now it will not give any error. Let's hit dashboard and here we go. You can see page here. Yeah, and I added here new layout.tsx because I don't want the same animation in this dashboard, that same background animation. That's why I added on new layout.tsx so that we can redesign the layout for dashboard. Yeah, you can see the animation is not here, but if we go to 3000, the animation is here. Yeah, it's really looking beautiful now. Now in here we have to do a lot of work in the page.tsx. We need so many things to do and we're gonna do that one by one right now. Alright, so right now what we have to do, when we're going to slash dashboard, you can think about it that we are telling the user to create an account. The user is right now logged in their account, but we're not taking any informations regarding the business of the user. So we need the user business informations or the organization informations, and for that's why only for the first time we will ask for some informations from the user, like the business name and the business website and any other relevant like URL or link. So we can right now implement that in here. At first here we have to add on class name that flex1 display flex and w full means with 100%. Inside here we can create we can call a new component call actually initial form. So initial form means by default when there is no metadata available for the user, then we're gonna call this component. And initial form, we can come back in these components. We can create a new folder by giving name dashboard, and here we can create this initial form.tsx. Yeah, rfce initial form. We can import it, and inside here this initial form, this component is going to be on a client side component. So use client. After that we need to make an interface for the initial data. So we want the business name, the website URL, and any external links, and all of them is going to be string. Now after this we need on static array, like the steps inside this form, so we can easily add that, something like this. Let me explain you what is this. So steps, this is an array. Inside here we have id, which is name, and then label, like business name. Question, what is the name of your business? Description, this will be the identity of your AI assistant, like the business name. Icon and placeholder, like any company name. Type is text, field is business name as key of this initial data. Now we need globe icon from Lucid React. This is for the website, you can just read it. This is for the links, like any external links. Yeah. Now inside this initial form we need few use state hook. Let me add all of them one by one. So first of all we need current step, like in the form the current step, then is animating and is submitting, and form data, most important one, that business name, website URL, and external links. And we need on input ref. So input ref, where we're going to use ref, which type will be HTML input element or HTML text area element, and by default the value will be null. Yeah. Now inside here we can add in this div we can add some class name, something like this, that w full maximum width XL, mx auto minimum height 400 pixel or minimum height 100. Both are actually same. Flex call and justify center, we can save it. Inside here let's call another div. Let's create another div with class name like this, you can read it by yourself. Inside this div we need on self-closing div with on percentage and the progress percentage. So progress is basically on variable. Let me add that in here, something like this, that current step plus 1, and divide that with steps dot length and multiply that with 100. So we will get the progress of the form. So something like this, you can see when there will be like another, if this current step value is right now 1, then you can see it's here. When the current step is 2, then it's done. So this is basically the designing logic we're writing here. It's really looking very beautiful. Now after the progress we need some more variable like step data, the active state, then icon, the step data dot icon, and finally is this step valid or not. So if it's more than 2, then it's not valid. More than 2 or equals to 2, then it's valid. Or form data step data dot field and form data step data dot field trim. If it's not in a string, then it's valid. Yeah, that's it. Now we need on more very important thing, and that is actually on use effect hook. So let's add here on use effect hook. This is just for an animation. So we are adding here in set timeout function for 300 millisecond, and we are saying if the input ref dot current available, then input ref.current.focus. So we are delaying the focus to just make the input look more beautiful. That's it, nothing else. Now let's come back here. After this div, let's add here another div with class name, something like this. It's a little bit bigger. I'm slowly scrolling it so you can see it by yourself. Yeah, that's it. And this is set up your account. You can see it's looking really very beautiful. Now after this, if the state is submitting, then let's add on div with class name something like this, that flex call, item center, justify center, text center, animate in, fade in, and duration 700 millisecond. Inside here we need more div, but let's finish the logic. Inside here we can add another div for now, and let's do just on format. Yeah, now let's come back here inside this div and let me add another div, something like this, that relative and MB8, and another div with this class name. This is just an animation. Then this sparkles icon with this class name. Yeah, now inside here, after this, not inside here, after this div, we can add on h2, that's storing your organization info and scanning your website URL. So we can say one thing is submitting by default false, but let's make it like opposite so that we can see it will look like this, like storing your organization info and scanning. I know it's looking a little bit weird right now because let me see the styling. This is the relative MB8, and this is the H2 and P. Yeah, it's actually perfect. We have to add some more information, some more data. That's why it's looking a little bit weird right now. However, it will not look bad. Let's come back here again and let's add another class name. Let's use CN. Now transition all, duration 300, is in out, and transform. Yeah, you can hover to see the value. Then if it's animating, so let's add here on comma and let's come back to next line. Is animating, then opacity 0, translate I4, scale 9.5, or opacity 100, translate I0, and scale 100. Yeah, so translate spelling is wrong, translate Y0. Perfect. Now inside here, inside this div, let's add another div with class name something like this, small. Now inside here we need another div something like this. Inside here we can add on logic that if current step is more than 0, then let's add here on button. So button imported from UI and button, chevron left, icon, import the icon from Lucid React. This is the button styling. I'm slowly moving it again. Yeah, and we need on click function, on function called handle back. So let me add those functions right now. We need actually more functions, not only handle back. First of all, the handle back, let's finish it. So if the current step is more than 0 only, then set is animating true. Set timeout, let's add here and set timeout function. for 300 millisecond, and after 300 millisecond change the current step, that previous -1, and set animating is animating, make it false. Yeah, now we need another function called handle key down. This is very important. Handle key down, this is going to be something like this. If the step, inside the steps, we're adding the current step which we're receiving actually from here, the value, the current step, the type, if it's text area, then the e.meta key and e.control key and e.key is entered, then e.prevent default and handle next. So this is just for the last one, that external links, we're adding this handle key down, like on event for when you're pressing enter, then we are gonna call it. Yeah, so if the e.key equals to enter, for MacBook it's return, but fine, for MacBook it will also work because we don't have actually enter, but in MacBook we have return, and return known as enter, no problem. We can say e.prevent default, and we're gonna call handle next function. We're gonna create the handle next function, and yeah, that's it. Now the handle next, the most important one. So let's do one thing, let's create it before this handle back. So handle next, and it's going to be an async function. So if the submitting is true, then return the function. Otherwise we need the current field and value. So current field and value, we're gonna get that like this. After that, if the current field is less than 2, and if the value is not any string, then go to the next step. We can take the user to the next step. So we can add a logic like this, that if the current step is less than step dot length -1, then set is animating true, and we're just like, taking the user to the next step. Yeah, and otherwise we're calling the handle submit. For when the steps length is 3, then we're calling the handle submit. This is another function, the final function, where we're gonna submit the user informations. Yeah, so it's also going to be an async function. And handle submit, it's going to be kind of big, but for now we're not working here, so just make set is submitting true and finish the design. Then we'll come back in this handle submit again, because we have to do some more work in here. Yeah, now scroll down and let's come back again in here and come here, and you can see we are watching nothing because we didn't do anything yet. After this current step here, we can add on span, something like this, that step and the current step +1 of steps dot length. So you can see steps 1 out of 3. All right, so I found the culprit. The problem was actually in here. If you notice here, we are not closing the div fix, this div in here. It's supposed to finish in here. Then we have to delete on div from the end. And if we right now save it, you're gonna see everything is actually working. This step right now in the center where it should be. Yeah, so it's perfect right now. Now after this step, we have to come back out from this div, and here let's add another div with on class name space y6, and another div with class name space y2. Inside here, we're gonna add on h1 with on big class name list. This is the class name that text 3xl from md4xl, then font medium, text white, and leading height, means the line height 1.25. Yeah, inside here we can say step data dot question, and you're gonna see the step the question right now, that what is the name of your business. This is the question. Then secondly, the description. So on paragraph, inside the paragraph, the description, that this will be the identity of your AI assistant. Or we can say one more thing, let's change the message a little bit that this will be the identity of your organization. Yeah. So yeah, now it's looking perfect. After this div, let's add another div with class name relative group, and inside here, if step data dot type equals to text area, then let's add here text area. So text area is actually coming from our components. So text area, okay, here it is, UI and text area. Then after this we have to add the reference. So reference input as any, then value. So value is going to be form data step data dot field as string, and one more thing here, otherwise it's going to be on input from our component. Yeah, after value we need one change for the text area, something like this. We're calling the set form data, we are spreading the form data, and we're setting a value for the field, the step data dot field, with this e dot target dot value from here. And after the on change we need on key down. So on key down, we're gonna call the handle key down function, placeholder, it's going to be set data dot placeholder, and finally the class name and autofocus, let's turn it to on. So you're watching it's empty, this is actually input, that's why it's empty. For input, let's come back here, let's add the reference type, value, and everything actually same except this class name. You can see class name a little bit different here. I'm slowly scrolling so you can see it clearly. This is the input class name we are using. Yeah, and on key down, same handle key down, here we have to set up the step data dot field and step data dot type, then form data step data dot field, and when we are saving it, you can see it's right now different, it's looking actually beautiful. Now after this, after here, we can come out and we can add another div. It's going to be kind of big. So I mean the class name, you can see the class name, absolute right 0 top half, then translate by half, minus half, meaning I think -4 pixel if I'm not wrong. No, -50%. Okay, so half meaning 50% since it's translate. And text color, pointer events none, and the icon is basically this one, this step data dot icon. Yeah, cool. So it's looking actually beautiful. After this div, let's add another div with class name like this, that flex item center justify between and p8. Inside here we need another small logic that if the step data dot type is text area, then plus enter, otherwise press enter, and something like this. So it will actually look beautiful, nothing else, something like this. Press enter to continue. Yeah, so that's it. And finally we need on button, that handle click button, and it's going to be a little bit bigger. So let me add the button here, then I'm explaining it. So on click, it's gonna call the handle next, disabled when the is step is not valid, then disable. Class name rounded full px8, and rest you can just read it by yourself since it's a very big class name. I'm not reading all of it, I'm just slowly scrolling it so you can see it and write it by yourself. Now here, if the current step is matching with steps dot length minus on, then submit, otherwise continue. Same here, new different icons, sparkles icons or arrow right icon. Now let's come back here, and our this work is done. Just one small thing, one warning here. And let's see where is the warning. So here's the warning. We can change it to minimum height 30. Yeah. Now let's say what is the name of your business? We can say OneMinute Stack Incorporation. what is your website URL. So let's say onminutestack.com. You can see the animations. When I'm pressing enter, you can see it's giving us a beautiful animations. Any other links to add, this is completely optional, so we don't want anything else. And this is the submit button. It's looking really very professional. And let's come back here in this handle submit, because we have to right now work in this handle submit function. But this handle submit is going to be dynamic, so we have to make an API route for that. We can create a folder by giving them metadata, since we're going to store metadata from here, the user metadata. Now here, let's add a new folder by giving them store and route.js. And also in this metadata folder, create a new folder by giving them fetch and route.js. Yeah. Now in this store, what we're going to do, this is going to be on post gateway. So export async function post, it's going to receive the request. So next request from next server, next request from next/server. Now we're gonna get our user informations from here, that is authorized, and we need this because only logged in user can create on, like, store their metadata. Only logged in user can store their metadata. Import next response from next/server. If there is no user, meaning unauthorized request, then we're gonna return error from this API endpoint. Now otherwise, we're gonna receive the business name, website URL, and external links from our request.json, meaning the front end side. And then if business name and website URL, since they are required, if they're missing, we're gonna return an error that missing business name or website URL. Then finally, we can store this inside our database, but we don't have any schema, any table yet, so we're gonna create on table for metadata right now. So let's come back here. Let's say export constant metadata and pg table, then metadata, and here id, which is going to be text, and we can add this one sim. Then we need user email, the user, which user is creating this metadata, which user own the metadata, that user email. Then we need business name, that user business name, website URL, and finally external links and created that. That's it. We don't need anything else. Right now we can generate this table and we can store it. So npm run db generate, db migrate, and db push. So it will take some time. Yeah, done. Right now, if we come back here in our Notion, in our Neon database, when we're giving on here reload, you can see the metadata table is in here. Perfect. We can come back here and we can store our metadata inside our database right now. So constant metadata response, we can say await db dot insert the metadata from db schema dot values. We have to pass here user email, which is going to be user dot email. Then later on business name, website URL, and external links. That's it. Now we can say await cookies from next/headers dot set. We're gonna set the metadata inside our cookies so we can retrieve it easily. We don't have to call our database all the time to retrieve data for our metadata. And we can add the business name in here. We can save it. Finally, we can return the response, that metadata response, and set as 201. That's it. So our this store metadata API route work is done. Let's start the fetch one. This is also very important. Now finally here we have to add on get endpoint right now, since this is for fetching the data. Let's add here on try catch statement. If there is no logged in user, then we're gonna give on error that unauthorized, similar what we were doing in this store one, that same logic again here. And then we need our cookies information. So let's import cookies from next/headers, and we need our metadata cookies. If there is metadata cookies value, it means it's already in cached, so we can provide that as a response that exists true source cookie and the data, the metadata cookie.value, since it JSON stringify we did here. That's why we are again parsing the data with this JSON.parse. Now, if the cache miss, then we have to check inside our database right now. So await DB from DB client, metadata DB schema, and EQ from drizzle ORM. If there is any record matching with metadata.user email and the logged in user email, then there is the user metadata available in our database. So if record, then we can update the cookie. We can update the cookie like this, that cookies store.set metadata json.stringify the business name. We're storing the business name, HTTP only true, secure when secure true only for production. This is the maximum age, which is 30 days, and path, which is like root directory or root endpoint, we can say. After this, let's return the response, and the response is actually going from database, so that's why we're adding the source in here in the API response. Yeah, and finally we can return on response that exist false and data null if none of them are available, then yeah, just as a fallback. And if it's catch any error, then console log the error and send on error response as the API response. So fetch endpoint and store endpoint work is done. API endpoint work is done. Right now we can make it dynamic. So constant response await fetch /API /metadata /store. Method is going to be post. We're gonna pass here some headers, that content type, which is going to be application /JSON, and body JSON dot stringify. We're gonna pass the business underscore name, which is going to be the form data dot business name, website underscore URL, form data dot website URL, and finally the external links, which is form data dot external links. And after this we can say await response dot JSON and set is submitting, make it false. Then finally we can give on reload, so window.location.reload to the page to refetch the data. Yeah, that's it. It's looking actually perfect. Now what next? Very important thing. Let's come back in this page.tsx. Since we do have dynamic data, we need to make it client side component now. So use client, then we need to use state hook. So to use state hook, something like this: is metadata available and is loading and set is loading. Now we can call here an use effect hook, something like this: import use effect from React and fetch the metadata from the API slash metadata slash fetch endpoint. We're getting the data in this data.exist. This is just on Boolean. So if it's available, then true, otherwise false. If it's available, then what? Then we are not going to show this initial form to the user because user already stored their informations. But if is loading, then return on loader, something like this: that flex1, flex, w full, item center, justify center, and p4. You can see it's giving 200 response. It means it's actually working. And then here we can come back, we can cart this, we can say if is metadata available is false, then this one, otherwise we're gonna show something different. Yeah, now we can see it's still taking us to here. It means we haven't stored our user information yet, means the business informations. So let's add it on minute stack. We can say continue done, continue, and I don't want to add any external links. So after that, it's probably giving an error, or I don't know. It's not giving any error. You can see it's actually taking me to this slash dashboard. Even if I give reload, it will not show me this initial form anymore. Why? If we come back in this database, if we give on reload, you can see the metadata is here: the ID, the user email, the business name, the website URL, and external links, which is empty. So it's perfectly coming here. Yeah, so we perfectly stored our user business information. Right now, let's do the next work. Next work is here. We're gonna create a new, actually a new component, but for now we don't need, since this is the slash dashboard. We have to come back to this dashboard layout.tsx and we have to change here. We have to add a lot of things right now. So let's start one by one. Here we can say when the metadata cookie.value is available, then children, but actually no, we have to cut it. Let's add here on, yeah, let's add on fragment, fine, but let's add here on sidebar component. We're gonna create that right now, and another div with class name little bit big, something like this. So let me show you the class name. You can see, you can just slowly read it by yourself and you can write it. Now inside here we can add the header. So header is actually a different component, so let's comment it for now and let's call the main tag and add on flex one and then call the children. Now regarding sidebar, we have to create the sidebar now. So let's come back in this dashboard and let's create sidebar.tsx, RAFCE sidebar components, dashboard sidebar. We make sure that you're importing from the correct source. Yeah, so sidebar is in here. Perfect. Now if I add here bg rate 500 and h 100, nothing is happening because width is missing, I guess. I am right. Yeah, fine, no problem. We're gonna work here right now. So at first, let's add here w64 border r, border white by 5, on background color like 05 0509, flex call H screen, position fixed, left is 0, top is 0, zindex 40, display hidden from MD flakes. Inside here we can add our website logo. So logo, something like this, the logo mark and the logo name. We could make on component also because we're reusing this logo everywhere, but fine, since it's done. You can also copy it from the header component, the same logo we are using everywhere. Now, after this, we need the sidebar items. After this two div, let's come outside. Let's add on nav. Yeah, we can add it. Class name flex1 p4 space y4. Sorry, 1 overflow y auto. Inside here we need actually our sidebar items, and we're gonna add here our sidebar items array, something like this, that dashboard, the icon will be layout dashboard, href is slash dashboard, book open, this is for knowledge, sections is actually for like storing or creating new sections, then chatbot is the bot icon, message square is the conversation, and settings is the setting. So that's it. I'm just saving it now. Still nothing because we have to use it right now. We're gonna use it right now. Let's say sidebar items dot map item constant is active 1 minute. We need here another first bracket, and here on first bracket syntax mistake. Okay, we have to return it. Yeah, now path name. So path name is actually coming from here, from use path name. Let's make it use client now. Since we're using DOM, this use path name is on hook and it's only supported in use client. Now inside here, path name, if it's matching with item.href, then it's active. Yeah, inside return, let's add link from next/link, and inside link we have to add key, which is going to be item.href, and the href is going to be item.href. The class name, which is definitely going to be bigger, so cn, and something like this. Sorry, yeah. So cn, import cn from lib and utils, and this is the class name, flex item center gap 3. You can read the rest by yourself from the next project. I think I will provide you the like design source codes for free. Otherwise it's really take a lot of time. I love to give more time on the logical part or on the backend part. So yeah, just slowly read it for this project. You can just see it, and let's save it. Inside this link we have to add our item.icon and item.level, and let's go. Our sidebar is ready. You can see dashboard, knowledge, sections, chatbot, conversation, and settings. Now after this nav tag, let's come outside, and this is the profile or bottom bar, we can say. bottom area. So let's add here another div with something like this, that p4 border t border white 5, and let's add here on big div something like this. Let me show you slowly. Wait, let me write it. It's actually pretty big, so let me show you slowly. So let's start with on div class name. Just read it. Flex item center gap 3, and rest you can read it by yourself. Now inside here we need another small div, something like this, and metadata is giving error because we haven't added the metadata here yet. However, just read the class name and then we're gonna add the metadata now. The class name is pretty big, to be honest. Metadata. Now metadata is actually coming from our useState hook. Okay, so metadata and set metadata. Let's import useState from React. Is loading, set is loading, and we need our user information, so we can take that from the use user hook we created. We need the email, so email is here. Now let's add here on use effect hook. Let's import use effect from React. We're fetching the metadata, the /API/metadata/fetch. Why do we need the metadata? Because we're gonna show our business name in the bottom area, something like this. You can see the avatar here. The on means on-minute stack, the first two letter. We're slicing the first two letter and we're making an avatar with that. Yeah, after this div, let's come out and let's add another small div like this, and inside here we're gonna show our business name. So when the is loading is true, then loading, otherwise our business name, that on-minute stack incorporation, the dynamic value, and then finally the email, the logged in user email. So it's actually looking very beautiful right now. The sidebar is looking really beautiful. And one thing, instead of div we can add here a side tag. That makes more sense since it's sidebar. Yeah, done. So our sidebar work is actually done, except the logo. If anyone click here, redirect the user to home page. Yeah, perfect. So dashboard, if I click this knowledge, it will definitely give us an error because the knowledge page is not available yet, but we're gonna create that right now. We're gonna start to work for the knowledge sections, chatbot, and conversations page one by one. And most importantly, the settings. We're gonna have so many features in the setting page. So yeah, don't wasting time, let's start to work for the knowledge page. So for working with the knowledge page, we have to go to this app folder, dashboard folder. We have to create a new folder by giving name knowledge, and we can create on page.tsx inside here on page. And if you right now hit knowledge, here you go, you can see it's not giving any error. The knowledge page is here right now. All right, so let's remove the page, and in here let's add class name p6 from md p8 space y8, maximum width 7xl, mx auto animate in. Well, I'm writing it. Fine, let me finish. Fade in, and duration is going to be 500 millisecond. Yeah, inside here we do have an header area for this knowledge page, so we just need on div with these class names. You can just read these class names slowly. and you can also write it by yourself. Then after that, we need another div with some static text like knowledge base and manage your website sources, documents, and upload files. So these are the class names. You can again read it by yourself. So knowledge base and manage your website sources, documents, and uploads here. So this is the main important thing for our this chatbot. This is the knowledge base of the chatbot. You can like add more knowledges inside here. So yeah, after this div, let's add here another div for actually add knowledge button. This is going to work as on add knowledge button. After clicking, it's going to call the open model and it's going to pass website into that. So let's say constant open model, it's going to receive that tab which is going to be string, and inside here we actually going to set some value to some use state hook. So default tab and set default tab, we have to make it use client. So use client, and here in this open model, let's call the set default tab and pass that tab in here. Then another state we have to add right now, that is at open, and set is at open, make it true. So yep, open model is ready. Now we can save it, and here you go, add knowledge button is here. When we're clicking, nothing is happening because we have to do some more work. Let's go to the button component, and inside here let's add cursor pointer so that by default it shows us pointer cursor. Yeah, looks good. Now after this everything, actually let's go out from this div and let's add here a new component called quick actions. Yeah, so quick actions, and we have to pass this on open model, which is going to be this open model state, and quick actions, we're gonna create it right now. Let's go to this components dashboard. Let's create a new folder by giving name knowledge, and inside here we can say quick actions.tsx and rafce quick actions. We can import quick actions in here, we can save it. Inside here we're gonna receive the on open model, which is going to be actually on tab and on, it's basically on callback function. Yeah, now inside here let's remove this text. Let's add on class name for this div, something like this, the grid calls 1, from md grid calls 3, and gap 6. Inside here we need to add on button, so let me add on button. Let's import button from component cy button, and variant is outline. This is the class name. Let me slowly scroll it. You can write it by yourself. So yeah, this is the big class name, and when we're clicking here, it's going to open the model, the website one. Now we need on div here with on globe icon, something like this. Let me slowly scroll it. Let me slowly move it so you can read it, the class names. Yeah, so you can see this is how it will look like. It's looking really very beautiful. After the globe, let's add here another div with the content that actually add website. This is the div with the span with this text that add website, and on paragraph with this styling, and inside here crawl your website or specific pages to automatically keep your knowledge base in sync. So yeah, if you right now click here, nothing is happening because we have to create the model, this on open model. I mean, not this on open model. When the open model is true, we have to show something. We have to show on cart, right? Or on, like, on model. And we have to create that. Now, after this button, let's add another button. The same type of button, you can see. It's actually same. Just this value is upload. Yeah. And inside here, still everything is same, just the value is different. Here we need an upload icon, an upload file, and upload CSV file to instantly train your assistant with existing document. You can just check the class names. There might be some color difference, otherwise everything is actually same. Yeah. So upload file and add website. Now the last one is actually manual text. So the same button, but this time it's going to be for manual text. So manual text, and we need here file icon from Lucid React with this different text color, and here the different hover color. Yeah. So manual text, upload file, and add website. It's right now looking really very beautiful. So that's it. Quick actions component work is done. We can save it. We can come back here in our page.tsx in the knowledge. Now we need another component, and that is knowledge table. But let me do one thing before knowledge table. Let me add here the model component. So add knowledge model. Very, very important. We're gonna create it right now inside this knowledge folder, in this dashboard components dashboard knowledge folder. We're gonna create a new file by giving name add knowledge model.tsx. Yeah. So RAFCE add knowledge model. Let's come back here, import it and save it. Now in this add knowledge model, we're gonna receive so many things. So let's make here on interface for that. So let's add an interface that add knowledge model props. We're going to receive here is open, which is going to be boolean, set is open, which is on callback function of that boolean, default tab, set default tab, on import is loading an existing source, which is coming from this knowledge source, and knowledge source is actually on type. So let me do one thing. In the root directory, let's create a new folder by giving them types, and we can say types d.ts, and here we can create on interface that knowledge source, something like this, that id, user email, type, name, status, source URL, content, metadata, last updated and created at. We need some more type, that on for source type, another on for source status. Yeah, that's it. Our global TypeScript file is ready. Let's come back here now again, and let's say add knowledge model props. Yeah, and here then we're gonna receive is open, set is open, default tab, set default tab, then on import, then is loading existing sources. Yeah, after this, let's come inside here, and let's use dialog instead of div. So import dialog from components UI dialog. Inside this dialog, we need open state. The open state is going to be this is open value, then on open change, open open and callback, Inside here, set is open. We're gonna set this open value. If open is false, then set error. Null. So set error, you might be thinking from where it's coming. So set error is actually on state. We have to add that in here. The states are actually these few use states. Let me show you one by one. So website URL, set website URL, docs title, docs content, uploaded file, and error, and set error. We can save it. We can come back inside this dialog. Inside this dialog, we need on dialog content. So dialog content with this class name. Sorry, not Redux UI. We have to import it from components UI and components. Yeah. So let's change it with this as per the suggestion. This is the background color. This is the border styling and texting 100 P0 overflow hidden and some like gap 0. Yeah, now here from this add knowledge model, we have to pass some value. First of all is open, set is open, default tab, then set default tab, then on import, and is loading, and existing source. So we need these three new state. So let's add it one by one. First one is knowledge storing loader. Second one is knowledge sources loader, and next one is knowledge sources. Yeah, and finally the handle import source function. So handle import source, it's going to be on async function. Just make it empty for now. We're gonna work here later. Yeah, add knowledge model. Now inside here, inside this dialog content, we need right now a lot of things. Inside here, at first, let's add our dialog header. Something like this, that add new source, which is our dialog title, and dialog description is choose a content type to train your assistant. So when I'm hitting this add website, you can see here it is that add new source, choose a content type to train your assistant. Perfect. Now after this, let's add tabs from components UI tabs, and default value is going to be website, value is going to be default tab, on value change, it's going to be set default tab and pass the value, then set error and make it null. Yeah, that's it. And then we need actually here on class name that w full, nothing else. Inside these tabs, we need another div, something like this, very small. Inside this div, we need our tab list. So tabs list. So let's import tabs list from components UI tabs. Inside this, let's add our tabs trigger. So tabs trigger value is going to be website. This is the class name. When the data state is active, then bg transparent. When the data state is active, then some shadow. For the data state active, border b2, then this border color rounded none, and you can read the rest of the styling. Very simple, pretty big to be honest, but this is the tabs styling. Yeah, That's it. We can save it right now. We can come back here. This is the website. Now after this we need Q&A and text. So after this tabs trigger, let's add it in here. Something like this. Same styling here again. Everything is actually same, the styling. You can notice it by yourself. Just in this data state active, actually it's completely same. Yeah, it's completely same. And value is text, and here it's Q and A or text. Now final on is file upload. So let me add the file upload in here. Now let's come outside from this div. Let's create another div with class name, something like this. Instead of 200 pixel, we can say 50. If there is any error message or any error, then we can show an alert from components UI alert on alert circle, from Lucid React on alert descriptions, from component UI alert. When there is an error, then we're gonna show that error message in here. Yeah. Otherwise we're gonna show the tabs content. So the tabs content, let's import tabs content from components UI tabs. Inside here, we're gonna add on div, something like this. And we have to import globe icon from Lucid React. This is the div. Let me slowly show you. The preview is going to be something like this, that crawl website, entire website URL to crawl significantly or add a specific page link to provide focused content. Yeah, now after this, we're gonna add our input. So after this div, let's add the div with on label that website URL, and on input that the website URL endpoint. Yeah. I did a small mistake. Let me cut this and let's go out from this div. Yes. Now you can see website URL is in here and it's looking perfect. Now after this tabs content, let's add tabs content for our value for our text. So everything is still same here. You can see the tabs content styling. Actually not same. Actually not same. Oh no, it's actually same. It's completely same. You can see completely same. And inside here, we need our file text icon, and these stylings are kind of same, just the colors are different, I guess. Then raw text and paste existing FAQs, policies or internal notes directly. So you can see it's looking like this. Now after this, we have to add our that content. So after this two div, let's add another div like this, the title and the like raw text, like the title. Then we can add the content for the like text. So text area, and this is the docs content. You can add any raw text as a knowledge source for your chatbot. Yeah. So content, and after this we can add another tabs content, and this on is actually going to be for upload. This is a little bit different. Let me show you. This is the tab content upload. This is same. Here we are adding an input, and the ID is CSV file input because we are actually accepting on the .csv for now. And we are processing the file in here since we have to send the file in our backend. And then we need an upload icon here. And we are actually saying that maximum 10 MB, you can upload CSV file in here. Yeah, only CSV is available like this. Yep. Now finally, after all of these, after this div, we need another div for our button. So let's add on div like this, that p6 border t, border white by 5, bg black 20, divide by 20, display flex, justify end and gap 3. Inside here, let's add on button, import button from components UI button, variant cost, and on click set is open false. This is the class name, and this is for cancel. So cancel, it's looking beautiful. And after this button, we need another button, and this is for import the source. So something like this. The styling is like this. You can see it by yourself. We need loader to icon, and we need this handle import wrapper function. We're gonna create that right now in here in this component. Let's go to top. Let's add the function. It's going to be an async function. Set error, it's going to be null. Constant data, we're going to receive the type, the default tab, yeah, and let's define type as any for now. If default tab equals to website, then we have to do on basic validations. If there is no website URL, set error, please enter an website URL, yeah, then we can return the function. If the validate URL, so validate URL is basically on utility function. Validate URL, let me create it in here. Validate URL, it's going to receive the URL. URL type is going to be string. We can just add here a try catch statement and some basic like parsing logic. We can say when there is HTTP or HTTPS inside the URL, then it's actually valid. Otherwise, it's not valid. Yeah. So now in here, we're validating it. Everything is fine. After this, we can check for duplicates, okay, because we have to check it that is the data available or not. Okay, so website URL dot replace, we cannot let the user to add on website knowledge for multiple time, because that's like on spamming, and we must protect our applications from spamming. So existing sources dot sum source, and if the source dot type equals to not website or source dot source URL, then return false. Then we can normalize the source. So normalized source dot source URL dot replace. This is on regex pattern. I know it's looking a little bit weird. What we're doing, let me explain you now. Let me finish, then I'm explaining it. Then return normalized source. If it's matching with normalized input, then true. Yeah. Then if exist, then we have to show an error that this website is already in your knowledge base. Otherwise, finally, data.url, we can set the website URL. Yeah. Else if default tab, if it's text. Then let me explain here first what I was writing in here. So inside the existing source, this is our existing sources data, and we are looking for the source URL. Okay, if the source type is not website, or if the source or source URL, if the source doesn't have any source URL, then return it, make it false. Okay, because it doesn't exist. But if there is, then we are actually comparing it. Okay, we are checking the normalized source versus we are checking with our normalized input. If it's matching, it means there is on like same knowledge source already available inside your database, or inside like in your account. Here you do have already on knowledge base, and definitely we will not let you to add same knowledge base again and again. Yeah, that's it. I think you understand it now. After this, if the default tab is text, then if docs title.trim, let's call it, then set error, set the message like this, that please enter a title and return the function. If docs content.trim, meaning there is no document, sorry, there is no content in the details in here, in the content, then we are saying please provide content. When there is data everywhere, then data.title is going to be docs title, and data.content is going to be also docs content. Yeah. Finally, else if default tab equals to upload, then we have to purge the file. So if there is no upload file, it means please select a file to upload. Otherwise, we can set the value in the upload file value in here. Yeah, and at last we can call our on import. We can pass the data, and we can reset all the variables value like this, that set website URL empty, docs title empty, docs content empty, uploaded file null, and set error null. Yeah, our dialog work is actually done. The model work is done. If I'm hitting import source, you can see please enter a website URL. I'm writing something like this, please enter a valid URL. So it's actually working. The form validation is working. You can notice everything is perfectly working. Yeah. Now what next? The next thing is we have to make it dynamic right now. It's very important. So to make it dynamic, we have to come back again in this page.tsx, and we're gonna make it dynamic now. Now let's add website URL at first. Okay, we have to crawl website data. It's very important how we're gonna crawl our website data. So we're gonna use on platform called ZenRows. This is the platform which provide us scraping data features, web scraping infrastructure with 99.93% success rate. And we're gonna use this application for scraping any website, and we will store that scraping data, and not directly. We will send that to OpenAI for summarizing that like in a appropriate way to give context to our machine learning model later on. I'm explaining that slowly. Right now you'll not understand that. So for now, what we have to do, let's say we're gonna implement this add website features, okay, crawl website feature, and we're gonna actually do that now. First of all, in this handle import source, let's call our set knowledge storing loader true, make it true. Let's add on try catch statement. Let's add here on let variable. If data dot type equals to upload, and there is data dot file, then what we have to work with form data. Okay, otherwise response is going to be await fetch slash API knowledge slash store. Yeah, store. Method, it's going to be post. Content type is going to be application slash JSON. And in body, we're going to pass our data. This data, which is coming in this parameter. Yeah. Now, if it's upload, then let's finish it now. Let's say we need on form data. Actually, we need on form data since this is on file. So new form data dot append, add here type, which is upload, form data dot append file data dot file. Yeah, and response equals to await fetch slash API slash knowledge slash store, and method is going to be post, and body is going to be the form data. Oh shit, form data. Yeah. Else is done. Now if the response is not okay, if there is any error in the response, then we can throw on new error that fail to store source. Yeah. Then we have to update our response data. Response data means this table, this knowledge based table, without giving any reload. So we can again refetch our knowledge data from this API. We don't have this API yet. We're gonna create it right now. Actually fetch. So since this is get request, we don't have to add anything else. Yeah. Now new data and set knowledge sources, new data dot sources, make set is open to false. If it's catch any error, then console log the error, and finally set knowledge sources loader, make it false. Yeah, done. Now this work is done. We need to make our API route now. So for knowledge, let's create a new folder here by giving name knowledge, and store in this API folder, this knowledge folder, in this stored folder, let's add on route.ts. In this knowledge folder, let's add on fetch endpoint, so route.ts. Yeah, let's store first, then we can implement the fetch one as well. So it's going to be post endpoint. So next request, we're going to receive your request as a parameter, which type is next request. Sorry, not callback. Let's add on try catch statement, that same line again, that is authorized. If there is no user, then we can return that same error, that unauthorized, something like this. Then we have to understand the content type, since we're submitting the form data and the website URL and everything from this on endpoint. First we have to understand the content type. Then if the content type includes multi-part form data. Then this is on like file upload. So form data await request dot form data. Now type form data dot get type as string. Type is giving error because we have to add here two let variable, that let type string and let body any. Yeah. Now if our type equals to upload, then we need the file, that form data dot get file as file. If there is no file, then no file provided. After that, we have to read the CSV file content. It's very, very important. It's not simple. We have to read the CSV file content. So how can we do that? We need our file content at first. So we can say file.text and we will get the file content. We can then check the lines, that file content.split and line.trim, and then we can get the header. Now we need unformatted content. So let formatted content empty string. We need markdown. So we are actually sending this file content and we are adding this markdown as this formatted content value. So what is this summarize markdown? This is also another function we have to create. So summarize markdown we have to create inside this lib folder. We can say open ai.ts because we will have a lot of function here. So let me create actually export async function. We can create it like this: summarize markdown, which is going to be string. We can add here on try catch statement. Now this is a very big function. For now, let's keep it like this. We're gonna work here later because it's going to be a different part. Now formatted content. I think I did something wrong somewhere. Formatted content. What's the spelling? Formatted content. Okay. What it's saying? Type void is not assignable to type string. Okay, because they haven't like sent any response from here. That's why it's speaking like this. So let's say we're gonna return a string from here. Type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. Okay, it could be undefined. This is what it's saying. Let's do one thing. Let's add here any type. The error will be actually gone. Yeah. Now we can store these informations in our database, but for now we're not gonna focus in there. Let's come in this else part. Now the body await request.json. The type, let's set the value for the type, the body dot type. This is for handling the regular JSON request. Okay. Now if our type equals to website, then what we have to scrape data for the website, right? We have to scrape the website data. For an example, if I'm adding here something like this, then I have to scrape these website informations, this full website informations like from here to till the end, I need everything inside on summarized format so that we can use this like full website content as on context layer for our machine learning model. And because of that context layer, our machine learning model will be able to answer like a real human, and that's what we are building. We're building on real human like chatbot. That's why we must need this. Okay, so for implementing or for scraping data, as I said earlier, we're gonna use ZenRows. So let's start to use ZenRows. So let's create a new account in ZenRows. You'll find out the ZenRows website link also in my video description box. You can click there, it will redirect you into ZenRows, and you can click this start free trial button and sign up with Google. But let me do one thing. Let me do login from my Safari browser. So I'm going to zenrows.com, start free trial, sign up with Google. Then I'm selecting on of my account. I'm hitting continue. And how do you want to get started using my own code base or using an automation tool? So for our case, we're gonna use it inside our own code base, so we can select this one. After creating an account, you will get on 14 days free trial. But for me, it's showing me on day trial left because I actually created my account 13 days ago. That's why I already do have just on day left right now. But that's not any problem. Let's hit this playground right now. And from here, we have to copy this API key. This is very, very important. We have to must copy the ZenRows API key. Let's go to our project.env again. And inside here, let's write ZenRows underscore API underscore key. And let's paste our ZenRows API key. Now after this, let's come inside here again. And for working with ZenRows, it's very easy. We don't need to do a lot of work. We can just send on request to their API. So let's say new URL, and the endpoint is going to be https //api.zenrows.com/v1/ and here we can add some search params. So zenrows.search params.set, we have to set the API key. So API key, which is going to be process.env.zenrows API key. Yeah. After this, we need our URL. So url.search params.set URL, which is going to be the body.url. And finally, the response type. This is very important. For our this project, we are using Markdown. Now let me explain you what is the meaning of Markdown. So let's say we wanna scrape our Becodemy website data. So https www.becodemy.com. Now I am scrolling it, and you can see we do have some options here like Markdown, HTML, screenshot, or even more. So we can actually select Markdown, then this will give us on Markdown informations for our this full website. So I'm just clicking this run and preview result, and you can see it's telling me getting result from Becodemy. And here you go, this is our Becodemy website full data. It is scraped from the website. It's really very powerful. Without doing any hard work, we are getting any website information like this. We do have even more options here like JavaScript rendering, then adaptive stealth mode, then premium proxies like a route through residential IPs to reduce blocking and access, geo-restricted sites best for tough anti-bot pages. So you can also even turn on this, but when you are turning on it, it will use more credits. So for us, we don't need any of that. We can just make this Markdown and we will get our website data easily. It's very easy for us. Now, after this, we can say constant arrays await fetch gen url dot to string, we can call it. Then inside here we have to pass the headers, where we have to pass the user agent. So user agent, which is going to be, let's say, OneMinute Support bot slash 1.0. It can be anything. For ourselves, we can write something like this. Yeah. Now we're gonna get the HTML response. So constant HTML await res dot text. Yeah. Now if there is no res dot text, it means there's something wrong. So ZenRows request failed. So we can just call that in here. We can save that, and after this here, after this line, actually here we can say constant markdown equals to await summarize markdown, and we can pass this HTML inside here. Now this summarize markdown, this is also very important. Now for now, let's just console log it, since it's not gonna do anything for now. Finally, we have to send on response, so we can do that from here, something like this. If it's catch any error, then we can console log the error and send an error response to like as an API response. Now I send here on response because I want to just check it that is ZenRows working perfectly with our project or not. So we can actually get that from here, from this markdown. Yeah, so markdown, not markdown, HTML. Cool. Now let's come back here and let's hit add website, and yeah, everything fine. Let's hit this import source. Here you go, it's loading. Let's come back here. There is something wrong, I think. Yeah, export a named for, I think I did something wrong somewhere. Export async function post. This is fine. So what's wrong here? All right, it was not working because I did a very small, not small, a very crazy level of mistake. If you notice here, this logic, if the content type includes multi-part form data, then this, else nothing. So the problem is here, if you look at this else should not start from here. So let's cut everything from this else. Let's cut it, don't delete it. Let's cut everything, and let's add this after this if. So here the else. So let's paste the else here right now. Let me again show you. If the content type includes multi-part form data, then this, otherwise this else. Okay, right now if we save this code and if we come back here, if we give a reload, hit add website. Now let's suppose add another website link, or even we can add our Becodemy website as well. We can hit import source. Here you go. You can see the markup is actually appearing here. It means it's actually working now. So very good. Now what next? Since we're getting our website data, we have to summarize it. Why do we have to summarize it? If you notice the response, this is a very big response, and we should not store response like this. We should summarize it in a format so that AI can easily understand that, and we can save tokens. Most importantly, we can save tokens. So only for that reason, we are gonna summarize this big markup text into on paragraph. Yeah, so let's come back in this summarize markdown function right now, and let's finish this function. This function is going to be very important for this project because it's kind of like a backbone for our project. So await OpenAI, and OpenAI, we have to install a new library for OpenAI. We can open a new terminal and we can say npm I OpenAI And let's import OpenAI from OpenAI and HTTPS from HTTPS. We need an agent, on custom agent, and this is just for development, that reject unauthorized, make it false. For development, set to true. For development false, otherwise set true in production. Then custom fetch, this is also for development mode. We need this since we're in the development mode now. So custom fetch URL request info URL or URL, and initialize that request in it. This is just an agent. If it's starting with HTTPS, then agent, otherwise undefined. Yeah. Now the most important, that is export constant OpenAI, new OpenAI. We can pass the API key, which is going to be process.env.openAI base URL, base underscore URL. So we need our OpenAI base URL. We're gonna add that, and later on, let's come back here. OpenAI .chat .completion or completion .create. Inside here we can define model. Now regarding the model selections, we're gonna use GPT-4o mini. This is very powerful, at the same time very cheap. So for this project, GPT-4o mini is the perfect model we actually need. Now temperature, we can set it 0.1. Maximum token, on token limit, so maximum token we can say 900. And the messages array, the most interesting and the important one. Now here we can define role. So this is the system role and the system content. This part is very important. This is the system prompt. So here it's kind of big and you don't have to write it by yourself. I will provide it in the Notion file. You can also copy it. This is the content, that you are a data summarization engine for an AI chatbot. Your task: convert the input website markdown or text or CSV files data into a clean, dense summary for LLM context uses. Strict rules: output only plain text, no markdown, no bullet points, no headings. Write as continuous paragraph. Remove navigations, menus, buttons, CTS, pricing, and all other things. Why we are adding rules like this? Because if you notice the markdown, it has actually everything. It found genders, found like a lot of things from the Becodemy landing page, and it's giving us everything, all the informations. But we don't need all of that for for a chatbot. We just need plain data or the important data. That's why we are summarizing it. The result will be stored as a long-term context for a chatbot. And most important thing, you can see I added here on word limit. The final output must be under 2000 word. Yeah. And then after this, let's add our user role. So role is going to be user and content is going to be markdown. Yeah, we can save it now. Now here return the completion dot choices, the first index, then message content trim or empty string. Yeah, if it's catch any error, then we can show the error and we can throw the error, that error and in summarization and the error. Yeah, so we can actually save it right now. If we come back here, if you right now console log the markdown, you will see on magic. Let me give on reload. Basically it will give an error right now. Very important. Why? Because we have to add our OpenAI API key. I forgot it. This is going to be OpenAI API key, not base URL. I did a small mistake here. OpenAI API key, and we need the fetch function, that custom fetch and the base URL, which is going to be the base URL. Yeah, that's why I was thinking as I'm doing something wrong. So base URL is this one, OpenAI base URL, API key is this one, and custom fetch, we're calling this custom fetch function. Now OpenAI API key and base URL, let's come back here, API key and base URL. So how do you get this OpenAI API key and base URL? Let me show you. So just go to platform.openai.com, create an account if you don't have any account, and if you do have an account, just sign in into your account, then hit this dashboard, and from here let's hit this billing or uses, not uses, we have to click billing. I think billing is in here if I'm not wrong. Billing, I'm looking for the billing, I forgot it where it was. Yeah, it is here, billing. So you have to add here some credits, like I do have $4.89 balance. You have to add minimum $5, I think. No, minimum, yeah, minimum is $5. You can add $5, or even you can add $100, but for testing $5 is also fine. I added $5 like I think on a year ago. Still I do have $4.89 because I haven't used it a lot. And after that you have to click this API keys sections. You can click this create new section, create new secret key, and you will get on secret key for your project. You just have to give a name for your project, and that's it. You just have to copy the secret key and you have to paste that in here. I'm not showing my API secret key for security purpose, but after copying the secret key, you just have to paste that in here. You don't have to do anything else. Yeah, so I'm quickly copying my secret key from somewhere, like from another project, and I'm pasting that in here. And for security reason, I can show you this. Yeah, you're probably watching it already, but it's not the full value. Yep. Now I'm saving it. Let's go. Right now, let's come back here. We don't need the markdown, like that long markdown value right now. We're gonna get the summarize markdown. Yeah. Now let's come back here, give on reload, hit add website, becodemy.com, hit import source. It's loading, it's actually doing its work. Yeah, here you go. You can see this is the summarized text from the Becodemy landing page. It's saying Becodemy is an AI-powered learning platform that creates personalized learning roadmaps based on individual goals and timelines. And you can just read the rest of the summarization. It's actually very powerful and very beautiful. You can see it's looking perfect for on a machine learning model context. Yeah, cool. Small, not big, but very powerful. Yeah. Now, after this, what we have to do? We have to store these informations inside our database. So we don't have it yet. I mean, we don't have our schema yet. So let's create the schema right now. Let's go to db and schema.ts. So schema.ts, and it's actually knowledge source. Export constant knowledge underscore source pg table, then knowledge underscore source. Now we're gonna add the ID and email, user email by default. So this is the by default generated ID and user email, which user knowledge source is this one. Yeah. Then after that we need our knowledge type, because it can be website script knowledge, it can be like file knowledge or text knowledge. Like there is a type for our knowledge. Now name, this is very important. This is for showing in the home page. And then status is going to be by default active. Source URL, this is for website. So for website, which website script data is this one? So we need that website source URL. Now the content, the like this modified or this summarized markdown, we're gonna store that in this content field. And metadata, so this is for file. When there is a file, like the file could have on file size and file type, so we are storing that in, we can store that in here. This is an optional field. And then finally last updated and created at date. So last updated and created at. Let me open our terminal again. Let me generate the DB, migrate it, and upload it into Neon. So just wait. In npm run db push. Yeah, we can come back in our route again, and inside here, after this, we can say await db dot insert. So import db from db client, then dot insert knowledge source dot values. We have to pass here user email, which is going to be user dot email. Type is going to be website. Then name is going to be body dot url. Status active. Source url body dot url. Content is the markdown. Yeah, that's it. Now else if the type equals to text, then let content, which is going to be body dot content. Why I'm doing like this? Because user can add on very big text, on very big like manual content. It can be 1000 words, or it can be 2000 words, but we cannot add those big like those big content inside our database. We can add that in our database. That's, we don't have any problem for that. But when we're gonna send all of that as context layer to this GPT-4o mini model, then we have to pay money for each token. So our target is to reduce the token all the time. So that's why if the content length is more than 500, then again we're gonna summarize that to make it smaller. Yeah, so we can write that logic here again. If the body dot content dot length is more than 500, then constant markdown await summarize markdown body dot content. Yeah, then the content value will be this markdown. And finally we can store our these new data into database. So db.insert and knowledge source values will be like this. This time type is text, name is body.title, status is active, content is content. Yeah, and we can send this response like this, that source added successfully. Sorry, we already do have it in here. We don't need to do anything. It's already in here. We just have to come back in here in this multipart form data because we haven't finished it yet. Let's come back here again in the multipart form data. After this formatted content, here we have to store it into database. So db.insert knowledge source dot values and user email is going to be user email, type is upload, name is file.name, status active, content the formatted content. We are sending the file content into the summarized markdown because CSV file structure is very bad. We need a structured text for giving context to a machine learning model. Yeah, now metadata. We can say json.stringify. We can add here file name, which is going to be file dot name, file size, row count, and headers. Yeah, so we are storing all of these informations as metadata. Now after this, we can send on response that CSV file uploaded successfully and status 200. Yeah, our this file work is actually done. It's ready to use now. Cool. Let's come back to this page right now and let's make it dynamic. Since we do have all the informations, we can easily make it dynamic now. Just add here is authorized. If the user is not logged in, then unauthorized. Then we can search for the sources data. So await db, import db from db client, knowledge source from db and schema, and eq from drizzle orm. So drizzle orm, and we're saying that from a knowledge source where the knowledge source user email is matching with this user dot email, the logged in user dot email, give us that sources. So we can add that sources in here right now. Perfect. Right now you will see the magic. Let's come back here, give on reload, add website. Let's add a different website this time, that onminutestack.com. Hit import source. And here you go, it's actually loading. It's taking a little bit time, which is very natural because we're doing so many work. We're scraping data. At the same time, we're also sending requests to OpenAI. You can see store and fetch done. This time in fetch response, we're watching that we do have on source in here. And this is the content. And if we come back to our database, our Neon database, you will see the magic in here. When I'm giving on reload, this is our knowledge source table. This is the data. This is the name and status and source URL, and this is the content. So it's pretty big, which is very natural. Now let's do our next work. We have to show our content in here in a table. Yeah, so we can easily do that. Since we do have our data right now, we can do that in here. We can add here a new component called knowledge table. So knowledge table. Yeah, let's copy this name. Let's come back in here. Let's go to components, dashboard, knowledge, and knowledge table.tsx. tsx actually, yeah, RFCE knowledge table. Yeah, we're gonna pass 3 parameters in here: sources, on source click, and is loading. So on source click, handle source click, we must need to create on function here. Why? I'm gonna explain after some time. That type is going to be the knowledge source set selected source. We're gonna send this source. Set is sheet open. So we have to create these 2 new use state hook. We're gonna create that right now. So first of all, this set selected source, we can add that in here. And finally this sheet open. Yeah, so is sheet open or set is sheet open. Now let's come back here, and it's giving on TypeScript a warning, which is very natural. We have to come back here. We have to receive everything. So we can say sources on source click and is loading. We're gonna receive that in knowledge table props. So knowledge table props. Let's create here on interface that knowledge table props. The sources type is going to be knowledge source array on source click. That just that callback function, which is going to return on void, and is loading is boolean. Now let's remove this text. Let's add here curt instead of div. Import curt from our component CY curt. The class name is going to be border white by 5, and on background color that 0A0A0E. Yeah. Inside here, let's add curt header, and curt header will have also on class name called pb4. Now we have to add here our header content. Let's add on div here something like this. Inside here, let's add our curt title. So curt title, that sources, you can see it's looking crazy actually. Okay, because we have to add something like this. Yeah, so sources, and now here we have to add another div after this curt title, something like this. This is the div. So you can see the class name. Slowly, this is input, on button, on filter icon. Let me show you the class name. So this is the class name. Again, let me show you, and here it's suggesting us to change it with these values. It's not any mistake, but it's suggesting us to change it like that. Yeah, so it's looking really beautiful now. After this div, this two div, actually after this card header, we should start our card content. So card content, inside card content we can add on table. So table, inside this table we need on table header. So table header, we need on table row. Table row will have these small class names, this small styling, custom styling, and then we need our table head value, something like this. That name, we can copy this, we can change this to type, we can again paste it in here, we can say status, we can again paste it in here, and we can say list updated. Same, we can again paste, and we can say actions. Here you go, you can see name, type, status, list updated, and actions. Now after this table header, table row, we can add table body. Yeah, if is loading is true, then array dot from length 5, just on custom array, like on static array for making a skeleton. We can add on table row with key I, and inside here we can add actually table cell, something like this. Import table cell from component CY table, skeleton from component CY skeleton. Otherwise let me finish here. Sources dot length if it's more than 0, then here sources dot map source index we have to add here table, row, and finally otherwise on table row with on table cell that no knowledge source added yet. Yeah, now let's come back in this skeleton and we have to add this table cell for actually 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. We can save it. Loader is done. You can see it's looking actually beautiful. Yeah, we said if is loading is true, so is loading is actually coming from here, knowledge source loader. uh 1 minute. Yeah, it's done. No, there's something wrong. And after doing hover, let me do one more thing. In this skeleton loader, after doing hover, bg white by 4. Yeah, let me add that again in here, again in here, again in here, again in here. Where's the problem actually then? I think the problem is actually not in here. The problem is in the table cell. Yep, understand it now. So the table cell has some basic class name value, and let me see from where it's actually coming. Props class name is here, but why it's still getting loaded? Is loading is always true? True. What's happening? I think there's something wrong. Let me check from here again. Why the set is loading is always true? This is handle import source. Yeah, I understand the problem. I understand the problem very clearly now. We have to add here an use effect hook, and I completely forgot to add that use effect hook in here. So use effect, and inside here, let's remove the use effect snippet default code. Just add our fetch knowledge source says like function. We're gonna just fetch this /apa /knowledge/fetch endpoint, and we're gonna store that in this data.sources. Yeah, you can see right now it's not loading forever. Loading and done. Yeah, and regarding the hover issue, I'm gonna check it later on. No worries for that. It's a very small issue. Let's come back here and let's remove this is loading. Let's come back in this main code. Now, since we our data is available, that's why it's not showing us the skeleton, actually not showing us this line that no knowledge sources added yet. Now in this table row, we have to add key and class name. So table row key is going to be indexed, and this is the class name. It's actually small, not big. And then after one click, it will it will call this one source click and send this source. So yeah, now we need the table cell again, like this table cell. Inside here, we're gonna add on div, something like this, that get type icon. Now this is a utility function. We're going to create it now. We're going to create it inside this file, and this is another div with class name flex call, source name, and source the source URL, then source dot source URL. If it's available, then show that inside this span. Yeah. Now get type icon, it's on functions, as I said earlier, on utility function. We can create that in here. It is going to receive source type. The type value will be source type, and we can add here a switch case. So switch, if the type case is website, then globe icon, upload, then upload icon, text, then file icon. Yeah, if I save it right now, you can see our name is available here now, and it's really looking beautiful. Now after this, after the name, source name, what next? Source URL. If it's available, then show us the source URL. Now let's come outside. Let's come outside this table cell and add here another table cell for source type. Yeah. Now let's add another table cell, and this time we have to call our get status batch. This is also another utility function on helper function. So let's come back here again. We can create this function that get status batch. It's going to receive the status, which type is going to be source status. Yeah. Now same switch case again here. When the status is active, then this icon. When it's like, oh wait, badge is coming from component. Yeah. When it's training, then this one. When error, then this one. When excluded, this one. And by default, outline, this one. You can see the styling a little bit different for active, this one, but by default usually we will have this active state, so that's why we don't have to worry for anything. You can also keep this active also, only active. You don't need training, error, excluded, because we're not going to have any status like that, yeah, on production. Now after this table cell, let's add another table cell, and this time we're gonna add our last updated time. So last updated like this. Then the last table cell, this is for previewing the collections or previewing this knowledge source. Yeah. So this is how it will look like. Now, if I click this view, nothing is happening. We have to create a model for that. We're gonna do that right now. But otherwise, our knowledge table work is actually done. So knowledge table done. Now what next? The next one, or the last one, is source details sheet. Yeah. Let's come back here. Let's create this file, that source details sheet.tsx. We can save it. We're gonna receive here is open, set is open, and selected source, and which type is going to be this source details sheet props. So interface, and the type is going to be something like this, is open boolean, set is open like this, and selected source. Now inside here we actually need that same function here too. Which function? This get type icon. We can do one thing, we can export it, export this one as well. Yeah. Now come back here, and here we can say if the selected source is empty, I mean false, then return null, not empty. Yeah. Now we need here sheet component. So let's import sheet from our UI components and UI sheet. Now we have to add here open and on open chains, which is going to be set is open. Inside here we can add sheet content, something like this. So sheet content, import it from components UI and sheet content. This is the styling class names, just check it by yourself. Inside here we're gonna add another div and we can save it. Now we need sheet header. So sheet header, we can add here sheet title, that our selected source name and the icon. Now when I'm hitting this view, still nothing is happening because we have to come back here. We have to import it and we have to provide these props that is open, set is open and selected source. Now when I'm hitting this view button, you can see it's actually in here and it's looking beautiful. Now after this we need our sheet description. So sheet description, something like this, source URL. Now we need our updated time. So after sheet description, let's add the updated time with the status badge, something like this, active the status and updated on this date, last updated. Now sheet header work is done. Let's come outside from sheet header and let's create here a new div with class name flex1 overflow y auto p6 and space y6. Inside here we need our another div with the content preview, and these divs are a little bit different. Let me show you here. Content preview on h4 and this one is actually different. You can see we are actually adding here on overflow y auto. It means it will, like, user will be able to scroll it like this. Okay, this is our content preview, the script content, and this is how it will look like. You can see the class name again. You can just read it by yourself. It's easy. Just for this overflow y auto, the scrolling is happening. H is 72, it means height is 288 pixel, and selected source content if it's available, otherwise selected source dot name and no content preview available, just like as on fallback value. After this two div, after this one, actually here this flex one, yeah, after this let me add sheet footer. So let's add sheet footer. There will be a class name for sheet footer, something like this, and inside here we need a button that disconnect source or delete the source. We can save it like this, so disconnect source, and yeah, that's it. Our sheet work is also done. It's really looking very beautiful. Right now let's do one more thing. Let's add another website as on like reference. So let's say www.becodemy.com and hit import source, and it's right now fetching scraping data from the website and summarizing data from the website. I know it's taking a little bit time because we are still in development mode and my network is a little bit slow right now. However, it's done. You can see the Becodemy website information here. Now let's try this manual text. So let me go to becodemy.com. Let me go to this section called privacy policy. So privacy policy, I am giving here name like this, privacy policy. This is the full privacy policy. So I'm copying everything from here. I'm pasting that in here. I'm wait. There is something wrong. Let me give on reload. Manual text and paste the content and the privacy policy. Yeah, hit import source. Here we go. There is probably something wrong or what's happening. Let's see. Okay, so privacy policy is in here. You can see this is also a summarized version, not the normal version. It's looking very beautiful. This is the text. This is the website script data, and I do not have any CSV file right now, so that's I'm not uploading it here. Otherwise, if we try to upload CSV file, that will also work. So our knowledge page work is done. I know it was pretty big, but this page was the backbone for our this full project series. Now, after this, we're gonna start to work for the sections. This is very, very important. So let's come back here in this app. In this dashboard, let's create a new folder by giving name sections and page.tsx rafce page. So in sections, we're gonna work, and therefore we have to work for the chatbot, the main screen, the main page where we will configure the chatbot, or we'll be able to test the chatbot from here. So we can create the pages right now. The chatbot page.tsx chatbot page. Then later on, the conversations, very, very important. Conversations page.tsx conversation page. Yeah, so sections, chatbot, conversations, and finally the settings. So settings and page.tsx settings page. Yeah, we can save it. Settings page, conversations page, sections, and knowledge is already done. Yep. So let's start to work for sections page right now. Let's close all the files and let's come back in this sections page. All right, so let's remove the page, and in here in this div, let's add on class name that p8 and space y6. Inside here, let's add the header, the same header we added inside that knowledge page. Here it's going to be sections, create sections. We need that same button here again, that but the text is going to be create section. Here sections, and define behavior and tone for different topics. Now we need an on-click function. We're gonna create it later. Just for now, create the function and keep it empty. We have to make it client side. Very, very important. Yeah, we can save it now. We can come back here, and here we go. You can see it's looking perfect. Let me close it. Yeah, so that's it. Create section. Now after this, we have to add on card. So let's go out from this div, from this wrapper div, and let's add here our card. So card, let's import it from component cy card. Inside here, let's add on class name. That's something like this, that border white divided by 5, and this is the background color. Now card content, let's import from component cy card content. Inside here, for now, let's just keep it empty. Okay, since we do not have any sections data yet, let's make the main important thing before making the this card. So we have to add here on sheet from components UI and sheet, because this time when user will click this create section, it will open on sheet from the right side, and then user will be able to create sections from the sheet. That's what we're adding here on sheet. Now open, we have to say is sheet open state, and we have to create this state right now. So is sheet open, let's come back here. Let's add here the state, the use state hook, something like this, that is sheet open, set is sheet open, initial value is going to be false. We need selected section and set selected section. The type is going to be sections or null. So we have to right now add some interfaces, very important. First of all, we need to type for section status and tone, the conversation tone, like strict, neutral, friendly, or empathetic. Yeah. Then after that, we need our section interface. So let's add the section interface. We will have here ID, name, description, source content, source IDE, tone, scope, level, alert topics, block topics, and status, the section status. Yeah. Now we need our knowledge source interface again here, because we actually need the knowledges, these knowledges informations also in here, because users will be able to add knowledge source for any section. These are basically the chat sections which we see on the bottom of the chatbot, like those selecting options. Now we need another interface for our form data, that name, description, tone, alert topics, block topics, and fallback behavior. Then we need on simple initial form data object, which type will be this form data, and by default this is the value. Now let's come back here and let's add some more use state hook. We need all of these, so let me quickly add all of this. We need this knowledge sources, selected sources, then is loading sources, is saving sections, is loading sections, and form data. We need all of this state one by one. So let's add it right now, then later on we don't need to add it again. We can save it now. We can come back here again, and from here on open change, we have to add here on open change. We're gonna call set is sheet open. Now let's go inside here and let's add sheet content from components UI sheet, and here we're gonna add on class name, something like this. You can read it by yourself. Yeah. Now inside here, when there is any selected section, then we're gonna add sheet header, and let's add on small class name, something like this. Inside here we need sheet title, something like this, that title, and selection.id. If it's matching, then new. I mean, if it's new, selected section.id equals to new if, then create section, otherwise view section. Why I am doing this? Because with on sheet we are going to show here actually the create section and view section both. That's why we are adding this logic in here. I hope you understand it. Now after this, we can add here on sheet description. So sheet description, something like this. Let's import sheet descriptions from components UI sheet. Inside here, the same logic. If the ID is new, then configure how the AI behaves for this specific topic. Otherwise, review section, configurations, and data sources. This is like for the preview. This is for creating a new section. After this header, let's add another div or div with class name like this, that flex1 overflow y auto p6 space y8. Inside here we need a new component right now, but before that let me do one small thing. When user is clicking this handle create section, At first, it's going to set some value that ID is new, name is this one, description's empty, source content 1, tone is neutral, scope level empty, object status draft. Then set selected sources on empty array, set form data, the initial form data, and set is sheet open true. Now let's come back inside here, and when I'm clicking create section, you can see the sheet is in here right now with this create sections and configure how the AI behaves for this specific topic. Now what we need here, we need the section inputs. So let's create that. We have to create a new component. For that, we can say section form fields. We can give this name. Let's come back in this components folder, dashboard folder, and create a new folder by giving name sections, and create this file, that section section form fields.tsx rafce. Just make this S2 capital, and that's it. Let's import it and we can save it. Now inside here we have to pass some parameters, something like this: the form data, set form data, the selected source, set selected sources, and knowledge sources. When the loading source is true, then that state, and is disabled, that is preview mode. So is preview mode is still not available, so let's create it here. Is preview mode is basically just on simple variable which is going to return on boolean. If the selected section.id is not matching with new, then preview mode is true. Yeah, that's it. We can save it. We can come back in this set selection form fields component, and inside here we can start to work. So first of all, we're going to receive all of the parameters here, and then we're going to define on type for it. We can say section form field props. Let's create on interface, and the interface will have all of the value like this. So form data, then set form data, and selected sources, set selected sources, then knowledge sources is loading sources, and is disabled boolean. Everything is in here. We need the form data interface here too. We need tone, so tone 1 minute, tone is here. Let me do one thing. Let me add this two thing into our global types d.ts, so we can add that in here. We can come back here, we can save it. From here there is an error. What it's saying, not assignable to source. Okay, I think there is something wrong. Let me see. Knowledge source. So the knowledge source, something is wrong in there. Let me do one thing. Let me create here another interface. On small interface, we don't need this form data. Why we do need why don't we need this form data? Let me show you. We can cut this form data interface and we can add it inside our global type interface, something like this. Now form data is going to work, I believe. Form data, just a minute. What's wrong here? What it's saying? Oh, we do not have all the properties here. That's what it's saying. But we do have. So from where it's actually conflicting from somewhere. This is the problem. So Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add the form data back in here. It's happening because it's conflicting in somewhere. Now this form data is doing weird thing. We can do one more thing in here. Instead of form data, then we can say section form data, and then we don't need this one. We don't need even actually this form data. We can change it with section form data. Let's come back here. Here we go. So initial form data, section form data, change it with section form data, and from here section form data. Here you go. You can see the TypeScript error is gone right now. So it was conflicting with another form data type, but right now it's fine. We can start to work now. Inside here, let's come back in here and let's remove this div. It's going to be an empty fragment. Now here, let's add another div with class name space y4. We need on h4 here that basics, something like this. This is basically on just like a label title, we can say. Then let's add another div here with something like this, space y2, and inside here we need on label that section name. Yeah, so the label is coming from UI components. So section name. Now we need our input. This is very, very important. So input, let's import input from components UI input. Placeholder, it can be something like billing policy. This is the section name. The class name is something like this, value from data dot name, and on changes something like this. Since this form data is an object, we're setting value for the name. That's why for the name e.target.value from this parameter. Yeah, now we can copy this one. We can add it in here again, and this time instead of section name we can say description, and in this placeholder we can change this message something like this. When should the AI use this? So description, and then we have to must change this value with form data dot description, same in here. Yeah, so description, cool. After this, let's copy this again and paste it in here, and this time one small thing we need to do in here, in this description one here, after input, let's add a paragraph tag, something like this, that used by the routing model to decide when to activate this section. Okay, this is very important. Now after this, we need our data sources. So here it's going to be a little bit different. Let me remove this label and input, and here is space y4, and here let's add on div something like this, that data sources with these stylings. You can see selected sources.length attached. So for now it's showing 0 attached. After this, we can add on select component. So after this div, let's add select component from our components UI select. Value is going to be selected sources first object, or first index, not object, or it can be empty string. On value change. If the selected sources doesn't have this value, if it doesn't have, then only add it. Okay, otherwise don't add on item for twice. Now the selection trigger, let's import selection trigger from components UI select trigger, and this one from select value. So we can save it. You can see loading sources or select knowledge sources. This select trigger is going to import, yeah, we have to import it from UI select. Okay, pardon, I said select trigger, which was just a slip of tongue. So yeah, now after this select trigger, you can see loading sources, perfect. After this, we can say select content. So select content, not Redux UI, components UI select. And here we have to add some class name, something like this. Inside here, we can say if the knowledge length, sources length is more than 0, then we have to do on map with this knowledge sources. So knowledge sources dot map source, and just return it inside here. Let's add a selected item, import selected item from our component UI select. Key is going to be source.id and value is going to be source.id. Both are basically same. Both of them are unique. Now inside here we can add another div, something like this, flex item center gap2 on span with this class name. Here we're gonna show the source type and this span source name. Now here let's come outside and let's add on else. For now just fragment. We can save it. After this select item, it's actually done. So we can select here sources. However, it's saying loading sources because is loading sources is true. That's why. After this inside here, let's just add select item. And we can add on value here that none. And it's going to be disabled, and we can say no sources available yet. Yeah. Now you are watching something different. This actually is loading sources is true. Let me search for is loading sources. Here it is. Make it false. You will see that select knowledge source is empty and it doesn't have any value, so that's why it's showing nothing. Yeah, we can do one thing right now. Since we do have our knowledge data, so we can make it dynamic now. This will make more sense and this will make actually the UI look more perfect. So we can say on use effect hook, we don't have any section data yet because it's still static, but we do have knowledge based data. We can fetch that in here. So we can say fetch knowledge sources. That same thing we did in that knowledge page, we're doing that same thing here, completely same. You can see that we're calling that API, we're calling this set knowledge sources state, and we're passing this data.sources value, which is an array. And finally, we're calling here this function. And if it's catch any error, then console error that message, and finally set is loading sources false. Now when I'm clicking here, you can see we do have OneMinute stack, website, and Becodemy and the privacy policy values here. Yeah. Now let's come back again in here. Even if I select right now any options, something like this, you can see 1 attached, 2 attached, but those values are not here. So let's take them here so that we can see which item we selected. Now we can say selected sources dot length. If it's more than 0, then only show this. We can add here on div with class name space y2, and we can say selected sources dot map. Just add on parameter like source id and constant source knowledge sources dot find. Since this is an array, we need on we need to like compare the id and we need to find out the source. We can easily do that with this age.id and the source id we are receiving this parameter. I mean, we are mapping it. So this is on single source id And from here we're getting the individual source. If there is no source, just like on fallback, this is because definitely there will be source. Yeah, then return null, otherwise return on div with key source id. Inside here, here we have to add class name, something like this. You can see the class name by yourself, the styling. Inside here we can add another div with to span, something like this. This time you can see the website and text are here. The two attached values are appearing here. Yeah, then after this we can have another button, something like this. So let's import the button from component CY button. This is the styling. So this is for removing these options. You can see I can remove it and I can again add it. I cannot add one item for twice. Yeah, cool. So perfect. Now after this div, after actually this div, we have to go out from this div, and here let's add again on div with the same styling, that space y4, on h4 that tone of the conversation, and this is going to be on radio group, on radio component. So radio group, import it from our components UI, and radio, the value is going to be form data.tone, one value change. We're setting value for the tone in here, class name like this, disabled, when is disabled is true. Now tone options, very important. Let me see the tone options. Do we have it in here or not? Tone options, no. So we can add that in here. It's going to be a static array, constant tone options. A value is going to be strict, label is strict, and a badge is fact based, and description is only answer if fully confident, no small talk. Yeah, so let me add another object here, that neutral value, and another friendly, since this is completely static array, but it's important we do have these options: friendly, empathetic, neutral, or strict. Now let's come back here in this tone options, and tone options dot map option. We can add here on div with key option dot value, and the class name something like this. You can read the class names by yourself, kinda big to be honest. Let's come inside here, and from here we can add radio group item. So import radio group item from component CY and radio. This is going to be the value and ID and the class name. Now we can see, we can select tone from here, which is still not working. It will work after some time. After this radio group, we can add on label. So label HTML4 options.value. This is the class name. Inside this label, we can add another div, something like this. Then inside here, we can add on span. If there is option.badge, then show that option.badge like this. Yeah. So strict, neutral, empathetic, and friendly, all of them are here. After this div, let's add another span with option.description. something like this. Yeah, looks good. Now after this radio group, after this div, we can add our scope rules. This is also very, very important. Scope rules. So let's come inside this div. Let's add that same h4 scope rules this time. And we need another div here. Something like this. Another div. Something like this. Now we need on label that elevate topics, and on input that you can add here any elevate topics like pricing or refunds. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, we can copy this one. We can paste it here again. And this time you can see it's here. Instead of elevate topics, this time it's going to be blog topics. So blog topics placeholder is going to be different, like competitors. Here we can add the blog topics. Yeah, we can save it now. Elevate topics and blog topics. Perfect. Now let's come outside and our select section form fields are done. We do have actually these fields. We don't have any another fields. Yeah, section name, description, data source, tone, scope rules, and that's it. But here I am feeling like we are adding some more space than it should have. So basics, and all looks good. But let's come back here and let's see from here. Section form fields. Let me see. Space Y4 is the problem. Let's make it 2. Or let me check from here. These are the paddings. I got it. So the padding 6 is looking a bit extra. We can say PX6 PY4 or even PY0. Let me see. It looks even better. Yeah, fine, it's even looking better. Now after this div, we can say if selected section dot id equals to new, then let's add another div with class name p6 border t border white by 5. Inside here we can add on button. When each saving is true, then creating, otherwise create section. If anyone click here, it's going to call handle save section function. Let's create it in here. Just an empty function for now. We're gonna work here later. Yeah, so create section, it's looking perfect. Yep, cool. That's it. Let's come back here now again, and after this, if the selected section dot id equals to not new, so not new, then div class name p6 bg rate 500 by 5 border t border rate 500 by 10. Inside here we can add another h5, that danger zone, something like this. If it's not new, then only. And then another paragraph that deleting this section will remove all associated routing roles. If I change it to new, then You're gonna see the danger zone in here. Let's keep it new for now, just to previewing it. So then after that we need on button. After this P, something like this. Let me show you slowly. Yeah, and we need this handle delete section function. We're gonna create that here. For now, keep it empty. Yeah, that's it. Delete sections, all of them are looking perfect. Now let's change it to not new. Yeah, cool. So that's it. Our this design is done. Right now we have to create a new section. So let's go back to our API, and in the section we're gonna have 4 routes like create, delete, and fetch. Yeah, actually 3 route, not 4 route. Yep. So create route.ts, delete route.ts, and fetch route.ts. Let's come back on the create one, the most important one. So export async function post request, which type is going to be request or next request, whatever you want. You can write anything here. Now let's add on try catch statement. We have to check the authentications. So we're making it again that same thing. We're making it protected, this route. Now we're gonna take the user informations, not user informations, the section informations from the front end side. So body await request.json. Now we're gonna extract the values from here, like name, description, tone, allowed topics, block topics, and source IDs. Now we have to do some basic validation, like if there is no name or no descriptions or no tone, then on error that missing required fields. If there is no source IDs, meaning no knowledge sources, then still there must need to be at least on source. So we're saying if there is no source IDs, if it's not array, or if the length is 0, then at least one source is required. After this, when everything is fine, we can store the source in here. So import db from db section client and sections. Okay, so we haven't created this section schema yet, so no worries. Let's come back in schema.ts and let's create it right now. So schema, just a minute. Oh shit. Export constant sections, PostgreSQL table sections. We need ID, user name, user email, and name, natural normal things. Then after that we need description, source IDs, then tone, allowed topics, block topics, status. Let's add here a comma. Then finally the created at. Yeah, this is going to be our section schema, the table schema. Yeah, let's come back here again. Let's generate our database, migrate it, and finally push it. Yeah, so we can come back here again. This time let's import sections from db schema, and here we go. Fine. So user email, user.email, the name, description, source ID is, all of them are actually coming from frontend. Only the status is going to be active here. Finally, we can return this, that next response, that section created successfully with that section data and status 201. If it's catch any error, then we're gonna do the same thing what we're doing all the time. So create section is ready. Now fetch. Next one is going to be the get sections informations. So let's get an get endpoint on try catch statement. Again, it's for protected users, so let's add it. And response just on lines of query. db select from sections, where sections.user emails equals to user.email. Now we can return this as response. And if it's catch any error, we can do the same thing again here, what we're always doing. Yeah, so fetch ready. Now the delete one is going to be a little bit different since we're deleting, that's why completely makes sense. So delete, and inside here let's add on try catch statement. Same authenticated, only the creator user can delete it. So creator user meanings you created the section, I cannot delete it, right? So first of all, we're gonna check the section ID. If there is no section ID, then section ID is required. Then we're gonna find out the section informations with that section ID. That same query line we're again writing here, sections user email and user.email, but this time it's going to provide us an array. Yeah, and before also it was providing us array since we're using this select method here. Now if there is no section, it means you cannot delete this section. Yeah, because the user.email is not matching. After that, response, delete the section when the ID is matching, then and pass the response as API response. Yeah, that's it. Simple, just on extra line of code and done. Cool. Our API route work is done in here. We can make it dynamic, this section page right now. So let's start one by one. First, handle create section. Here it is, it's fine. We need another function called handle. 1 minute, not like this. Let me do one thing. Handle save section. Yeah, this is important. If there is no form data dot name dot trim, then we can show an alert that please enter a section name and return the function. If there is no descriptions or the selected source length is 0, then we can show the alert. Instead of alert, you can also use your Toastify, that React Hot Toast or any other Toast library, and you can show Toast messages. Now set is saving true because we're right now going to insert the data inside database. That's why inside our API, we're gonna call an API right now. That's why we're making the set is saving to true. Yeah. Now inside here, constant section data spread the form data source IDs, which is going to be the selected sources. Status is going to be active. Yeah. Now constant response, let's do the API call, await fetch /API /section and create. Now the method is going to be post headers content type application slash JSON. Yeah. And body, inside body, we're gonna send the section data from here. Yeah, that's it. If the response is not okay, we can just throw a new error, or even we could also add here that same toastify again, that failed to create section. You could add here on toasting library, toast library. Then we can call on function which we have to create, and set is sheet open false. If it's catch any error, we can just console log the error. And finally, we can make the set is saving false. Yeah, we have to make this fetch sections function, and we're gonna make that now. Constant fetch section, it's going to be also async function because we have to do here an API call. Let's add the try catch statement again. First of all, the loading sections is going to be true. API endpoint is this one, API slash section slash fetch. We're getting data here from this res.json. Now transformed section, this is a very important object we have to create here, something like this. Here we are doing on map from this data because this data is an array, and we are making actually on transformed sections, and we are storing that in this set sections. Okay, we are just organizing that data a little bit. That's it, nothing else. If it's catch any error, we're gonna show the error message, and finally we can make our set is loading sections false. Yeah, that's it. And we have to call this function even inside on use effect hook by default to actually fetch our sections data. Let's do one thing. Let's cart this two thing, don't delete, cart this two thing, add it completely here, completely above. Yeah, why? Because we want to fetch sections before fetching the knowledge sources, nothing else. Yeah, cool. Now after this, what next? Right now, if we try to create a section, it's going to work. Now in this handle delete section, we're gonna work here later. Otherwise, everything is done. So let's hit create section. Section name, let's say FAQ. When should the AI use this? So FAQ, like any description. What we can say? You can ask anything. You can ask any question about our business or regarding our business. Yeah. Now knowledge sources, we can add here Becodemy website and that privacy policy, both of them. We can keep it neutral. We don't want to add any elevate topics or block topics. We can keep it as it is. I'm hitting create sections. Here you go. It's creating and it's showing the sheet automatically close. It means it's actually created our data. Let me show you. You can see create 201 means it actually worked. Let's come back here, give on reload. Here you can see sections, and this is the sections data. Perfect. Now here it's showing nothing because we have to add that table in here now. Now let's come back in this current content and let's add our sections table. So sections table, we have to create this component, sections table.tsx. sections table. Let's come back here, and in sections table it's going to receive some parameter like this, that sections is loading on preview on minute handle edit section, but it's going to be handle preview section. Yeah, so let's come back here. Let's create a new function, handle preview section. Inside here, let's finish it because it's going to be small. Set selected sources. Let's pass the section here, which section we're gonna receive here as a parameter. Yeah, sorry, selected section, not sources. Cool. Then set form data, name section dot name, then description, tone, elevate topics, block topics, and fallback behavior. Then just to state, we have to set value, that set selected sources section dot source IDs, and set is sheet open true. Yeah, we can save it now. We can come back in the sections table again, and we can start to work in here. So let's add here on props, on interface. So sections table props, we can say. Let's add this interface where the value is going to be something like this section. So section, we do have it in here. Let me see the section values. Let's do one thing. Let's cut it, add it in this types. Yeah, we can save it here, and we don't need to then import it or write it again in here. Cool. Now we can receive here sections is loading on preview and on create sections. Let's come back here. Instead of div, make it table, and then inside here we need table header. So table header and table row. So table row, something like this. Inside this table row, we need table head. Table head, this is the styling. We can copy this table head, paste it again, and we can say sources this time. We can copy it again, we can paste it here. This time tone. This time, next time scope. Next time status. And finally, everything same except one thing, that text align right or text right. And this is action. You can see it will look like this. Now after this table header, let's come in table body, and if is loading is true, then another table row. Inside here we can add on table cell, something like this, that loading sections. So the loading state is false right now, that's why it's not showing. If we make it opposite, you can see it in here, loading sections. Cool. Now otherwise, let's come in this else part, and we can say if the sections dot length is more than 0, and then sections dot map. We can add an individual section here. Let's add another first bracket here too. Wait, I'm doing something wrong. So something like this. Yeah, now in here let me add on table row. with key section dot id, something like this, and let me finish it in here. Yeah, now inside this table row we need on class name, something like this, border white 5, group and transition colors. Now we need on table cell that section name. Here we go, you can see the name in here. Now we need our section source content, so source content, something like this, so 2 sources. After this we need our icon badge, so get tone badge. This is actually coming from our section badges. Let's do one thing. Inside here, let's create a new component called section badges.tsx, and inside here we can add some utilities function on like this, that get tone badge, something like this. If it's strict, then this, neutral, then this, friendly, then this, and empathetic, then this one. And we can add another one called status badge, something like this. There is an error, success is not assigned. We can keep it actually. Let me do one thing. Let me check the badge component from our UI components UI badge. Variant success is missing. Let me add it in here with these stylings. Okay, bg emerald 500 by 15, text emerald 500, hover bg emerald 500 by 25. This is going to be the styling. Yeah, now we can say success, we can save it, we can come back here, we can import it. Now the table cell, this was for our section tone, the neutral. After this we can add another table cell, something like this, that scope level, another table cell that gets status badge, and after this the preview button. So the final table cell, which is going to be something like this, preview. If I click here, it's opening the same drawer again, but this time only read only. You can see it's only read only. I cannot delete, cannot update anything. I can just delete the section if I want it. Yeah, there is a small problem. When I'm hovering it, you can see that table cell, which was also happening in here, the same thing is still happening. So we can fix it, and we have to right now fix it. It's looking ugly. Let's go to this table.tsx in components UI table, and I am sure the problem is actually in here. We don't need this white space no wrap role checkbox. Then wait, has roles checkbox, then this. Otherwise translate y, it's going to be 2.5 half, meanings actually 2 pixels. It's fine. And this is actually good. Let me see now. No, the problem is still in here. I think it's in table. Let me read it slowly. No. we can do one thing. I'm suggesting you one thing, that is, just go to my video description box again. You'll find out this table.tsx link in there too. Okay, this is an updated one. Component is not a function. Just a minute. Use client. I think I imported the wrong way. Yeah, now see, there's nothing wrong even here, right? Everything is perfect. And this is happening because of the new styling I changed in this table.tsx. And to be honest, I forgot it. Where did I actually change it? So that's why I completely updated it. And you can also do it by going to my video description box. In that Notion link, I'll provide this table.tsx file in there. You just have to copy and paste it. Yep. Now, if there is no sections, then we can show here on table row with on table cell something like this. Inside this table cell, we have to add another div, something like this. So call span 6, this is another div with on sheltered alert icon, on span that no sections defined yet, and on like button that create your first section. Yeah, so no worries. Right now we're gonna see these two as well, because let's implement the delete one feature now, that handle delete section function. Then this file will be completely dynamic. So handle delete section, we have to add here on small validation at first, that if the selected section and set selection id is new, if it's not that selected sections or selected sections under id is new, then return it. Okay, because we then cannot delete it. And after that, we're going to give a warning to the user, something like this, that are you sure you want to delete this section? This cannot be undone. Yeah, then we can add here on try catch statement. We can add here on state that set is saving true. Then we can send a delete request to this endpoint, API section delete, method delete, and body we're passing the selected section.id in here. If it's not successful, we can give an error that failed to delete the section. And finally, after deleting the section, if everything fine, we have to fetch our sections data again, and we're going to close the sheet. Yeah, the sidebar sheet. Yep, if it's catch any error, then console log the error. Finally, make the set is saving false, the loading state. Cool. Now I'm hitting preview and I'm hitting this delete section button, but let me copy this first because I have to again create it. So delete, you can see, are you sure you want to delete FAQ? This action cannot be undone. I'm hitting OK, and you can see it's deleting, and here you go. It's right now completely deleted. I can click this create your first section. I can add that same section again. I can create it, data sources, Becodemy, and that privacy policy, neutral, and I'm hitting create section. Here you go. Perfect, right? So yeah, our sections work is done. And the sections are basically the chatbot sections from where users will be able to select sections. Now what next? The next one is our chatbot. From here, we'll be able to test our chatbot because we have the context layer, we have the sections layer. Right now, we can test our chatbot perfectly. So not wasting time, let's start it right now. All right, so let's go to chatbot page.tsx. let's delete the chatbot, and in here let's add on class name something like this. We can change it with max width 400, and this or the styling you can just read it by yourself slowly. Now inside here we're gonna add our this section or this page header. What we're always doing, that same thing, same styling, just the elements are different. The chatbot playground and the subtitles different. So yeah, you can just read it. This is tester assistant, customize appearance and deploy it. After this two div, let's add another div with class name something like this. Then inside here we can add on a chat simulator left column. So let's add another div for that, and from LG call span 7 flex call h full minimum height 0, then space y4. Now inside here let's call another component called chat simulator, and we have to create this chat simulator component right now. So let's go to our components folder, dashboard folder, and create a new folder by giving name chatbot. And let's add here a new file called chatsimulator.csx. rfce chat simulator. Let's import it. Now inside here we're gonna receive a lot of parameters. So all of them are like this. We're gonna receive the primary color for the chat simulator, the messages, the sections, input, set input, handle send, handle key down, handle section click, active section is typing, handle receipt, and scroll ref. All of them are going to come with this chat simulator props interface. So let's create this interface right now, something like this. For the interface, let me add the types. So messages is going to be any, primary color string, sections section array, input string, set input something like this, handle send, handle key down, handle section click, active sections. All of them are actually type. Now here we have to import this ref object from React, and this is the scroll ref type. We can save it, we can come back here, and we have to send all of these value one by one. So messages, then primary color, then sections, input, all of this we have to create use state hooks right now. So let's come back here. First of all, let's make it on client side component or client side page. Then we're gonna add here 3 data state, that metadata. This is our chatbot metadata. So chatbot metadata is actually going to be another small interface, something like this. We'll have the chatbot ID, user email, color, welcome message, created at, and source IDs. This is the IDs of the knowledge sources. Now here, after the data sources states, now we need our chatting state. So we need more for state, something like this. The messages, set messages, input, set input, is typing, active section, and this scroll view port ref, so that we can, like, after doing a new chat, it will automatically redirect the user to the end of the conversation with an scroll. Now we need our config state, more 3 use state hook, something like this, that primary color, welcome message, is saving, and set is saving. That's it. Now for the auto scroll, we can add here on small use effect hook, something like this, that if the scroll view ref.current is available, meaning true, then scroll view port ref.current.scroll into view scroll it to the down, the behavior is smooth. So this is the animations type. Yeah, and when there is a new message or is typing updating, then run it again. This is the dependency array. Yeah, now it's still giving some error. Let me see. Handle send is not defined. Okay, yeah, we have to make some function, something like handle send. This is for message sending. Then we need handle key down. So let me copy it and let me add the handle key down. Next one is handle section click. Handle section click. So something like this. After this, we need handle receipt. So handle receipt, and let me add it here. Yeah, done. Now we can come back in this chat simulator. This is our chat simulator, and inside here, let's remove the chat simulator text and start working here. It's going to be on card. So instead of div, let's change it to card. Now card, and we will have on long class name here, something like this. So you can see the class name here. Now I'm saving it. Inside here, we are going to have our simulator header, something like this. I know it's looking a bit bigger. Let me show you again. This is on div with class name this, and another div with this span, that test environment, because this is for testing our chatbot. It's not for doing a real chat. This is for testing that chatbot. We will be able to configure our chatbot from here. So test environment, if you click here, this is going to receipt the chat. That's why we're calling here handle receipt. And this is the styling. Yeah, I'm saving it. Here you go. Test environment. This is the receipt button. Now after this div, let's start our chat area. So we need here on scroll area. So scroll area. Let's import scroll area from components UI scroll area. Inside here, let's add div with class name like this, and the messages. So the messages array, and we're running here on map. Inside here, let's add div with key I. Then we need class name. We're gonna use here cn, and the class name is going to be a little bit different. So let me write it. Flex w full flex call, and when the message dot role equals to user, then we will add item center. The messages will be at the center, otherwise items start. Yeah, so for actually user message, it's going to be item center, align item center, otherwise items start. Yeah, now inside here we need another div with class name like this, that flex maximum with 80% gap 3. When the role is user, message role user, then flex row reverse, otherwise flex row. Inside this, we need another div. It's also kind of bigger, to be honest. Let me add it in here now. Something like this. This is the class name. You can just see it. This is for the message text actually. Yeah. Now, one more thing we have to add here on custom styling, not Tailwind CSS styling. The message.role is not user, then the background color will be this primary color. Now we can show here icon. So if the message role is user, then user, otherwise bot. Here you go. Nothing is still in here because we do not have any messages yet. That's why. After this div, let's come outside. Let's add another div with class name just space y2. Then inside here, we need another div for message content, something like this. So I know it's showing nothing because we do not have any messages yet, but these are the stylings. I already did the styling part, so that's why I'm just pausing and writing it here. Now, if the message dot is welcome is true, and if the sections dot length is more than 0, it means this is the welcome message. Then let's add here a different content. So something like this, div with these stylings. Inside here, we can run on simple map for the sections. That sections start map the section name. Yeah, but it's showing nothing because we do not have any messages. See, messages.map. Messages is currently completely empty array. That's why. Now after this tree, here is typing. Then we have to show here on typing indicator. So we can add here on div with these class names, justify start. Inside here, we can add another div, something like this. Inside here, we can add another div for that bot icons like this. Similar from here, you can copy it actually from here. Wait, where's the bot? Yeah, it was in here, the background color. Yeah, this one, but a little bit different, not completely same. Then we can add another div with this 3 div inside. This is for like showing on scale down loader, not scale down. You can see animate bounce. So it's that typing indicator that the AI is right now, the human is right now typing or something like that. Yeah, to just make the chatbot feel more realistic, like on real human is actually doing the conversation. Now here we can add ref, this scroll ref, we can save it. Now after this scroll area, why did I add the scroll ref in here? So that the messages, after sending a new messages, it's automatically scroll the user to here, end of this div. That's why. Now we need our input area. So the input area div class name, something like this. Inside here, we're gonna have another div with class name relative. And on text area, that this is actually the type MSS, or by default, please select a category above to start. But it's showing nothing because we haven't fetched our category yet. That's why. Yep, this is the styling for this text input. Just check it. Not text input, it was text area. Now we need on send button here. So something like this, we need on send icon from Lucid React, and this is the styling, little bit different. If the active section is not this one, and input trim Unix input is empty, then bgjing 800 textjing this one, otherwise empty, like we don't need any different styling. Yeah, and style here, so this is basically like by default it's showing disabled, but when there will be some content it will automatically show the send button. Yeah, that's what the styling is actually meant for. Yep, our chat simulator work is actually done. We can come back here and we have to right now do some important work. That is, we have to fetch some data. Very important. So first of all, we have to fetch our chatbot metadata, and we have to make an API endpoint for that. So let's do one thing. Let's come inside this API folder, create a new folder by giving name chatbot, then metadata, and fetch. It's going to be actual folder since this is an endpoint. Now route.ts. So ts, not t. And here, this is going to be on get endpoint. Very normal, because we are fetching our metadata or chatbot metadata, not the user metadata. Okay, this is different. So we have to create a new schema here for chatbot metadata. User will be able to configure the chatbot as per their brand color and as per their brand welcome message and everything. So let's create here a new table, something like this, that chatbot metadata, PostgreSQL table, chatbot metadata. We will have ID, user email, color, welcome message, and created at. So user email is for like understanding which user chatbot metadata is this one. The color of the chatbot avatar. Welcome message. So welcome message is actually the first message inside the chatbot. You can definitely, user will be able to modify it from the dashboard from here. Yeah, so we can save it and we can come back here. We can update our database again. So generate, migrate, and push. So just wait until it's finishing the data pushing. Yeah, done. We can come back here now. We can add here on try catch statement. So try catch. Now definitely only logged in user can access it. So let's add that protected middleware. Then we have to right now look for the existing metadata. Meanings, if the user does have any chatbot metadata, then we don't have to create it. But for the first time, when the user is like new, then definitely the user doesn't have any metadata, chatbot metadata. That's why we are doing here at first on logic. I mean, we're checking it from this chatbot metadata if it's matching with the logged in user email. If there is any existing metadata, then I mean, if there is no existing metadata, sorry, I meant wrong here, then we have to insert a new chatbot metadata with these values. We just have to add the user email, otherwise rest of the fields already do have on default value, and we need the default value. That's why we are making it something like this. Yeah, now finally from here we can return the response. Now if it's catch any error, let's just send a response, and by default if the user does have any metadata, existing metadata, then send this existing metadata as a response. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here again in our page.tsx. Let's add use effect hook, remove it, and here we have to fetch our data. So async, and we can add here on try catch statement, constant meta arrays, next meta response, the endpoint is /API/chatbot/metadata/fetch. Now constant metadata await meta arrays dot JSON and set metadata. We can set this metadata. Done. If there is any metadata, then we have to set the chatbot primary color or this by default value. Set welcome message if there is any welcome message, or on fallback that how can I help you. Set messages by default we have to set here on message that role is assistant, content is the welcome message, or either how can I help you is welcome true, section is null. Now after this we have to fetch the sections. This is very important because we have to show the sections under the conversations, under this message. Actually here we have to show the sections. So await fetch /API/section/fetch. The endpoint is already, API endpoint is already ready because we are fetching sections data also in here. So the same thing we're doing also in this chatbot. Yeah. Now if the section race.ok, then section data we're actually calling this section race.json, and we are setting the value in this set sections state. Now in this catch error, if it's catch any error, we're gonna just console log that, and finally we're gonna make set loading to false. Yeah, and here we have to call this fetch data function right now, this fetch data function. We can save it now, and here we go. Still nothing is here. Okay, here is this. You can see, hi there, how can I help you today? And it's actually looking perfect. Let me give again another reload. There's something wrong in this API sections page. I think I did something wrong. We don't need sections, it's section. Yeah, so the endpoint, there is some wrong in the endpoint. Yeah, now you can see FAQ. Now I can select this, and still nothing is happening because we have to do some work in here, and we're gonna do that right now one by one. Auto scrolling use effect, this is done. Now for the handle send, let's come back here. Handle send is actually going to send the message. For now let's keep it as it's like this. We don't need to do anything here now. For the handle key down, we can do work in here now. It's very small, so it's going to receive E, meaning event. So react.keyboard event is the type. If our e.key equals to enter and e.shift key is not available, I mean if it's not e.shift key, then only e.prevent default. Yeah, and then call the handle send. Cool. Now handle section click, very important, or also the handle reset. Let me finish the handle reset. It's very small, so let me quickly finish it. we're gonna call this set active section and we're gonna make it null. And set messages, we are just adding the first messages. Yeah. Now handle section click. This is important. Set active section, add the section name. The section name is basically coming from here as a parameter. Now const user message, role is going to be user, content section name, and section is going to be null. Now set messages, we have to spread the previous messages and let's add the new message. So user message, set input, make it empty string, set is typing, make it true. Now we can add here on set timeout to make it feel like that, yeah, someone is actually typing, that 800 millisecond delay. Then the assistant is asking that you can ask me any question related to this section. So now the handle section select will actually work. Let's click FAQ. You can see FAQ, and you can ask me any question related to FAQ. There is something wrong in here. It should end in here, not in center. Okay, we're gonna fix it, no problem. But you can see, you can ask me any question related to FAQ, and we selected FAQ from here. That's why it's showing like this. Yeah, and there is something wrong. See, the scroll view is not working. Give on reload. So the scroll section is not working. This scroll area, let me see why it's not working. So scroll area, we have to do some modification here. Let's do one thing. Let me change it with the updated component. Now it's going to work. Component is not a function. Just a minute. Scroll area, what's wrong? Scroll area, added it. Wait, component is not a function. Okay, just give on reload, then yeah, you can see now it's breaking. Yeah, the scroll view is also breaking. So I will also provide this chat simulator in that Notion file. You can also copy this component. This sorry, not chat simulator, pardon. I was talking about this scroll area component. Okay, I modified it and I forgot it which part I modified, but yeah, I did something and you also have to change it. Yeah, now this is still on problem that it's ending here. Let me inspect it and check it. I can easily catch it from here. What's the mistake here? So this one, yeah, items center, but it should be items, align items, flex end. Yeah, so let me do one thing. Let me come back in this chat simulator. I'm already in a chat simulator, sorry. So text center, not text center, align center. Item center, not align center. I forgot the class name even. Okay, item center, let's make it items end. Given reload, items end, change it with items end. Yeah, I think now it's going to work. Yeah, you can see. But 1 minute, the avatar I can center, it should be the bot here. It's going to be center. Yeah, now everything is fine. Here you go. It's looking perfect. You can hit this reset, then everything is gone. Yeah. So this is the exact testing approach we want. This is the testing playground we actually need. So chat simulator done. Now let's do the rest work. Chat simulator is not the only thing we need to do. We need to do here a lot of work. Let's come out from this, come outside from this div, create another div. This is our right side column. And here we have to add class name like this. You can just read the class name. Inside here, we have to add another scroll area. So scroll area from components UI scroll area. Inside this, we need another div. And here, let's add a small class name that h full and p are full. Here, we need another class name called space y6 pb8. Inside here, we have to create another component called appearance config. Yeah, so the chatbot appearance config, and let's add double p. So appearance config. Let's come back in this our components folder, then dashboard chatbot, and here appearance config dot tsx rfce appearance config. We can save it. We can come back here, import it, and here you go. Now inside the appearance config, we have to send some parameters like the primary color, set primary color, welcome message, set welcome message, handle save, and has changes. So handle save is going to be also another function. Let's create that in here. So constant handle save, an async function. Yeah, for now just keep it empty. And has changes. So has changes is also on simple variable. Let me copy that and let's come back here. Constant has changes. Metadata. If there is metadata available, then primary color. If it's not matching with our metadata.color or 4F46E5, this is our color code, or welcome message, if it's not matching with metadata.welcome message, or the fallback that hi, how can I help you, then true, otherwise false. Yeah, so has changes done. We can save it and we can come back in this appearance config component, and let's add here our appearance config props on interface. So interface appearance config props, where we're gonna receive these parameters like primary color string, set primary color, this is a callback, welcome message string, set welcome message, that same callback function that use state callback function, message string, it's going to return on void, handle save, callback function, it's saving boolean and has changes boolean. Now preset colors, this is going to be on static array, like indigo color, this is the color code, indigo color code, blue, emerald, and rose and orange, these are the color codes. Now inside here, let's receive the primary color, set primary color, welcome message, set welcome message, handle save, is saving, and has changes. Now let's come here, instead of div, make it card. So card, and class name just on border wide by 5, bz 0a 0a 0e. Inside here, let's add our card header, and inside card header we need on small class name called pb3. Now inside here we can add another div with something like this. Let's add here palette icon from Lucid React, and card title, that appearance, something like this. You can see appearance. Now after this card header, let's go inside card content. Inside card content, here we need on class name that space y5. We need another div here that space y3. On label, that primary color, import label from components UI label. We need on div here with class name something like this, flex and gap 3. Now we can do on loop of our presets color. So let's come inside here, add button, and button key is going to be color dot name. On click, let's call set primary color and pass this color dot value. Now class name, it's going to be a little bit bigger since it's going to be dynamic. So import cn from libutils. This is the class name. You can just read it by yourself. Yeah. Then on style, on custom style, we also need to add here background color, which will be color.value, and border color color.value, and title, which is going to be color.name. We can save it, and this button will not have any inside element. It will just have on like ending tag. Yeah. So primary color, you can see it's looking beautiful. When I'm hovering it, it's giving me the title name like orange, rose, emerald, and blue or indigo. Now after this, we have to add another div with class name like this, that relative w6 h6, and you can just read the rest of the class names, the stylings. Inside here, we're gonna add on color picker input, something like this, with the value primary color. After one changing, we are setting value from this primary color. Since this is on color picker, we can select anything from here. Yeah. Now after this, here we have to add another div with class name space y3, and on label that welcome message. So this is for welcome message. We'll add here on text area, import text area from components UI text area. This is going to be the like welcome message value. This is the by default welcome message. You can change it if you want to change. Now if there is any changes, then we will make this button appears that like save changes, but otherwise by default there is not that button here. But if I change anything like the primary color for the welcome message, The save changes button is in here. Perfect. That's it. This is our appearance config component. It's done. We don't need to do anything else. We can close it. We can save it now. 1 minute. There is a warning. Let me see. Okay, minimum height 80 pixel. It's saying no quick fixes. Okay, they're suggesting us this one. Let's add it then. Yeah, no warning anymore. Yeah, done. After appearance config, we have to add here our embed code config. Yeah, and we have to pass here chatbot ID. So this is going to be a new component. Let's pass metadata dot id. So embedded config. Let's come back here in this chatbot. Let's paste it. Embedded code config dot tsx rfce embedded code config. Let's import it, and we are sending here the chatbot ID, which is going to be string. Now embedded code config, we need here on use state hook that copied and set copied, and handle copy code we need to create here on small function, something like this, that set copy true. Navigator dot clipboard dot write text, this is our like website adding code. I mean onminutestack.com, this is our domain name. You can keep it anything. For now this is OneMinute Stack. Definitely we will modify it. And the public JavaScript file, I'm gonna explain it after some time when we will make the public chatbot preview options. Okay, this like widgets.js, I'll explain about it later on. Okay, for now it's just on script tag, and after clicking the handle copy code, not handle copy code, I meant here there will be on like a copy code button. When someone will click there, it will copy the script code. That's it. Now here, instead of div, change it to curt. So import curt from components UI curt. The class names is going to be like this: border white divided by 5, and this is the background color. It's giving an error chatbot ID because it can be string or undefined. So yeah, inside here let's add on curt header with class name pb3, and let's add here another div with the code icon from Lucid React, curt title that embed code, something like this. Now after this, we can add here our curt content after the curt header. So curt content, and let's add some space here. So space y4. Let's add another div with class name relative, and let's make on group. So group, inside this div, let's add another div, and this one is going to be kind of big, so something like this. You can just read it by yourself. Now here we're gonna add the code snippet. Okay, so something like this. This is the code snippet, that script source, this is the code, data ID, and differ and script. Now after this div, we will have another button for copying the code. So let's add the button here, something like this: import button from components UI button. If copied, then check, otherwise copy icon. And this is the styling for the button. Yeah, so the button is not here yet. Why? Button components UI button. Okay, here it is. Sorry, I did mistake. See, after clicking, it's showing here. Perfect. Now after this div, let's add another div with an alert circle icon, and this text that please paste this code before the closing head tag on your website. Something like this. Yeah, but I think there is some extra space here if I'm not wrong after the embed code. So the card header, yeah, card header styling is different. Let me do one thing. Let me change it like this, very small. Flex call space y 1.5 and p6 and the class name. Now let me do one thing. Let me completely change the card styling. Again, I will provide this card component to you. You don't have to do anything. You'll find out this in the source code. I mean, not source code, in that starter file, in that Notion file. Okay, then you can copy it from there. Yeah, so yeah, it's looking beautiful now. You can see the appearance. Perfect. The embed code is also perfect. Yeah, that's it. Our embed code config is also ready. This component. After this, what next? After this, our static work is actually done right now. It's time to make the dynamic things. So when the loading is true, we can do one more thing here. If the loading is true, then we can return a div with this styling that loading chatbot configuration. So loading chatbot configurations, and here you go. Cool. Now we have to start to work for the real thing, and that is actually handle save first of all. And handle save, I think we can do it now because we do have our API ready. So let's make it quickly. Set is saving, make it true. Let's add here a try catch statement. Constant raise await fetch /API /chatbot /metadata /update. Yeah, here we're gonna send on post request. The headers type content type is application /JSON. In body, we are sending the color and the welcome message. We can save it now. After this, if the response is okay, then we are updating our metadata with this updated value. If there is something wrong, then we are console erroring that console. We are checking that console. We're checking that message. We're saying that can fail to save changes. If it's in here, then fail to save. And finally, set is saving false. We can save it now. Perfect. We can give one reload. Now here, if I change it to this color or this color, this color, let's say this one, I'm hitting save changes. Probably there is something wrong. Let me see. Actually, there is something wrong. 404 not found. API chatbot metadata update. Seriously not found. Okay, we did only the fetch one, that's why. Fine, since it's related to metadata, we can quickly make the update one as well. Let's create a new folder by giving name update and route.ts. Now in this update, it's going to be on post endpoint, actually not put endpoint. It's going to be on post endpoint. Yeah. Now here, by the way, why it's post endpoint? We are updating data. Fine, we can keep it post or even put. Put make more sense. Okay, let's make it put then. Now let's add here try catch statement. And again, this is the protected route. So we're gonna add this. We could make on middleware function as well, and we can call that, but fine, we are already almost the end of the project, so we don't need to do that again. For better coding practice, you can keep this inside on middleware, and you can use that middleware in everywhere. Yeah, then this will reduce the code length. It will reduce the replicating code. Here we are taking our body data from request.json, and we are extracting the color and welcome message from this body. Now, if the color and welcome message is not available, then missing required fields. Then finally, we are updating the value if it's actually matching with the logged in user email. So you can see equals, we are doing here an equals check that chatbot metadata user email or user, if it's matching with user.email, then only. Yeah. Finally, we can return this updated metadata and status 200 with, if it's catch any error, console log the error and also send on error response. Cool, done. Let's hit save changes now. This time you can see it's actually working. Even if I give reload, still it's green because the metadata is saved. Metadata updated, not saved. Yeah. So you can see it's working, and here we can say, hi there, how can I help you today? In Becodemy, we can say, give on reload, hi there, how can I help you today in Becodemy? So it's actually working. Yeah, perfect. This metadata update work is also done. Now what next? The next one is our handle send function. So for the handle send function, we have to create a new API endpoint, and this API endpoint is actually for sending message. So let's go to API and let's create a new folder by giving them chat. Inside here, let's add a new endpoint by giving them test and route.ts. Why test? Because this chat is not real test, real chat, it's for testing the chatbot. That's why for this chat, we're actually calling a different endpoint. Yeah. So test is going to be kind of bigger, very natural. So let's start to work in this main interesting part, and that is testing our chatbot. So export async function post, we're going to receive a request, type is going to be request. Now here, this is also must going to be authenticated, very natural. So let's add everything here that is authorized. Next response. Yeah. Now here, we need to receive the messages array and the knowledge source IDs. Okay, we must need the knowledge source IDs so that we can later on fetch the data and add those in our context layer. So let's receive our messages array and knowledge sources ID. Actually, IDs and knowledge source IDs, we can say. We're going to receive it from our front end or from the API actually request parameters, request.json. Now inside here, we have to make on let variable. Let context. Why? We need here a let variable because this context is right now going to be dynamic. This knowledge source ID is just on ID, but we need this knowledge source data, the knowledge source content, right? And we're going to use that as our system prompt. So let's write something like this, that if knowledge source ID is available and knowledge source ID's dot length is more than 0, meaning some like on real array which length is more than 0, then constant sources await db dot db dot select content. We have to select from content, so content is going to be knowledge source dot content, and from knowledge source where the knowledge source dot id is matching with our knowledge source IDs. So this knowledge source IDs is an array, that's why we're adding here in array, and we're matching that with this knowledge source dot id, and we are actually like checking all the sources, or actually not checking, we're fetching all the sources from the database. Inside these sources, this is right now an array. So since this is an array, we definitely cannot add something like this, right? We cannot add this. Definitely it's not adding all the values. So what we have to do, we can run here on loop. So sources dot map is dot content. Since this is an array, so filter and boolean and then join /n/n. Yeah, now you might be thinking, what is this? Let me explain why this boolean here and why this join /n/n. So basically the /n/n meanings we're giving here on space. Okay, now the boolean, we're adding here this boolean so that if this is.content is empty string, or if it's null, or if it's undefined, then we are ignoring all of those values and we are just adding the real content. That's it, nothing else. Just for a security reason, or just for a fallback test, we are adding this filter in here. Like if the content is null or undefined, or if it's an empty string, then do not add that in this context. Yeah, that's it. And here space, so that from the next time when there is, like, suppose there is 2 context data in here, okay, then we are giving on space and we're adding a new content. Sorry, context, not content, but actually it's content, it's our knowledge source content, but we are setting that knowledge source content as this context value, as this like late variable value. Yeah, now this time we have to do one very important thing, and you have to understand it, what I am doing. I will explain it very clearly, but first let me write it. We have to count our messages conversation token. Okay, this is very, very important. Now conversation tokens, why do we need it? At first, let me create this new function. It's going to be in a new file, so we can come back in this lib folder, and in this lib folder we can create a new file by giving name count conversation tokens dot ts. Yeah, now inside here we have to actually install a new npm library called JS tick token. Now what is this JS tick token actually is? So at first let me install it, then I'm showing you. Let's search JS tick token. This is the tick token library. This is on BPE tokenizer for use with OpenAI's models. Since we are using OpenAI models for our chatbot, we need this library for calculating the conversations or the context token. Why do we need to count the tokens? Because it's crucial for our application, since we are building on chatbot and it based on RAG architecture. What is the meaning of RAG? RAG is just this. Let me write it here a little bit. RAG means retrieval augmented generative. Yeah, so three word here. Here, three word. What is the meaning of this three word? First of all, retrieval. Retrieval spelling is wrong. Yeah, now I think it's correct. Retrieval. Yeah, now correct. So retrieval is when we are doing here on conversation. Suppose I'm selecting FAQ and I'm saying, hey, what is the price of Becodemy Pro subscription? Let's say we are asking on question like this. Now, the most important thing here, that is we are using here GPT-4, right? For doing communications with AI, we are using GPT-4o mini, not GPT-4. We're using here GPT-4o mini. You can see for summarizing, we also use the same model. Now, this machine learning model doesn't have information about our Becodemy website, right? It doesn't have about any information. It doesn't have any information about our Becodemy website. Even it doesn't know this full conversation. So what we have to do, we have to send these informations to the machine learning model as context layer, as helping or supporting data. But it sounds very easy, but there is a very big problem. And the problem is that all the machine learning models, for example, this GPT-4o, let's say, it has actually on token limit, meaning input token limit and output token limit. You cannot send like a lot of tokens, like unlimited numbers of tokens. I meant you cannot send unlimited numbers of tokens when you are calling OpenAI model. See, this is max tokens 900. It means we are saying give us the response within 900 tokens. Even not only for that thing, if you look the GPT-4o mini pricing, you will see that they charge for tokens. They don't charge for actually this, like how many messages we are sending. They don't charge for per word or per sentences. They do charge for tokens. For 1 million tokens, they are going to charge. No, this is 5.2, but I'm talking about this. Let's say this O4 mini, okay? So it's actually $4 per 1 million token, very expensive. This one is like little bit, not little bit, it's very like cheap, we can say. It's just 20 cents per 1 million token, and output is 80 cents per 1 million token. Now, let's say this sentence or even this sentence, how many tokens are there? Can we count it? No, but we can count the word like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this question mark. So let's say we do have here 9 words, but machine learning model, they don't understand these words, right? They understand only tokens. So for calculating token, we do have on actually library which we are already using, and we do have also an website, this tick tokenizer. So I'm adding this one and I'm saying GPT-4o. Yeah, let's say 4o. So we do have actually here 23 token. It doesn't have 9 token. It has 9 sentences, sorry, 9 words, but it doesn't mean it has 9 tokens. It actually has 23 tokens, and you can see how it's going to calculate. You can see, sorry, 12, not 23. I was wrong. So you can see, hey, this is on token. What is another token, including this space? This is another one. This pro and subscription, another one. This is another one. So we do have 12 tokens, and this is actually the like value, because machine learning model doesn't understand this text. They only understand the value. Okay, now I'm going a little bit like deeper in machine learning world. You don't have to understand all of this, just understand this, that we must have to count our tokens and we have to give on limit for token. Otherwise, like, you know, we lost all of our money, and most of the like chatbot builder or this type of applications, they die because of this small, not small, big mistake. They do not count token properly, and later on they see crazy level billing on their account. So we must have to calculate token. Now we can say encoding for model, we have to import it actually from JS tick token library. Okay, we can calculate our we can calculate what? We can calculate OneMinute GPT-4 mini. This is our model name. Yeah, we can calculate the tokens from our context and we can limit it. Now export function count tokens. One thing I forgot it, guys. I explained about the retrieval part. Retrieval meanings we are adding an context. Okay, even ChatGPT itself uses the same thing. They also follow this RAG pattern. Retrieval meanings we are adding on context. Okay, we are fetching on context. We're not adding. I'm sorry. Retrieval meanings we are taking it from a different source. For our case, we're taking it from our this knowledge source. So our knowledge source is this retrieval. Augmented meanings we are sending it to machine learning model that this knowledge data. And generative, what the machine learning model, the GPT-4 mini is giving us, that's called this generative part. So I hope you understand about this RAG thing. This is very important. That's why I explained it. Even ChatGPT itself also follow this same pattern. Yeah. Now count tokens, we can add here text and it's going to be string and it's going to return on number, the number of tokens. So we can say return enc.encode. Let's pass the text and dot length. Cool. Now export function count conversation tokens. It's going to receive messages, which is actually an array, and inside the array we do have an object that role, string and content. These are the object field. This is also a string. Yeah. Now let tokens, which is going to be 0, just like on let variable value. Now since this messages is an array, we have to add here on for loop to go inside these messages. Let me write it manually. So for constant message of messages. Now tokens for, this is actually for role plus metadata over this 4 actually, because we do have role and content. Yeah. Now tokens enc.encode, we can pass the message.content.length. Cool. Now tokens 2, this is the assistant primary. Okay, so assistant priming, and we can return the tokens from here now, and that's it. This is our count conversations tokens function, and we can right now use it. Let's come back here. Let's call it now. In this token counts, let's do some limitation in here right now. Since we're counting tokens, so we can say if the token count is more than 6,000, then what we have to do? We should not remove any chat data. What I mean by that, let's come back again here. So here we do have right now only 3 messages. Very good. But let's think about it. We have around 20 or 30 messages in this conversations thread. So then definitely this context layer is also increasing, because we do have a lot of messages, and for like making our conversations more human friendly, we should send full conversations. Okay, but when it's getting very big, when the token number is getting more than this, then we can summarize our older messages. Okay, we can summarize our older messages to actually like solve this problem. So then the machine learning model will still get those older messages, but in a summarized like format. Yeah. So here we can say older messages. This was recent messages. That's why message.slice, the -10, the last 10 messages. Now recent messages, sorry, older messages, messages.slice 0 to -10. Yeah. Meaning take the older messages and summarize them into a single paragraph. Now, if older messages dot length is more than 0, then what we have to do? We have to summarize our message. So summary, await, summarize conversations. We do have to create this function. It's very, very important. We have to pass the older messages inside here. Now, summarize conversation. You will actually find out this file, full code, in that free link in my video description box, in that Notion file link. But still, let me write it for you. So open AITS, just come back here and let's create this function. So export async function and summarize conversation. It's going to receive the messages, which type is any, and let's add here on try catch statement. Now we're gonna actually call that same completion variable here again, and we're gonna call open AI chat completions.create model is that GPT-4o mini, temperature 0.03, maximum token, output maximum token 500, messages. This is the system role. Content, we are saying summarize the following conversation history into a concise paragraph, preserving key details and user intent. The final output must be under 2000 words. So we're adding here on word limit so that like this GPT-4 minute doesn't make the conversations so big. So like it should make the conversations small even in the summarized version. Yeah. Now what next? We have to right now send the response, the AI response as the response. We are returning it, that completions choices, the first one, then message.content.trim, like we're removing the spaces. Yeah. Now if it's catch any error, console error that error and just throw the error since this is on function. Yeah. Let's come back here. Let's import it and we can save it. Now inside here, after this, let's add on context, and the context is going to be something like this, that previous conversation summary, and two space, actually one space is also fine, and send the summary, one space, two space, finally the conversations, sorry, not conversation, context. Yeah. Now here, this is the older summarized messages context. We are saying that previous conversation summary, and these are the values, something like this. Yeah. Now finally we have to update the messages with these recent messages. Cool. So messages, what's wrong here? What it's saying, messages, I think I did some mistake somewhere. Messages, but it should not give any error like this. Oh, it should have lit. Yeah, because I added here constant. Yeah, that was the mistake. Okay, done. Now after this, after here, we have to write on system prompt. For you, I am going to provide this system prompt. This is actually a big like text, manual text. You have to write it by yourself. No, you don't have to write it by yourself. You can copy it. This is on system prompt, like, hey, your name is Sarah. You are a friendly human-like customer support specialist. Critical rules: if asked for your name, always responds with "I am Sarah." If asked for your role, then always respond with "I am a customer support specialist." Then keep answer extremely short, maximum 1-2 sentences, and conversational. Then conversational, yeah. If the user asks a broad question, do not provide a summary. Instead, ask a friendly, clarifying question to understand exactly what they need help with. So these are the system prompt. This is crucial for our this project. For this prompt, actually, it's going to behave like kinda a real human. I'm not saying it's completely like a real human. It's impossible. No one can give guarantee that it's completely human. Even ChatGPT itself doesn't speak like a real human. AI is not human, so we should not say that it's exactly like a real human. Yeah, but it has, like, we can say 90% or 80% creativity like a real human. Now we can add here on try catch statement. And since we do have our system prompt ready, we can call OpenAI again. So completion, because this is the main conversations. This is our main conversation response we need from OpenAI. Let's import OpenAI.chat.completion.create. Inside here, we can pass the model, which is going to be GPT-4o mini. Yeah. Now we need to pass here messages array. So role, which is going to be system, the content, which is going to be system prompt, and after this we have to pass our all messages array. Yeah, but 1 minute, I did a small mistake. It should be here inside these messages. Exactly. Yep. Now it's good, fine, good enough. Now the temperature of the conversations, it's going to be 0.7. So it's basically the creativity level of the machine learning model. Okay, 0.7 meanings it's actually good balance for any chatbot. That's why we're adding here 0.7. Now the response token, we are saying response token, it should be under 200. Maximum token is 200. Now constant reply, completion dot choices dot message dot content, or we can say I am sorry, I couldn't get generate a response. Yeah, something like this. And finally we can send our API response, that next response.json response, and this reply, the AI reply. Cool. That's it. Now if it's catch any error, console.error the message and send an error response as this API response. Now what next? We have to come back in this chatbot page.tsx, in this handle send. We have to right now do our work in this handle send function. So in this handle send, if the input, the message input is empty string, then return it. The input doesn't have any value, then return it. Yeah. Then constant current sections dot find s and s dot name. If it's matching with our active section, then we're going to get our current sections from here. Since this sections is an array with the active section, we can find out our current section. Now source ID is, so let's just distract the source ID is, take out. So we can say current sections dot source IDs or empty array. Yeah. Now constant user message. So role, it's going to be user. Content is going to be input, and section is going to be active section. Done. So the user message is ready. Now, right now, let's make set messages at the previous state, and this user message set input empty, set is typing true. Now let's send on post request to our API chat test endpoint. Yeah, we're sending these messages and the knowledge source IDs. Yeah, if the response.ok is true, then what we have to do? We just have to take that data and we have to store, set that data in the set messages array with this data.response with this data. Yeah, and set is typing false so that we can actually see the value. Yeah, now what is going to happen? You can see I'm coming here, I'm hitting send, and here you go. You can see it's actually working. It's saying the Becodemy Pro subscription is $30 per month. No, need help with anything else? So let me ask this same question to ChatGPT. You will notice that ChatGPT will be able to not understand it. So ChatGPT, let's ask this question. No, it's actually doing on web search, and that's why it's actually getting able to know the answer. But otherwise, without doing any web search, it never can actually give us response. You can see the sources. It's checking the sources from Becodemy website and from so many platforms, you can see. So it internally did on search. Yeah. Here you go. You can see it internally did on web search. That's why it able to answer us. But usually the machine learning model, when we are using it, not inside ChatGPT, it will be able to never answer it. It's giving us answer because it does have this context data. That's why. If we ask like something different, let's say, what is the owner name of Becodemy? See, it will be never able to answer it. Let's see. I'm not sure about the owner name. Would you like me to create a support ticket for a specialist team? So let's say, yeah, do it. Now you will notice an interesting thing, very interesting thing on status here called escalated. Why this? If you again come back here in our API endpoint, you will see that if user says yes, and if you simply don't know the answer from the content, from the context, or if the user indicates they're unhappy, ask, would you like me to create a support ticket for your specialist team? The user says yes or give permission to create a ticket, your reply must be escalated. So with this flag, we can right now change our conversation actually status to escalated, and Unreal Human can answer it. So now you might be thinking how Unreal Human can answer it. No worries. When you are going to do any conversations from this like embed code, not from here, this is for test environment, so definitely not from here. When on user is doing any conversations from like the vendor platform or from anywhere, then that conversations will appear in here. Okay, even if the chatbot is replying, still that will be in here. But when the status is escalated, then human like agent will be able to answer that and take actions into that conversations thread. Now, how we will be able to add new team member inside of this account? So when we will add a new team member in our workspace, that team member will be able to answer these conversations. So we can add real human as well into our account. So yeah, don't wasting time, let's start it. All right, so let's close this route.ts file, even this dashboard chatbot page.tsx. Let's call up everything. Let's come back in this dashboard and settings folder in this page.tsx. Now inside here, remove the settings page text, and inside here we have to add on styling for this div, something like this. You can just slowly read it and write it by yourself. Now inside here we have to add our settings header, something like this, that settings and manage workspace preference, security, and actually billing. Yeah. Now when I'm giving on reload, here you go, you can see manage workspace preferences, security, and billing. Now after this, let's add on card. So let's add on card in here, components UI card. The card will have on class name, something like this. Inside this card we need on card header, and inside the card header we will have on card title for our workspace settings, card descriptions, or the general settings for your organizations, read only. What it's saying: if the problem continues, contact the site owner. Give reload and you can see it's breaking. So yeah, there might be something wrong in here. Let's do one thing. Let's add it as a client side component at first. We're gonna use here use state and use effect, so we must have to make it on client side component right now. After this card header, let's add our card content. Inside the card content, here at first we have to add on small class name, that's space y6. Yeah, space y6. Inside here, let's add on div with class name, that grade gap 4 from mg, grade calls to, so grade calls to. Yeah, inside here we can add another div with on label and input, not input actually, here import label from components UI label, and here it's going to be actually on dynamic value or workspace name, but at this time we do not have our workspace data. So let me come back here, and we have to create on use state hook in here, something like this, that organization data and set organization data, import use effect, use state, not use effect, from React. Now let's create here on small interface for our organization data. Inside our organization data, we will have our organization ID, business name, website URL, and create it at the organization's creation time. Now here we are going to call our this slash API slash organization slash fetch endpoint, and we're gonna fetch our organization data. But we do not have our organization API route yet, even we do not have this actually our organization table. So we're gonna create all of that right now. So let's create here a new folder by giving name organization, and inside here we can create fetch, then route.ts. So organization fetch and route.ts, export async function, and get, we can add here on try catch statement, constant user is authorized. Yeah, we have to make it await. This is on callback function, an async function, sorry. So if there is no user, it means unauthorized. Yeah, something like this. Now we have to create on database table. So let's come back to this button and let's write export constant our team members. Actually here we don't need our new schema. Actually let's comment it now. Actually we need on a table, but not for this organization's data. We need table for team members, but for now we do have this metadata which we need. So metadata record, because just try to remember it, when we logged in here or we created an account for the first time and we came to this dashboard, we took informations from our user. This OneMinute tag is actually the organization information or name, and the user also added the website URL and everything, so we have to fetch that information. We can say await db select from metadata, then where eq. Inside here we can say metadata dot user underscore email. If it's matching with user dot email, then show us or give us that metadata record. Now constant organization, let's spread the metadata record or an empty array. Then ID, we have to add a new field called ID, which is going to be user.organizations underscore ID. This is our organization ID. We are adding it, and this ID is actually the ScaleKit organization ID. We need it to add new team member inside our organization. Now we can return the next response.json, and we can pass here organization. So organization, in here if it's catch any error, we can just return on error. Yeah, and we don't need this or. Yeah, we can save it now. If we come back here, if we give a reload, it's going to add here our organization data. So let me come back inside this, and organization data dot business name. Here you go. You can see OneMinute tag. It's actually working. Cool. After this, what next? After this workspace name, let me come outside from this div and let me add here another div that our organization website, something like this. So let me add here on label that primary website and another div, something like this. Inside this div, we're going to add our organization data dot website URL. So something like this. It's looking beautiful. You can see our website URL, the primary website. After this 3 div, we can add another div with class name grade gap 4 from md grade calls to on div with class name space y2 text white, and on label with class name like this, that just text zinc 500 and default language, something like this. Actually it's same thing. We have to copy this. We can add it in here. We can say this time English. This is an actually static value. Yeah. Now after this, the last one is our time zone. So we can add here on time zone with the same styling that UTC, but the content is different, that UTC GMT plus 0. This is the time zone. You can definitely add here your own time zone by just adding here on date.now and the time zone, and you can add that in here. But for now it's completely static. It's not important for these applications. We just added it for making the settings page look more fulfilled. That's it. After this, we can add the most important thing, and that is the team section component. Now team section is for adding new team member. So let me come back in this components folder, components dashboard, and we can say settings, then team sections. So team sections dot tsx, team sections. Let's come back in this team section. We need here actually a lot of use state hooks, something like this for set team, team and set team, like our team members informations, and we have to create an interface here for team member, something like this. Now is loading, the team member loading is adding when we're adding a new team member, the new team member email, new member name, open dialog, and member to delete, that like which member we are to delete. So we actually don't need this, so we can delete it. Yeah, we just need these few use state hooks. Fine. Now let's come back again in our this schema.ts, and this time let's design our team members table. So constant team members pg table team underscore members, and we do have our id and user email. This id is the like default id, user email, which user is adding these new team members. Okay, that user email means admin email. Then name, this is our team member name. Organization id, our like which organizations we're adding the team member, that organization's id. By the way, here this user email is not that user. Okay, I mean not the admin email, it's the team member email. I explained it in the wrong way. This user email is the team member email. Yeah. Now role is the team member role. Status is like what is the status of the account. So by default it's going to be always pending, because this team member must have to accept the invitations by going to his email. That's why by default it's going to be pending. After accepting the invitation, the account status will be active. Cool. Now we have to update our database. So generate, wait, I did some mistake. I think team members, no. So let's add something like this. Yeah, again generate team members, all are good. Table created or renamed from another table. Let me do one thing. I actually already created, generated this table in our Neon database. This is team members. So I was actually right. This is fine. Okay, let's generate it again. Now migrate. Please don't give an error. Even if it's giving error, we can skip it, but still, yeah. Let's hope for no error, and it's actually didn't give us any error. Now we can push it, and we have to do nothing because it's already in here. The team members, cool. Team members. Fine, done. Let's come back here in our API folder, and we can create a new folder by giving name team. So API and team, and we can say fetch and add. So fetch, we can add here route.ts and add route.ts. Cool. Fetch, let's add here on export async function get. We can add here on try catch statement. We need the user data, so user await is authorized, and then if there is no user, simple on next response that unauthorized. Now we have to fetch all users in the same organization. Okay, the all users. So we can say team members data, because this route is going to send response for all team members. That's what this route is going to do. This API route is going to do for us. Now db.select and ID is going to be team members dot ID. Name is going to be team members dot name. User underscore email. Team members dot user email. Role, same, our team member role. Now status and created ad, something like this. Now from where we need this, from our team members we need this, where the team members organization ID is matching with our current, our user.organization ID. Yeah, underscore organization underscore ID. Now finally we can send here the team members as response. If it's catch any error, we can just send on response that failed to fetch team members. Cool. Our API is done for fetching new team members. Now let's come back here again in our this component, that team sections. Let's add here on function called fetch team. Let's make it async function, since we're gonna do here an API call. So constant race await fetch slash API slash team slash fetch. Now if response.ok is true, then constant data await race.json set team and data dot team. Cool. If it's catch any error, then we can console log the error message with team member fetching error. Yeah, and finally we can make the set is loading, not is adding, to false. Done. And we can add here an use effect hook. We can, okay, let me write it by myself. So let's call this fetch team, not await, just call it, and done. Now inside here, let's come back in here, let's change it with curd. So curd and curd, there's going to be on small styling that border white by 5, and on background color that 0A, 0A and 0E. Inside this curd, let's add our curd header. So curd header, something like this. Now inside this curd header, we have to add our curd real header and div with on curd title, that's team members, and curd description that manage your team and their access. So something like this. After this, we can add here on dialog after this div. So dialog, components UI dialog, open, it's going to be open dialog, on open change, set open dialog. Inside here, we can add on dialog trigger, not Redux UI. It's supposed to we're supposed to import it from components UI dialog. Yeah. As child, let's add it. Now we have to add here button from components UI button, and inside button we have to add some styling like this. BG white, text black, after hover BG sync 200. So add member. Cool. When I'm hitting, nothing is happening because we have to add the dialog content right now. So dialog content, inside here, in this dialog content, let me add on styling, something like this. So the width is going to be this, and text white, border white, and this is the background color. Inside here, let's add on dialog header and dialog title. Here we can say add team member. We can save it. We can come back here. After this, we can add on dialog description, that add a new member to your organizations. They will be added immediately. Something like this. After this, we can add here our another div with class name like this, that grid gap 4 and py4. Another div with class name like this, grid and gap 2. Now we need here on label and on input, label for our name and input for adding that new team member. So the team member name. After this, we can add here our another div, and this one is for email. So yeah, team member name and team member email. Cool, that's it. Now finally we can add here on footer after this. So dialog footer, and here we're saying we're adding on cancel and add member button with these stylings. When the user will click this, the admin will click this adding or add member button, we have to call this handle add member function. So let me come back here, constant handle add member, which is going to be an asynchronous function. If there is no new member email, then return the function, and set is adding, make it true. Let's add here on try catch statement, constant raise await fetch /API/team/add. Method is going to be post headers content type, which is going to be application/JSON. Yeah, and finally we have to pass the body, and if raise.ok is true, then we can make our set new member email to empty string, set new member name empty string, set open dialog false, and fetch team. We can call the fetch team function again for refetching the data. If it's catch any error, here, else, we can console log the error message. Yeah, if it's catch any error, then fail to add member, we can do one thing, we could delete it. We don't need to do anything there. Now finally, set is adding is going to be false. Now if I save it and if I add a new team member, definitely it's not going to work. One small thing we have to fix, that is this cancel button, we have to say bg wide by 5, which is the by default background, something like this. So cancel. Yeah, now it's looking beautiful. Cool. Now if we try to add a new team member, definitely it's not going to work. We have to start to work for this add team add endpoint. So yeah, let's start it now. It's going to be on post API endpoint. Let's add on try catch statement, and let's copy these lines, come back here, paste it in here, something like this. Now let's receive that email and name from our payload or front end body payload. Yeah, if there is no email, then we can return an error, validation error, that email is required. Then pending team members. This is very, very important, since the user status, the account status can be pending. That's why we have to check for the pending team members. Is there have any pending team members? So what we're doing, we are basically looking for our team members with the email, okay, with this team members dot user email and this email which we just received in this parameter or from the API payload. So we are saying that if the pending team member dot length is more than 0, it means user is already invited, right? Yeah. Otherwise, if user is not invited, then we can right now invite the user. Now for inviting, since we're using ScaleKit, ScaleKit does have on organizations feature. By default, when we are creating an account, ScaleKit is creating an organizations for us. And when they are creating an organizations, we can right now add new team members into our that organizations. For this admin, the admin does have on organizations inside ScaleKit dashboard. Let me show you. You can see users actually. See, this is the organization ID. So for this user, for this admin, the admin does have on organization. For ourselves, what we're going to do now, we are going to add new team member into the organization. So we can say scalekit.user.create user and membership and current, sorry, not current, user dot organization ID. So organization underscore ID, and we have to give here some pass here some value like email, user profile, and here first name, which is going to be name, and last name, which is going to be empty string name, or let's say email dot split, just remove the @, and the first index, yeah, the first part of the email, keep it as the first name. If the name is not available, then finally we have to actually send an invitation email here. So let's make it true. True, I meant here true. User is giving an error because we do have another variable called user in here, and we cannot give the same name in here. So let's do one thing. Let's say logged in user, okay, and let's change it. So logged in user, yeah, makes sense. Done. We can save it. Now ScaleKit is going to send an email to this like this team member, which team member email we are actually sending from this form. ScaleKit will by default send an email to this team member for accepting the invitations into this organization, and after that we can actually store that team member informations into our database, but with pending status. Why? Because the user or the team member must have to accept the invitation from his email, and ScaleKit is actually going to send an email for that. So let me show you right now. User email is going to be the email name, which is going to be name, or even actually this one. So name, or sorry, yeah, something like this. And finally, we must have to send organization ID, which is going to be the logged in user dot organization underscore ID. Cool. And finally, we can send this user as this API response. If it's catch any error, just send on error response. Cool, done. Now let me explain you one important thing. Let's try to think about it. We are sending an email to the team member email. We're not sending it, ScaleKit itself sending it. But when the team member is accepting the invitation, how we're gonna know that? It's impossible, right? ScaleKit is not going to tell us, hey, the user actually verified their account or the team member. Definitely ScaleKit is actually going to tell us with another way, and that is called webhook. So we have to set up on webhook for our this project, so that after the team member is accepting the invitation, we can, like, ScaleKit can send us a webhook request, and we can change the account status from pending to active. Yeah, that's it. I hope you understand it. Now in this API folder, we can create a new folder by giving them webhook, and we can say ScaleKit another endpoint and on route.js. Now for working with ScaleKit, actually not only ScaleKit, almost all the applications, when you are working with webhooks, they don't support localhost. Why? Because ScaleKit doesn't have this localhost access, right? Because localhost is inside our laptop, it's on local network. It doesn't have access to any other like company unless they are providing us on CLI. But in our case, ScaleKit is not doing that. So that's why we have to add on like live URL. Okay, live URL meanings either you have to deploy it, but for our case, since we are developing it, it's not possible. We can use then on service or on free service called ngrok. We can use it. We can click here. We have to do nothing. We just have to set up ngrok for our device. So if you're using Mac like me, you can say ngrok Mac, and you can see the CLI quick start. And if you're using Windows, you can say ngrok Windows. For me, I do have this already in my laptop, so I don't need to worry for anything. I'm just going to write on command that ngrok and http 3000 our port. That's it. When I'm hitting enter, you can see it's giving me on forwarding link. So it's basically redirecting this local endpoint to this URL. So it's basically forwarding our network. That's it, nothing else. When I'm clicking here, when I'm opening it, you can see it that when we'll click this visit site, yeah, we're right now live, but actually we are not live. We can send it to ScaleKit and any other service anywhere, and this link will work unless we are not stopping from here. If we stop it from here, if we stop this server, then definitely it will also not work. Okay, I hope you understand how we are working here. We are just forwarding our request, our localhost 3000 to here, nothing else. But with that said, since we do have on local URL, we can copy this now, and we can click this add webhook. We can add the endpoint URL /API/webhook, and slash ScaleKit. Now display name, we can say 1Minute Support. Yeah. So, and this is our endpoint URL, which is slash API slash webhook slash ScaleKit. Let me show you again, slash API webhook and ScaleKit. Cool. Now, regarding the events, we have to actually just turn on this one, that user organization membership created this event, and we have to hit this create button from here. Now let's go inside here and let's hit this signing secret, and let's copy this webhook signing secret. Let's come back in this .env again, and let me add here our ScaleKit webhook and secret. Yeah, so we can save it right now, and we can come back in this webhook and ScaleKit and route.js. Now let's start to write code for this webhook handler. So this endpoint is going to be on post endpoint. So export async function and post. Now we're going to receive a request, which type is going to be request. Inside here we can add on try catch statement. Now constant body await request dot text. Now we have to also receive the headers. So object dot from entries request dot headers dot entries. We are basically converting our headers to a format expected by the SDK, which is plain object, and we're converting it into plain object. Now constant secret, which is going to be process.env.ScaleKit and webhook underscore secret. Cool. Now after this, we can add another try catch statement, and in here we have to verify our raw body. Right now we have to verify the raw body, so we can call ScaleKit dot verify payload, webhook payload. We have to pass the secret, the headers and the body. Cool. Secret is giving an error. Let's add something like this. Yeah. Now in this catch error, it means when it's catching any error, it means the signature verifying is actually not true. It means this secret key is wrong either, or the headers or the body, any of these might be wrong. Then we can say invalid signature. We can send an error response that invalid signature with this 400 status code. After this, when the request is valid, it means we do have our event data inside here. So json.parse, let's parse the body, and we can add here on switch case statement now. So switch, if the event type is actually user.organization membership created. Yeah, that was our event we selected here. You can see one event. When I'm hovering it, you can see user.organizations membership created. Yeah. Now if the event type is this, then constant param event.data, we have to update our database. So db.update, we have to update the team members. So team members dot set status active. So we have to change status to active, where the user team members dot user underscore email is matching with our param dot user dot email. Yeah. And then we can break this. Yeah, we can break this switch case statement. And default we can just add on console log that unhandled event type with that event type. Finally, we can send on success response outside of this switch case statement. Yeah, if it's catch any error, then we're gonna send on error response, and we can also console log it for our internal debugging purpose, something like this. Yeah, we can save it now. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. Our work is done. Right now, if we come back here, if we hit this team members, and let's say Shahrir, I'm saying, and I'm adding this support@becodemy.com. I'm hitting this adding member, or sorry, add member, and you can see adding. And if we give on reload here, still nothing is happening because we haven't add that team members table in here. But if I show you my email, let me show you my email. Here you go. You can see the email that you have been invited to 1Minute Stack. You have been invited to 1Minute Stack to join organizations on 1Minute Stack. When I'm hitting this accept invitation, you will see an interesting thing. At first, let me come back here and let me show you the team member. Okay, right now this status is active because we actually clicked this accept invitation. That's why. But if we come back here and if we click this webhooks, if we give on reload from here, you will notice that it's actually sent us on request and that it's actually success. This was the date, the time, and this is the request delivery attempt, which is sending 200 response. It means it's successfully worked. And this is the organization ID. Most interestingly, when I'm clicking users, you can see the new users with this same organization ID. If we come back here, if we click this view organization, you can see we do have two members in here. I mean, this is admin and this is member. So it's actually perfectly working how we expected. Yeah. But one small thing is still not in here, and that is we're still not watching our team members in here because we haven't add that team member like showing table in here. So let's do that in here after this dialog. After this card header, let's add on card content. Now inside card content, at first let me add on div that if it's loading, if it's on loading state, something like this, then just on text that loading team. Otherwise, if the team dot length is 0, then we can add another div that no team member, no team members found. Otherwise, when there is data, we can add another div, and let me finish it in here. Inside here, here we can add on class name that grade and gap 4. We can do on loop of our team dot map member. We can return it. We can add on div with key member dot id, class name flex items center, justify between, and p3 rounded lg, then border bg white by 1, hover bg white by 2, transition colors. Yeah, let's come inside this div, and in here let's add another div, something like this. Now we can add here on avatar for our the team member avatar. Yeah, so the avatar fallback, which is going to be member name slice the first two letters of the name. So you can see sh, but one thing is not working, and that is the border. Let me see why the border is not working. Border. Border is not working in here. Where's the border white? Oh yeah, so I forgot to add the border white by 5 color. There you go. Now it's working. It's looking actually beautiful. Now, after this avatar, after this div, let's add another div with class name flex items center gap 2. Inside here, let's add another paragraph, that member name on badge of the member. So something like this, badge from our components, cn from that libs, and if the member status is active, then this styling, otherwise like on YOLO text, that it's actually pending. Yeah, I think you understand it. Let me show you again. So it's still showing pending. Given reload, it will show active. Yeah, it's showing active. It was showing pending because it was earlier data. That's why. After this div, let me add another paragraph, that user email, something like this. I think I did a small mistake somewhere. Where's the flex? Okay, it's supposed to end actually in here. This was my mistake. No, I think still there's something wrong. Let me see. So flex items. No, this one is ending in here. All right, let me add another div with here after this div on P. There is something definitely wrong somewhere. I found a problem. The problem was actually in here. Before this avatar, after this avatar, sorry, we have to add another div, and the div will actually going to end here after this paragraph tag. Now when I'm saving it, here you go. You can see it's looking perfect. Yeah. Now after this div, after this two div, let me add another div, and the class name the flex item center and gap 2. We can add here on badge, and the badge variant is going to be secondary. Then the class name for this badge is going to be something like this. Now inside here, we can come back inside this badge and we can add our member role. So you can read it again slowly. Yeah, so something like this. It's looking really beautiful. Now after this, our work is actually done for this team sections, and it's looking really very beautiful right now. We can even add a new team member if we want to add. That's it, done. Now after the team section, what next? Next we need another cart for actually deleting our like account. So this is just on like a red border. Now we can add here on cart header that danger zone, something like this, that danger zone irreversible actions for this workspace. After this cart header, we can add here cart content. So cart content, we can add another div, something like this, and inside here we can add on div with internally two paragraph tag that delete workspace and permanently delete all knowledge conversations and settings. After this div, let's add on alert dialog, and on alert dialog trigger. So alert dialog trigger imported from components UI alert dialog button. We have to import the button from components UI button, and this is our delete icon. This is the button styling. Perfect. So delete, when I'm clicking here, still nothing is appearing, nothing is showing here. But after this alert dialog trigger, we can add alert dialog content, and then we can show our alert dialog content. Now inside here, we can add our alert dialog header, something like this, that are you sure you want to delete your account? So are you absolutely sure these actions cannot be undone? This will permanently delete your workspace and remove all associated data from our servers. So you can see something like this. After this, we can add alert dialog footer. So alert dialog footer, inside here we can add alert dialog the cancel and action. So cancel and action. So you can see something like this. Cancel and delete workspace. So cancel and delete workspace. You can see our settings page is also ready. I don't want to make it big. It's right now your task to implement some more features if you want. Like you can implement your billing. I'm going to show you how we can do that after some time, because we have to do the most interesting work right now. That is, if we come back here, you can see here I said widgets.js. We do not have any public widgets.js yet. We have to create that, and we have to add some code internally to check our vendor from this data ID. And this data ID is right now going to be dynamic after some time. So yeah, we have to make this like embed code features right now, so that anyone can embed this chatbot inside their application. But definitely there going to be some security. For an example, only the whitelisted domain can add that. Otherwise, like if you're copying it and if you're adding it inside your website, if you don't own this embed code and you're trying to adding it inside your website, definitely it's not going to work. We have to verify the request actually from where the request is actually coming, the request domain. If the request domain is matching with our record, we will like show the embed, we will show this chatbot to the user. Otherwise we'll give an error that you don't own this chatbot, you cannot add it inside your application. That's it. Right now let's start to work for that. All right, so let's go to this public folder, and inside this folder let's create on widgets.js file. Now inside here we can say function. Let's create here on simple function, and let's call the function by default. We can use here a try catch statement, and first of all the script. So var script document dot current script. If there is no script, then return this function. So return now var widgets id. So we need our widgets id. Script dot get attribute. We can pass here our data, then id. Yeah, now we are actually sending data id from here, right? The data id, and this is the script. So the data id, if there is no data id, if there is no widgets id, means this data id, then we can actually console.error on message that actually 1 minute support missing data id. Yeah, then finally we can return this function. Yeah, now after this second step, what we have to do, first of all we're checking that is there have any script tag or not, if there have any widgets id or not. If all of them are available, then we can do the next work, and that is we can send on actually post request to our API. For now it's localhost 3000, but After deploying, we will change it to our production website URL. So /API/widgets/session. How we are planning to work in here, let me explain. At first, let me finish it. So the method is going to be post headers. We have to send here our content type, which is going to be application/JSON, and credentials. So credentials, which is going to be omit. Then body, let's pass the body the information that JSON stringify. Let's pass this widgets ID, widget ID as on payload. So widgets ID. Yeah. Now then let's call here on function. Since we are in this public JavaScript file now in this race, if the response is not okay, then we have to throw on new error that session request failed. Yeah. Now, first of all, let me explain you one thing, why I added this widgets.js in this public folder, so that anyone can get access this code by just writing this script tag and by just writing this /widget.js. This is going to be completely public code file or code snippet. Yeah. Now here we are sending on post request to our API endpoint. We haven't created this API endpoint yet, but we're gonna create it now. Why we are sending it? We are sending it to generate on session token for the chatbot, because for like without creating any session token, the chatbot is going to be not enough secure. So that's why we are creating on session, on short session for the requested user, that this chatbot is valid for this much time. It can be valid for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or we will define the validity. Okay. Now when there is data, if there is no data or the data token, the most important thing, that token is not available, then we can throw new error that invalid session request, sorry, response, not request. This is the response one. Invalid session response. Now after this, what we have to do, when there is data, we have to inject the iframe. So iframe, we can say document dot create element and create an iframe element in here. Now iframe dot source, which is going to be again HTTP localhost 3000 / embed and token. So plus encoded URI component, and let's pass the data dot token. Yeah. After this, let's set our iframe title. So iframe dot set attribute title, which is going to be support chat. Now we have to do some styling for the iframe. So we can add position fixed, then bottom is going to be 20 pixel, then right is going to be same 20 pixel. Then after this, we can add our width. So by default, we will have the small rounded message icon, like the toggle button. So that's why the width is going to be 60 pixel. Height is going to be also completely same, 60 pixel. Then border, the border is going to be completely none. Then a z index, which is going to be 999, like this. Then our border radius, which is going to be 30 pixel, or even we can say 100 pixel, but let's say 30 pixel is also fine for now. And then background, style background, which is going to be transparent. Transition is going to be 0.3 second all age. And finally we can add document dot body dot append child this iframe. So iframe, yeah. Now we have to listen for resizing this iframe. Why I'm saying this? Because this is for small, like the toggle button in here, but when the user is clicking, we have to listen that. So we can say window dot add event listener message function. Let's receive your event. Now if event dot data and event dot data dot type equals to resize, then iframe width is going to be event data width, height is going to be same event data height, then our border radius is going to be event data border radius, and finally if there is any box shadow, then the box shadow is going to be the event data box shadow. Cool. Now if it's catch any error, then we can just run on console error, we can show the error message. Yeah. And if it's catch any error, wait, I think we're doing something wrong. Just a minute. The try catch, so this is 10, and here we have to add another catch. Yeah, so we can say function and error, and then we can add this, that actually 1 minute support failed to load widgets. Yeah, and here we can add another console error, that widgets error. Yeah, finally we can call this function actually. Yeah, that's it, because the this file is going to call the function by default. No one is going to call it, right, manually. So that's why we are calling it in here. Yeah, and this is like the function syntax, nothing else. So yeah, our widgets.js is ready. Now what next? We have to create these APIs, the most important things, and even this embed token, all of this we have to do one by one. So yeah, let's start it now. So in this API app API folder, we have to create a new folder by giving name widgets, and another folder by giving name session. So in this widgets session, it's going to be on post endpoint, right? So route.ts, and we also need here another endpoint called config. We need it after some time, so let me add that in here. We will write code in there later on. Yeah, now for the session, export async function post request, and inside here we can add on try catch statement. Now it's going to receive the widgets id from the body. So if there is no widgets id, it means there is something wrong. So missing the widgets id. Now after that we have to verify the widgets exist, if the widgets exist or not. So we can check it from our chatbot metadata, because the widgets id is basically our chatbot id. That's why we are like checking it, is the widgets exist in our database or not. If not, it means that this is on not valid request. So we can say if there is no bot, widgets not found, status 404. Yeah, now after this, if we found it inside our database, it means then this is valid. Now secret, we are gonna use here a new library called JAWS for implementing that JSON web token. Now here we need text encoder, call it, then encode, pass the process.env.jwt secret. All right, so jwt secret, let me add it inside our .env file. So .env, it's already in here, but how you're gonna also find out the value for JWT secret, let me show you. You can just write this open SSL. I think I use open SSL. Yeah, and random and this, then you will get on random secret key for your like JSON web token. Even you can also go to any website like on secret key generator, and you can just write generate JWT secret. That will also work for you if you don't have this open SSL installed or set up in your laptop. Then now we need on session ID. So crypto dot random UUID. Now constant token await new sign JWT. So sign JWT, we have to import it from our JAWS library. If you do have this, very good. If it's giving error, then install this library. Yeah. Now new sign JWT, here we're gonna add the widgets ID. So widgets ID, which is going to be bot.id. Now owner email, so owner email, which is going to be bot.user_email. Now session ID, which is going to be the session ID. Yeah. Now we have to add here some protected header. So set protected header algorithm H S256. Yeah. Then set issue at, then set expiration on time. So we are making it 2 hour. Okay, this token is valid for 2 hour. Yeah, session will last for 2 hours. Then sign with the secret. Cool, that's it. Now return next response.json, send the token from here. If it's catch any error, then just send an error response and console log the error for debugging purpose. Yeah, so our session generating API route is ready. Now for the config one, it's also very important. So let's come back in this route.ts. Let's create on get endpoint now. So get something like this. Now we need to take back that token again in here. Okay, from where? From our search params. So search params dot get token. Basically we will call this API endpoint from our this embed slash embed and this token params. Okay, so we are going to set value here, the token value, and we're going to receive that in here. Now we're going to verify it if the token is valid or not. So if there is no token, it means missing token. You must have to add token. Now after this we can add on try catch statement. Now we can verify with our secret. So we can add that new text encoder again, new text encoder, encode process.env.jwt secret. Yeah, then we have to verify the payload. So constant payload await JWT verify. We have to pass the token and the secret. Yeah, now JWT verify is actually coming from JAWS library, something like this. Cool. After this, constant widgets ID, which we're receiving in this payload dot widgets ID as string. Then owner email payload dot owner email as string. Now we have to fetch this this chatbot information. So db dot select db, we have to import, then select from chatbot metadata, and where Oops, 1 minute, I did a small mistake. Where is going to be here? We just from metadata, sorry, from chatbot metadata, where our chatbot metadata.id is matching with the widgets id. Yeah. Then after this, let's add on limit. So let's add on limit. That limit is 1. Add here another second bracket and remove it from here. Done. Now, if there is no meta, then bot not found. Yeah, so we are actually verifying it for double time. Now, an important thing for like production grade applications, we usually don't fetch data for so many times like this. We use on the cache layer, we use actually Redis for reducing the latency for fetching data. Even we cannot send so many requests to our database like this, the database always, like, you know, the database will always have on throughput limit, so we cannot send crazy level request. But for testing applications for MVP, this is good enough. You don't need anything else. But otherwise, we should integrate Redis, and we should like fetch metadata and store that in our Redis database, and then like this will significantly improve our application's speed. Yeah, I hope you understand. Now, in here in user sections, we're gonna get our user sections now. It means when there is meta, that then yeah, there is user sections. Now await db dot select from sections where sections dot user email and compare it with the owner email. Yeah, so we're looking for the sections. Now we have to send response of this metadata and sections. It's very, very important for the chatbot. If it's catch any error, then just console log the error for debugging purpose and send an error response. Done. We can close it, close this one, and this one as well. Now let's come back in this app folder and let's create a new folder by giving them Embed. So inside here, let's create a new folder by giving them Embed. Let's create on layout.tsx, and here RAFCE embedded or embed page layout. Yeah, here it's going to receive the children, which type is going to be react.react node. Done. And here for the div, it will have same class name from our this layout.tsx. From here, we just don't need that variable, and otherwise, yeah, everything can be same. And we can pass the children in here. We can save it. Let's come back in this page.tsx in this embed folder. So page, and here in our embed page, we can say actually we have to start to work. So first we need our search params. So use search params, import it from next/navigation, make it client-side component. Now we need our token value from the search params. Now we need some use state hook like metadata. So use state, metadata sections, loading and error, chatbot metadata. Chatbot metadata is going to be on small interface, something like this, and we need another interface called section custom interface. Yeah. Now after this, we need our chat state. Still we have to add some more use state hook, something like this. this is kind of similar like our that this chatbot, because this is also the chatting interface. Now we have to write here on use effect hook. So use effect snippet, delete this and this, and let's come here. Now we have to force the transparent body to ensure the rounded corners don't show the background artifacts. Now you are thinking, wow, which language I'm speaking? No worries. So here we're going to add on styling, that document.body.style.background color, it needs to be transparent. Yeah. Now document element dot style dot background color, which is also going to be transparent. Yeah. Now if type of window is not undefined, like normal thing we do in Next.js, then window dot parent dot post message. So post message, we have to add here type, which is going to be resize, width is going to be 60 pixel, height 60 pixel, border radius, which is going to be 30 pixel. Yeah. And after this, we can add on star like this. Yeah, that's it. Our this use effect work is done. It's basically initializing the resize and ensuring it starts small, nothing else. Okay, the sidebar button. Yeah, because of this use effect, we're just ensuring that it's actually load first. That's it. Now we need on toggle window. When definitely there is a toggle button, right? We already created it earlier. So the toggle open, we can say constant new state, opposite of is open. So is open is actually our use state hook. So let me add that in here. Default is closed, the toggle button. This is now here. After this, let's set value for set is open. If new state, then we have to change our resize window document, this post message, this resize, we have to change this height and width and the border radius. Otherwise else we have to collapse it. Yeah, so just change the styling like this, 60 pixel and border radius 30 pixel. Yeah. Now this time we have to fetch our widgets config, which we created that API. So let's create another use effect hook, and inside here, if there is no token, then something like this. Now fetch config, the function which is actually fetching the config, which is very normal. Let me show you. We're giving a request to this widgets config with this dynamic token. Then we are getting the data in here. We're storing those data values in our use state hooks. Then we're updating this set messages state. We're initializing on like welcome message to make the chatbot feel like, alive. By default message, we're storing that from here. And finally, we have to call this fetch config function. Yeah. One more small thing, which is for auto scrolling our chat, which we are also doing in this chatbot, the same thing. We're writing that in here. Now one more thing, that handle key down, So this function, we need this. Now handle send, this is for sending messages. So async, I'm not copying it from the chatbot because this is the production one, so it has some differences. That's why I'm not doing it. Otherwise, we could copy this handle send function completely from not only handle send, this handle key down, and even this use effect hook. This is completely similar with our this chatbot page. You can notice it in here. You'll find out it in here too. But let's come back here now, and after this, when there is loading state true, then return null. If there is an error and is open is true, then we can return an alert, an error circle like this, that with the error message. Yeah. Now after this, we need our toggle button state. So if is open is false, we can add here on button with the message circle icon, the main thing we're writing here now, with class name w8h8, and the button will have on click and on class name and on styling like this. Yeah, cool. That's it. Now let's come back inside here and let's add styling for this div. Just a minute, let me add on first bracket. The formatter is actually removing it. Let's come inside here. You can see the styling from here now. Yeah, now inside here we need to make our chatbot header. Yeah, something like this. So you can see the styling again. Now inside here we need on another div with class name like this. We need another relative div with on icon, that bot icon. So let me do one thing. If we right now go to embed, it's definitely not going to work. It's very natural. If we go to embed, see, it will give us error. Why it's giving us error? Because we have to pass here value. Missing session token, you can see. One thing, h full, we can say minimum height screen. Yeah, missing session token. Yep. So we cannot come here like this. We can do one thing, an interesting thing. Let's hit dashboard, chatbot. From here, let me change few things. So let's come back inside our chatbot page.tsx and this embed code config. Let's change it with localhost 3000 and here http. Now copy this. Let's paste the same thing even in here. Yeah, now you can see it's something like this. Let's copy this. Let's come back in a new route, so we can actually create a route for testing it. We can say it's something like test, and we can create here on page.tsx. We can create an RFCE. So page, and inside here we can add our script. So for Next.js, we do not use a script like this, so we have to import script from next slash script, or what is that? Yeah, I think script is not any object like that. Yeah, now we can save it. Right now, if we go to our test, this time it's going to work. You will see the magic. All right, something is wrong. Invalid session response. All right, I found the problem. The problem was actually inside this widgets.js file. If we come back here, you can see from here I forgot to return the res.json. We were saying that if the response.ok is false, it means if the response.ok is not true, then throw an error. But if it's true, then what? Then we have to return the function, right? We have to return the response. That's it. Now we can close it. We can come back here. We can give on reload. This time you can see it's also showing us on error, but no worries. After going to production, this error will be gone. This is actually on completely on hydration error, which we can completely ignore. Now we can see it's looking weird, I know, but at least it's visible here now, and we can start to work for the bot. But one small thing I'm feeling like this right now, that is instead of bot, we could add here actually real chat, like human avatar. We can find out our human avatar inside this hero, if I'm not wrong. Yep. So yeah, here it is. We can copy this. We can come back here instead of bot. Let me paste that in here again. And let me save it. Here you go. It's looking beautiful now. Cool. Now after this bot, what next? After this div, let's add another div with on h1 with this title, with this text that's support. So something like this. Now after this, we can add another span on green color text that online. Yeah. After this, what next? After this, we can come outside from this to div. We can add here on button that one click will actually call that toggle open. The class name is going to be something like this. This is for minimizing the chat. Yeah. Now inside here, we have to must add an icon that chevron down for minimizing the chat. So something like this. Yeah. But I think there is something wrong. The width is not working. Width is not working because here no width. On layout still no width, so w full somehow not working. Okay, I understand it, how to fix it. No worries. Let's come outside from this div. Let's add another div with on big class name, something like this. Let me show you the class names. This is for the chatbot scrollbar. Yeah, you can see this is the chat content actually. So we can save it now. We can come back, we can come inside this div and we can add another div like this. And inside this div, let's come back here. Let me do one thing. Still the styling is not working. So let's test it. What's wrong? Let me make it smaller. Let me check it on my another screen because I can't see it clearly. Yeah. This is the like width. All right, so here we do have on flex. I think the problem is happening because of this, if I'm not wrong. Why do we have here on flex? Let's remove it. Yeah, perfect. Now see, it's working. So we have to remove the flex from this layout.tsx. Yeah, cool. The styling, fixing, done. Now after this, let's come inside here and let's say messages dot map message and I meanings index. So div key is going to be index or I. Now the class name, our conversation stylings class name. So if the user role is user, then items end, otherwise items start. Then inside here we can create another div, something like this. Now here, if the message role is user, then we need this avatar. Actually, we need this avatar. Yeah, we can come back here and inside this, let me add it. Yeah, here you go. Looking good. Now after this, we can add another div with on class name space y2. Inside here, we can add another div with our message content. So message content like this. I think there's a small problem in here. The relative. Anyhow, the height has increased. That's why this problem is happening. What if we add it in here and change this relative to here? I'm not sure. Okay, then we have to make the overflow visible. Then this will work. Overflow hidden. No. Alright, so let me do one thing. Overflow hidden, let me remove it. Let me remove even this div and this one. And here, round it. Full. Yeah, problem solving. Done. Cool. You can see it's looking actually beautiful now. I think we should increase the height width here a little bit more, if I'm not wrong. W8 is the problem. So W9, H9. I'm not sure it will look good or not. Okay, it's looking good. Yeah. After this, after the message content, after this div, let's add here if the message is welcome message and sections dot length is more than 0, then show here our sections. So we can add here another div like this. Pretty big, the class names. Slowly you can check it and write it. Now inside here, sections dot map, we can add here section and on button, and for the button we need on key that section dot id. One click, we're gonna use here handle section click. We have to create this function and we have to pass the section dot name inside here. So let me create this function. Let's come back here, handle section click. So section name it's going to receive, and we have to at first call our set active section, then we have to pass the section name. Now we have to add on user message like this. Now after 800 millisecond, we can add on AI message like this, that you can ask me any question related to the section. Yeah, now we can come back in this button. Inside this button, we need our section dot name. Sorry, name. Yeah, we can save it. Here you go. FAQ. The styling is not working because I forgot to add the styling, that's why. So let's add the styling like this, kinda big. Yeah, cool. So this is how it will look like, FAQ. Now after this, after this div, a lot of work is done. So let me go outside from here. Yeah. Now, actually, after this one, if the is typing is true, then we have to show here on like message typing indicator, right? So we can add something like this, and we need another div, and this is actually for our avatar. So let me do one thing. Let me add this again in here, or 1 minute, not that one. We can add this one. Yep. So the same thing, let's add it in here again. Now after this div, let's add another div, something like this, and inside here we have to add those actually typing animated button, which we already added in our testing chatbot features. Yeah, now when I'm clicking FAQ, we can see typing. Now you can ask me any question related to FAQ. Cool. Now we have to always scroll our user to the end. So div reference, call that scroll view ref, and it's going to be on self-closing tag. Yeah. Now here we have to add our input area. So we can call on create a class name. We can create on div with class name like this, border t, border white by 5, shrink 0, and z-index 20. Inside here we have to add another div with class name relative. Now let me add here on text area something like this. So text area, and we can change it with these class names, and this is the class name of the text area. Yeah, so you can see it. Cool. We can save it. This is the input value, and set input value, like how we work inside any input or text area. I think at this time I don't have to explain it again. Now after this we can add our that sending button. We can even copy this from our the chatbot page because it's completely same. Okay, so we can import the send icon. Yeah, done. Now let's come back here, and here you go. It's looking perfect actually. Now on branding we have to add here. So we can add here on class name, mt2 and text center, and we can add here on link from next/link, and href is going to be for now this. Class name is going to be something like this. Now here we can say powered by OneMinute Support. Now let me show you the class name, something like this. So powered by OneMinute Support, and this is the message input, and you can see this is really looking very professional. The animations and everything, it's seriously looking good. What do you think? Isn't it crazy? As per me, it's looking really very professional. So yeah, I must say it is definitely very beautiful. Now what next? Definitely, if we right now send here message like hi, it's not going to work. Why it's not going to work? Because we have to make that sending message features. We already made it for testing, but this time that not going to work. That's not going to work at this time. This handle send button, handle send function, if we copy it from our that chatbot editing function, that handle send function, it's not going to work because this is the real thing, and we have to create another API endpoint now for sending email, sorry, for sending new message. So let me come back in app folder, API folder, and chat. And inside this chat, we can actually create new folder by giving them public. We can create here in route.ts, and it's going to be also on post request. So post something like this. Now we have to check the authorization header. This is also not, this is public, doesn't mean anyone can get access here. No, you must need on authorization token to get access in here. So token auth header split the first index. Yeah, so we are actually getting the bearer token. Now after this, if there is no token, then we can return on error that missing session token. Yeah, now we can add our, we can create here a late variable that session ID and we just ID. We must need this. Now let's add here on try catch statement. Let's verify our JWT secret key. So we can verify with this token and secret what we did inside our this. Actually we just config API route. Let me import JW verify from JAWS. Yeah, now session ID and we just ID. If there is no session ID or we just ID, then throw on new error that invalid token payload. If it's catch any error, then invalid or expired the session token. Cool. Now what next? Our token validation done, everything fine. Then we have to take back those messages and knowledge source ID. Yeah, now we are getting into our chatbot, similar like the last testing endpoint. So we can say request.json, and you know right now what we have to do. We have to check the last message. Then if the last message a role is actually not user, then you can see here no user message detected or invalid format. This is just for like detecting something unusual activity. If there is no last message and last message role is not user, definitely AI is not going to speak by itself, right? The conversation flow is going to be something like this. You are asking on question, I'm answering on question. But when it's not like that, it means someone is trying to abusing our service. So that's here on just simple checking. Yeah. And here now we need another try catch statement. Now we have to create another database actually table. Why do we need table? Another table because we have to store the conversations. We have to store the conversations and messages so that we can show that in here in these conversations. Like when you are doing any conversations, this conversation, it must need to be stored in database. Then we can show that in here to this organization admin. Yeah, that's why we need this table. So let's create here on another conversations table. So conversation table, pg table, conversation we're gonna have here ID and user email as always. Now we need here our visitor IP, very important. So visitor IP. Now the visitor or the conversation name, then chatbot ID and when it's created. So chatbot ID and the conversation creation date. Now this is for conversation layer. There, we'll have 10 conversations or 20 conversations. Now in each conversations there is going to be a lot of messages. So let's create here another table for messages. Yeah, so pg table messages and ID, conversation ID, role, content, and created at something like this. Yeah. We can actually save it. I just want to check one thing, and that is the widgets. Do we really need widgets data? Yeah, we actually need it. It's very, very important. So export constant widgets. We have to create another table called widgets. Now we need here ID and organization ID, the name. Now the most important one, that elevate domains. You cannot add this embed code anywhere. It definitely not going to work anywhere. It's only going to work inside your application. Yeah, only in your domain. Then status and created at. Yeah, we can save it. Now let's come back here. Let's clear the terminal and npm run db generate migrate, then finally push. Yeah, so it's taking a little bit time, which is very natural. Done. We can click here and here you go, conversations, messages, metadata, widgets, everything is in here. We can close it. Now come back in our API again, this root.ts. Now here we have to look for existing conversations. So we can look for existing conversations like this. So db, and from our conversation, from the conversations where the conversation ID is matching with this session ID, we have to check those existing conversations. Now if no existing conversation, then we have to create a conversation. So we have to actually right now look for our user IP. Yeah, and the visitor name, something like this. Now we can insert the conversation dot values. ID is going to be session ID. Chatbot ID is going to be the widgets ID. Visitor IP, the IP, and name is going to be the visitor name. Yeah. Now constant previous messages, we can say messages dot slice 0 and -1. If our previous messages dot length is more than 0, then only store these messages inside our database. So for const message of previous messages, since this previous messages is an array, now await db dot insert in the messages table. Now you might be thinking from where this messages table is coming. It's actually coming from messages, but as messages table from db schema. Yeah. Now after this, we have to add values. So we have to store values, conversation ID, which is going to be session ID, then role, which is going to be message dot role as user or assistant. Now content, which is going to be message dot content. Yeah, we can save it. Now if last message and the last message dot role equals to user, then why we're writing this again in here? This was for the first conversations, okay, the by default conversations. But this one, if the last message and last message dot role is user, it means the all new conversations, we also have to store that in our database. So db.insert messages table dot values, the conversation ID, role, and content. So something like this, we can save it. Now after this, if it's catch any error, then it means the database persistence error, the db error, or actually error, we can say this parameter. Yeah, so definitely this is on database storing error, because that's coming actually from this try catch block. That's why. Now we can say let context our that older thing again, that retrieval augmented generative, that React things we're again doing in here. Now if our knowledge source ID is and the length is more than 0, then we are again fetching our knowledge informations, because we have to send those informations as context, right? The same things we were doing in the testing part. Yeah. Now after this, we have to count the token, right? Similar we did in the testing chatbot API route. Yeah. Now if the token is more than 6,000, or if then we have to like summarize the older conversations. Yeah. Then we need that same system prompt again. So our system prompt, let's add that in here again, completely similar. Now you can copy it from this system prompt, completely same. Yeah. And now this try catch again. So let me do one thing. Let me just copy this part. Let me come back here. Let me add on try catch and let me paste this. Now open AI, and we should use here now 4.0 for the production. Now yeah, everything is fine otherwise. Now the reply, completely same. Now we have to again store this AI response in our database, right? So we can add here another try catch, something like this, that db insert, but this time the role is assistant, and content, this all reply. Yeah. Now if it's catch any error, then database persistence error. Yeah. Finally we can send this as our response, the reply, and here if it's catch any error, then open AI error, and error occurred. Yeah, done. So I know this API route was a little bit confusing. It was very big. You can say it's really big. And to be honest, as per my experience, if you tell me to rate this API route, definitely it's not going to be completely scalable. It's true, because we have to add here so many techniques we actually need for a production grade application. Now you're probably going to ask me why then I'm not making it exactly like that way. If I want to make it completely production grade, I have to implement so many things here. I have to probably implement here on message broker, on like event driven architecture, on definitely caching mechanism. Otherwise we are doing so many things for so many times, like we're repetitively doing same thing, which is fine for MVP level. I'm not saying it's not going to work. Definitely it's going to work when you have 100 or 1000 users. It's not going to work when you have 100,000 users. Definitely it's not going to work then. You have to update this from Next.js to perfect like good architecture pattern. You have to update this project. But for now, this is good enough, and most of the people actually they start with an MVP layer, and then later on we can go to microservices and other like complicated things. When you have like users and you know the value about your business, you have money, then no problem, you can hire more engineers and you can actually build it in a better way. Yeah, now let's come back in this handle send function and let's start to work here right now. It's also going to be kind of similar except few things. So in here still everything is completely same as like our previous handle send function. Here on try catch, so on try and catch, yeah. Now you can see we're sending response to request to this chat public endpoint with this bearer token and messages and knowledge source IDs. Now if the response okay, meaning we're getting the 200 response, then we have to update our set messages state. Yeah, otherwise we can still update our set messages state with on like good message that I'm having trouble connecting right now, please try again. Instead of saying hey 404 or like it's not working or something went wrong, we can give on human friendly like reply. Yeah, and finally set is typing is going to be false. Yeah, we can save it now. That's it. Now I think everything is done, but still let me check. Yeah, I think everything is done. Now let's come back here again and let's ask, hey, what is your name? Let's go. I'm not sure what it's going to do. Wow, it's working. I'm Sarah. How can I assist you today? I want to check one important thing, and that is our conversations. Wow. So user email, null. Visitor IP, fine. Visitor this. Chatbot ID. Everything is fine. Messages. Okay. Just the conversations user email is showing here null. Okay, let me see why it's showing null, and it's supposed to show our, actually let's do one thing. The user email is, where's the email? This is user email, but how we're going to get the user email? The user is actually not logged in here. This is not supposed to be the admin email. Yeah, actually it's fine. We will not have the user email all the time, even most of the time. I don't know why then I add it in here. We can delete it, guys. We completely don't need it because it's for public chat. So definitely we do not have the audience email. So yeah, we can update it. We can push it. Just come back here and yeah, user email. Let's just delete it. Messages, let's delete everything from here. Give on reload. Now conversations, no user email, I think. Still user email. Yeah, and remove on column. Yeah. Now, yeah, cool. Makes sense. Now let's come back here again. Give on reload. Click here. Select FAQ. Say, hello there. What is your name? Or let's say something different, that may I know who am I talking with? It's taking a little bit time, but yeah, it's replying. I'm Sarah. How can I assist you today? And let's come back here. Conversations created. Cool. Messages. Yeah, here you go. Now, we can right now ask any question like, what is the pricing of Becodemy Pro? Yeah, it's $30 per month. Thanks. Which features I will get with Becodemy Pro? You'll get access to the premium source codes, project source codes, premium community features, and direct Q&A with content creators interested in a specific feature. So yeah, it's really doing great, like, conversations. Yeah, cool. Now, since we do have our conversations and messages, we can fetch that in here now easily. Yeah. So it's the perfect time to finish this conversation page now. And after that, we can actually make the dashboard page and then we can deploy our project. So yeah, I'm super excited. Let's close everything. Let's come back in this dashboard and conversations page. Let's remove this conversations page text, and in here at first let's make it on client side component. So use client side page. Now inside here we have to add some use state hook, something like this, that conversations selected ID current messages is loading list is loading messages, and search query and set search query. Now we need our message replying state because the admin will be able to answer the messages. So reply content, set reply content is sending, and set is sending. Then we need on message ending ref, that use ref for scrolling, so we can add that again in here. Now let's add here our interface for the conversation. Yeah, something like this, and another one for message. So let me add interface for the message. Yeah, we can save it. Now let's come inside here in this return div and let's do some designing. So for the div, let's add class name like this. You can just read the class name. I'm slowly moving it. Yeah. Now inside here, we have to make the left sidebar. So we can add here on div with class name W250 pixel from MD 400 pixel, display flex call, border right, border color is going to be white by 5, BG is going to be 050509. Now inside here, let me add another div with class name like this, that P4 border B and border color like this and space Y4. Now here we can change it with this suggestion as per VS Code suggestion. Yeah, we can save it. Now inside here, let me add another div, something like this, that actually inbox, and here we can say on conversations, or for now 0 conversations actually. Yeah, so inbox and 0 conversations. After this, here we have to add another div with on class name that relative. Then inside here we can add on search icon, something like this from Lucid React. Then we need on search input, so we can add that in here like this. So let's import input from components UI input and search. Yeah, so we will be able to, the admin will be able to search any conversations from here. Now after this div, we can add here on scroll area from our components UI scroll area. Class name is going to be flex1. Inside here we can add another div with class names like this. Now inside here basically we are going to add our conversations, so we can say is loading list. If it's true, then we have to show here on loader that the conversations are right now loading. So we can say loader 2, and here if the filtered conversations, we have to create it dot length. So filtered conversation is basically here we have to create on just variable where we have to filter our conversation with the actually search query. So when you are searching something from here, then we're calling this filtered conversations. Yeah, that's why we're writing that in here. So filtered conversations dot length. If it's actually a 1 minute, in here even we can do the same thing actually. In this conversations list, instead of 0 conversation, let's make it something like this dot length. Yeah, now here if the length is more than 0, or actually 0, not more than 0, if it's 0, then we can show here on message like this that no conversation found. Otherwise we can run on loop with that filtered conversation dot map conversation, and let's return it. Let's come inside here, let's add on button with our key that conversation dot id, and on click, which is going to be our selected id, and we have to pass this conversation dot id. Now let's come inside here, and we have to actually add here on styling, very, very important. So the styling is going to be something like this, kind of bigger. Let me show you. So you can see it in here. If the selected ID and conversation ID is matching, then definitely the background color is going to be different. It means that the the conversation is right now selected, and we are showing that conversation in here. Yeah. Now inside here we can add another div, something like this. Now we can add another div, something like this. Inside here we can add on span that our conversation dot username maximum width is going to be 180 pixel, or let's change it with the suggestion that 45. Yeah. Now here we can show the conversation time, so something like this. Now you can see it's actually showing nothing, which is very natural because we do not have the API yet. That's why we're gonna create that right now. Just add here the conversation last message. Yeah, done. This scroll area work is done. This div is done. Now this is the right panel, the chat detail area. So class name flex1 display flex call minimum width 0 bg 0a 0a 0e. Yeah. For now, just keep it like this. We're gonna work in this right panel later on because we have to right now make the API endpoint so that we can fetch here the conversation list, and then later on we can work in here. Yeah. Let's come back here and go to our API folder, and inside our API folder, we can do one thing. We can create a new folder by giving name conversation. So conversations, not session. It should be plural because there are multiple conversations. And here we can create on route.ts. So it's going to be a little bit different since this is the public endpoint. So actually, no, it's not the public endpoint. Sorry, I'm wrong. So at first we have to check is the user logged in or not. If the is the admin, not user, definitely admin or the team member is logged in or not. Then after that, we have to find out the bot information, the chatbot information. So db select from chatbot metadata where the chatbot metadata user email and a logged in user email is matching. Yeah. Now, if the bot's length is 0, then just pass here conversations empty array. Otherwise, bot IDs, something like this. Now, we can get the conversations for these message bots. Yeah. So conversations going to be on array and let here and orders by the descending that created it so that the new conversations will appear at first. Yeah. That's it. Now, what next? We are getting our conversations. Very good. Now we have to attach the last messages. We need that for metadata. So we can say constant data await promise dot all conversations dot map async. Now here last message await db select from messages, then where the messages dot conversation underscore id is matching with c dot id. Yeah. Now order by descending that messages dot created at. Yeah. And we can add here on limit, just send us the last message. Yep. Now we need the time. Okay, so we can say time display on late variable. We do have the time, but we need in a formatted way. Now constant ts, the last message created at or c dot created at. If there is ts, then we are going to add the date. Now different millisecond, different minutes, different hours. Yeah. Then if different minutes is less than 60, we can say this minute ago. Okay, if it's less than 24, it means the different hours, then that different hours ago, the message, the like timing message. Otherwise we can show the time display, that date dot to local date string if it's more than 24 hours. Then yeah. Now return finally id, which is going to be c dot id, user, which is going to be c dot name, or visitor, we can say. Now last message, which is going to be last message dot content. Yeah. Or started conversation. Status, which is going to be active, the chatbot status. Time is going to be the time display. Visitor IP, which is going to be c dot visitor IP. Yeah. Now email, which is going to be c dot user underscore email. Usually we don't need this, but yeah, actually we don't need this. We can delete it. We don't need the email. Even though we don't have that, we deleted it earlier. Yeah. Now after this, we can send this data as our API response. This data. Yeah. So send this data as API response as these conversations. If it's catch any error, we can show that error message in here, and we can add in console error for debugging purpose. Yeah, so our conversations get API endpoint is ready, but we need another one, and that is get on like single conversation messages. So it's different. So we can say messages and then route.ts. Yeah, because we need here another API endpoint called, sorry, in here, reply. So for adding new reply to the conversation thread. Yeah, so let's come back in these messages first. It's definitely going to be get endpoint, something like this, where we're going to receive the ID from this params, this ID. Now let's add here on try catch statement that same user checking part. Now after this, we are taking our ID, that conversation ID. Now we have to verify the conversation ownership for an security reason. Yeah, so we can say db.select from conversations if it equals to conversation ID and the conversation ID is coming from here. Yeah, then give us that conversation. Now we need that bot information again. So bot, and where the chatbot metadata ID is matching with conversation chatbot ID, and user email is matching with that user email, the chatbot metadata user email. Yeah, if there is no bot, then forbidden, the request has some problem, we can say. Then finally we can fetch the messages. So messages, here we are adding different orders by that, ascending the created at date with the, because we need the newest messages at the end, that's why. Now here, if it's catch any error, then we can send this error response. Cool, our messages API endpoint is ready. Now the final one, which is going to be a little bit big to be honest, but let me create it. This is the reply one, and it's different because it's not any AI generated response. It's going to be human adding response to the conversation. So that's why we don't need to call open AI or anything like that. So still we have to verify the ownership, so must be authenticated first of all. Then we need our conversation ID and message content. Yeah, now if there is no content and content dot trim, then meaning the content doesn't have any real content, then content is required. Now we have to verify the ownership of these conversations. So conversation where conversation ID is matching with this conversation ID. Yeah, now after this we need our message bot information. It's very important actually to understand that yeah, the request is actually valid. If there is no bot, then forbidden. Yeah, since this route is actually going to be public, that's why we are adding the securities. Otherwise for admin routes, this was kind of like, you know, definitely another admin is not going to do the chat, but since these API routes are public, that's why we're adding this bot security. Now we have to insert the messages. So db insert messages, the conversation ID, role is assistant still. Yeah, even the team member is adding it, but the role must need to be assistant. Content is going to be the message content. Finally, we can send the API response that success true. And if it's catch any error, then reply error and internal server error. Cool. We can close all of this because all of our API routes are ready right now. We can start to making it in here. Now, here, let's do one thing at first. That is, we have to fetch the conversations list. So we can add here an use effect hook, use effect layout, or that snippet. And inside here, constant fetch conversations async, and on try catch. Now we're going to send API request to our fetch to /API /conversations. Yeah, that's it. Now constant data equals to await res.json. Now set conversations data dot conversations, or it can be empty array as in fallback. If it's catch any error, we can console log the error message. And finally, set is loading list, which is going to be false. Yeah. Then here, finally, we can call this fetch conversations function. And yeah, that's it. We can save it now. You can see it's actually giving us on conversations, which is the real conversation we did yesterday in here. That conversations, when I'm clicking here, it's showing nothing because we have to do the design and we have to write now fetch data for selected conversation. So let's add another use effect snippet, and from here we have to fetch our messages to the selected conversation. So if there is no selected ID, return it. Otherwise, fetch messages async set is loading list. Sorry, not loading list. Set is loading messages. True. Let's add on try catch statement. Let's fetch our messages. So it's going to be /API /conversations selected ID /messages. So params and the messages. Now, after this, constant data is going to be await res.json, simple, and set current messages data dot messages are an empty array. If it's catch any error, then we can console error the message. And finally, we can make our set is loading message state to false. And from here, we can call this fetch messages function. And when the selected ID is changing, we have to recall this use effect hook. Yeah, is there anything wrong in here? I don't think so. Yeah, it's supposed to be fine. Let's do one thing. Inspect it. Network. Okay, when I'm selecting it, messages, here you go. We're actually getting the messages. Cool. Let's come back here. Now, after this, we need another use effect hook for auto scrolling to the bottom, which thing we're actually adding in everywhere. So it's simple. Now we need another function called handle reply send, where we will work later. For now, just create the function and keep it empty. Yeah. Then we need our handle key down, another important function. We can also copy it. I mean, completely same. And handle send reply or handle reply send. Both are same, but yeah, fine. Let's say handle send reply. Now filtered conversations, we do have this, and another one we need that is called selected conversations. So conversations dot find c dot id. If it's matching with selected id, then that is our selected conversation. Cool. Let's come inside here in this right side div. Let's make it dynamic now. So in here we have to say if the selected conversation is true, then only show this. Yeah, otherwise for now empty fragment. So here let's add our div, something like this. You can see the styling. Now in here we can add another small div. Inside here we can add our user avatar. So user, something like this. Now after this two div, let's add another div with class name flex item center gap 2. We can add here h2, that selected conversation user. If there is any visitor IP, then show us the visitor IP like this. So you can see this is right now showing us the visitor ID and the IP. I think I did a small mistake somewhere. If I'm not wrong, there is a small mistake. So on minute, let me cut it. Let me add it in here. And let me add here another div. Let me end that in here. Here you go. Yeah, now it's looking good. Now after this span, after these three divs, we can add button. So button, and variant is going to be ghost, size icon, class name something like this. And here we can add just on like horizontal icon, that more horizontal icon. Yeah, it will do nothing, just for making the UI bit beautiful. Yeah, now we need the most interesting thing, that is our messages. So scroll area, and we need on class name flex 1 p6. Now is loading messages. Then we can add here class name flex item center justify center p10. Inside here we can add loader 2 with class name w6h6 animate spin text zinc 500. Yeah, otherwise let's add another div with class name maximum width 3xl mx auto and space y6. Inside here we can come back, and we can say current messages dot map message, and on div with key is going to be message.id. Now class name is going to be definitely different, since this is for messages. So something like this. If the role is message, if the message role is user, then flex row reverse, otherwise flex row. Now inside here we have to add another div with styling like this. You can see the styling slowly. Yeah. Now inside here, if the message role is user, then user icon, just otherwise the avatar, the same avatar. Yeah, something like this. You can see it's looking perfect. Now after this one, this div, we can add another div with class name something like this. Yeah, inside here we have to add another big class name on big div. This is the message content one, so you can see something like this, and here you go, this is our message content. Looks good. After this we can add here another span with class name, and we can say message created at, then we are just adding that time zone. This is the time, the real message sending time. Yeah. Now finally after this we can add our that message end ref. Then what will happen? Suppose I'm here, I'm saving it, you will see the magic. It will automatically take us here. Okay, when we're sending a new message, it will automatically take us to here. Cool. Now after this scroll area, let's add our reply area. So div class name p4 border t border white by 5, bg is going to be 0e0e12. Yeah, inside here we can add another div with class name maximum width 3xl mx auto flex and gap 2. Inside here we have to add our reply content input, so something like this. So our reply content input. After this we can add our reply sending button, so something like this. I'm not explaining it because we already created this sending button for so many times. Now after this, let's come in here in this else part, and here we can add something like this, that select a conversation to view details. Yeah, so by default when I'm giving on reload, you can see select a conversations to view details. This is the conversations, message loading, and here you go, it's directly going to the end of the conversation. Perfect. And here we can write reply and we can add that, so something like this. Now let's go to this handle send reply because we haven't created it. So handle send reply, inside this handle send reply, where's the function? Yeah, here it is. If the reply content.trim, meaning if it's not available or no selected id, then return it, otherwise set is sending, which is going to be true. Now let's add here and try catch statement, and const race await fetch slash API slash conversations, then actually it's going to be backtick, not single quotes. So selected id and slash reply. Yeah, we have to add here the method which is going to be post the headers, which is going to be that content type application slash JSON. After this, we can pass the body of the message reply. So we can say JSON.stringify. We can pass the content. So content, this reply content. Done. Now if the res.ok is true, so res.ok is true, then constant new message, which type is going to be this message, the new message type. And let's add here our that message ID on random ID on role on content and created that. Yeah, now the set current messages and set reply content. Now finally we can update our set conversations, because we have to update the last message, right? It's crucial to update the last message. That's why we're going to update the last message and time that just now. Yeah, if it's catch any error, console log the error. And finally, let's make the set is sending false. Done. So this function is ready. Right now we can send a new message. Like we can say hello just for testing. So there is something wrong. Let me see. Conversations. I guess I did some mistake. Okay, on the API route, conversations reply. Oh yeah, spelling is wrong. Conversations. Yeah. Now come back here and hit send. Yeah, here you go. It's breaking. Cool. When you can see here, it's showing hello and just now. So actually, chatbot conversations is right now perfectly working. Yeah. Looking beautiful, we must say. Now, what next? Since we're getting the all conversations, we can right now come back in this dashboard and we can finish this dashboard layer, and then our application will be done. We can deploy it to actually production. We can use Vercel for deploying, but right now let's focus in this dashboard page and let's start to work for the dashboard page. So for working in the dashboard, let's come back here in this dashboard page.tsx. Here we're gonna add our dashboard overview component. So overview, let's come back in this components dashboard. On minute, I actually already created the file, but let me create it in front of you. So dashboard overview.tsx. You don't have to delete anything, okay? It was a mistaken file of mine, that's why I deleted that. RFCE dashboard overview, and we can import it, we can save it now. Yeah, let's come back here and let's start to work in the dashboard overview, or let's add the text. Here it is. Cool. Okay, so let's remove the text and let's start to work in here. All right, so let's add here another use state hook, that data and set data. This is our first use state hook. Inside here, the by default value is going to be null, and in here we can define a type like this, that any. Then we need more to use state hook, something like this, that copied is loading and rsyn. Now here we have to do an important thing. We have to make an API route to fetch data for this dashboard overview component. So we can do that. Let's come back in this API folder and let's create a new folder by giving name overview. Inside this overview, we can create an API route by giving name route.ts. Yeah. And here it's going to be on get endpoint. We can add here and try catch statement. Only logged in user and authorized user can access it. So we can add here our authenticated middleware check that if the user is authenticated, then only give access, otherwise unauthorized. All the time we're writing the same code. Now we have to fetch our bots data, the chatbots data. So why do we need this? Let me explain. Let me at first import all of this. Yeah. Now we need this bots data so that we can understand that is there have any conversations of the user or not. Yeah. Then we need our bot's ID. So we can say constant bot ID is, and since this bot is an array, so we can run here on map b and b dot id. So this bot ID is right now going to be valid. Now after this bot IDs, we have to right now fetch the knowledge source counts, and we have to group them by type. So let's do it right now. We can say constant ks await db dot select. We can go inside the type and we have to write the type here, which is going to be knowledge source dot type, and count. We can call here count from actually count is, we can import count from drizzle ORM. Yeah, and we can call it. So drizzle has this count method, and we can count the collections of this knowledge source table. I mean the length of this knowledge source table. After this, we can go from where? From inside our knowledge source, where the knowledge source dot user email is matching with the user dot email. Yeah. And group by. So group by is the type. So we can get counts for each category. For an example, the website text, or another one is that actually or attached file. So that's why we're adding this group by, because we do have multiple group in our knowledge sources. That's why. So knowledge source dot type, we need this is the group type. So we need we're adding here group by so that we can get our text counts and content. I mean that if you come back here, you can see that we do have add website, upload file, and manual text. So it's going to count for the website one, file one, and even for the manual text one. Yeah, I hope you understand it. Now inside here, we can write on knowledge stats, just on empty, not on empty object, just on static object. The website value is going to be 0. Actually, website uploads text and total. Yeah. Now the ks is an array, so we can write here on for each loop. This ks is an array, so we can write on for each loop to go inside this array. So inside here, if the k dot type equals to website, then knowledge stats dot website, we can add the k dot count. We can actually plus the website count with the previous value. That's what this sign means. Now after this, if the k dot type equals to text, then we can say knowledge stats dot, actually I did a small mistake. It should be okay, uploads and text all fine. What's the problem then here? Oh, it should be text. So dot text plus equals to k dot count. Yeah. Then finally, if the knowledge stats, I mean we do have website text, another one is just one thing is left, that is the file, upload file. So we don't need that if k type again. Else by default it's going to be the document, right? That makes sense. Now uploads, actually no, knowledge stat dot upload, wait, upload, it's going to be upload, not uploads. Okay, dot count. Now knowledge stats dot total, which is going to be k dot count. Yeah. Now we have to fetch our sections metadata. So we can say constant sections recent spelling is wrong. Recent sections, wait, db dot select from our sections. So sections where the sections dot user underscore email is similar with our user email, the logged in user email. Yeah, so that's our recent sections. Now we need our section stats. So section stats, something like this. Now we're gonna have our sections total, which is going to be recent sections dot length. Now the sections list, which a recent section is, and since this recent sections is an array, we're mapping it and we're going inside here. The list name is going to be s.name from this recent sections. The parameter is s. Source content, which is going to be source id's length, and tone, which is s.tone. After this, we have to count all sections strictly for total. So we can do something like this: the total sections db.select a value count, and from sections, so where the sections user email is matching with our user.email. Now section stats dot total, let's set this total sections dot value as this total value. Yeah. Now after this, it's not done yet. We have to still do some more work. Now we have to fetch the recent chats. Yeah. So recent chats, let's add here and type something like this: title, which is going to be string, snippet, which is going to be a string, and time, which is going to be string as well. And by default, it's going to be an empty array, the value, the default value. Now we need another late variable, that is our conversations, total conversations. So total conversations, which is going to be 0. If our bot id is dot length is more than 0, then we can fetch our raw conversations. Yeah, so let's import conversations from db schema is array, and we are adding here an orders by that is sending. We need our raw conversations actually length. Yeah. Now total conversations, which is going to be raw conversations dot length. We are setting value for this total conversations. After this, we need our recent chats. So recent chats is going to be something like this, that await promise dot all raw conversations dot map. We can add your async identifier. Yeah, inside this we can say constant list message await db dot select, and from messages, where the messages dot conversation id is matching with our c dot id. Since this is an array, so we do have this c in here, this c and c dot id. Yeah. Now orders by, so order by descending messages dot created at. So working with Drizzle is really very fun, because if you want to do the same thing with Prisma, we had to write a different line of code. Now we can limit it, so limit is going to be 1. Now we need that same time again in here, what we did inside our previous function API route, that time display. The same thing we're again doing in here. Now we can return these conversations, because we have to show these conversations to our dashboard overview. Yeah. Now after this, we can say if our total conversations is more than 5 and total conversation actually more than 0, not 5, and less than 5, then very good. Actually, then there's nothing wrong in here, so we have to go to the else part. Else if the total conversation equals to 5, then constant t, we have to fetch the only top 5 conversations. We cannot show all the conversations in this dashboard overview, right? It's completely absurd. It doesn't make any sense. So db select, we can say value, let's call the count object count methods, and from here we can say from conversation where the in array where the conversation dot chatbot id is matching with this bot IDs. Yeah. Now total conversations, we can say t dot value as this total conversations like length, or the total conversations. Yeah. Now finally, after this, we can return the data. So return next response dot json bot id bot IDs. Let's go to the first index, or it can be null. Now knowledge, which is going to be the knowledge stats. Now sections stats, chats, recent chats, and counts. So let's add knowledge in here. So knowledge stats dot total sections, which is going to be section stats dot total, and conversations, which is going to be the total conversations. Yeah. Done. Where's the error? Oh yeah, we have to add here in comma. Yeah, fine. Now if it's catch any error, we can come back here and we can just add that console error and that our error response as our API response. So yeah, our API route is done. It was pretty big, to be honest, but it's actually done right now. Let's close it. Let's come back outside in this dashboard overview, and let's finish it now. So first of all, we have to add here on use effect hook. We have to fetch the API route. So use effect snippet, and let me delete it. We can say set origin, which is going to be window dot location dot origin. We need this to add the embed code snippet copy part. Yeah. Then fetch, we can say /API /overview. Yeah, we don't need to send anything. So then res.json, we can call it. After this, then d meanings we're getting the data, and let's come inside here, set data, we can pass the d, set is loading, we can say false. Done. Let's add here catch part or catch block. So if it's catch any error, console log the error, and set is loading is also going to be false. Now we need here another function called handle copy. This is for copying the snippet code. So for now, let's keep it as it is. Now, if the is loading state is true, then return the loader, something like this. So by default, it will show us the loading skeleton, but since right now it's not loading, the is loading is true, that's why it's not showing it. If there is no data, we can return null. Otherwise, let's distract this knowledge, sections, chats, and counts from this data. Now we need on array, on important array. This is going to be an empty static array, something like this. Not static, these levels are static, like website scanned complete. By default it's always going to be true. href, this one. Now knowledge added, which value is going to be, if the complete counts dot knowledge is more than 0, then it's completed. The complete is going to be true. Section configured, same. If the sections count is more than 0, then true. Same here. Conversation count, if it's more than 0, then it's also true. Now let's come inside this return. Let's add here on class name for this div, something like this. Let's go inside here. This is the class name. You can slowly read it by yourself. Inside here, we can add another section, something like this, on h3, that setup progress. Now after this h3, we can add another div with on class name that greet calls 1 from MD, greet calls 2, then from LG greet calls 4, and gap 4. Inside here we have to do on map of our that setup steps which we created here. Inside here, let's add on link. So link from next/link. We have to add here key, which is going to be I, and the href, which is going to be step.href. Inside here, and one more thing I forgot. We need here another class name, that block and group. Now inside here, we can add on card. So let me add on card something like this. Import card from UI card. Since we're in the components folder, that's why it's not asking for components. Yeah, but these are the stylings for the card. Now inside here, we can add our card content. So card content. Now we can save it. We can add here another span, that step level, something like this. Website scanned, knowledge added, sections configured, and widgets installed. After this, if the step is complete, then we can add here on check icon. Otherwise, let's import check from Lucid React. Otherwise, arrow upright, it means it's not done yet. So something like this, arrow right icon with these stylings. Yeah, we can save it. So since it's done, that's why it's showing green mark. After this card content and this link, we can come outside from this section. We can add here another div with class name greet calls 1 from LG, greet calls 3, gap is going to be 8. Side here, we're gonna add on left column, that's stats and sections. Inside here, we have to add card So card like this. Now we can add here on card header. So let's import card header from components UI card. We have to finish it. Inside this card header, we can add our card title, that knowledge badge, something like this. Now we can add here another button, that manage sources. Yeah, I think it's looking good now. Manage sources. Now after this card header, we can add another, actually card content. Now card content will also have on grid something like this, the class names. Then we need on div inside with something like this. Now here we can add our same thing again, that globe, and we can say pages. One thing I'm feeling that here, maximum width 7 axle. All good, but let's come back inside our dashboard page.tsx. So dashboard page.tsx, let me see. I think we did here some wrong styling, if I'm not wrong. This is fine. Flex 1, flex w full. Actually it's right. I don't know then why it's taking the full space. I think there's something wrong here which is conflicting. Alright, I found a mistake why it's actually in the center. It's kind of similar like the last one here in this page.tsx. Let's go to dashboard page.tsx and remove this flex. Then you will see the problem solved. Right now it's looking beautiful. Let me show you again. When I am adding the flex, this is how it's looking like. When I'm removing, problem solved. Cool. Let's come inside here right now. Now after this span and div, let's add another span, that our knowledge website length, which is 2. So pages or websites, we can say pages. Make actually same thing, pages and websites. Since we're adding on single URL, that's why we're saying pages. Now after this, we can copy this and we can paste it in here. Actually, sorry, I did a small mistake. This one, span. Yeah, let me copy and let me paste it in here. So we are actually adding the same thing. This is again pages, but we have to change it slightly. It's going to be manual text, and icon is going to be file text icon. The text color is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be purple 400. Otherwise everything is going to be same except this one. It's going to be actually knowledge docs, we can say. Not docs, it's going to be actually text. Yeah, manual text. Cool. Now after this, we can again copy this. We can paste it in here again, and this time it's going to be uploads. So uploads dot upload icon is going to be upload icon. Yeah, and text emerald 400. Done. So something like this, looking beautiful, definitely. Now after this card, after the card content and card, let's add here another card, something like this, with on class name, something like this. Yeah, now here we can add our card header. So card header, Inside the card header, we're gonna add on div that sections and card descriptions that configure behavior for different topics. These are our sections, our chatbot sections. Now we can add here on button after this div in this header that create sections, something like this. So create sections. If you click here, it will take us to this sections page. Yeah, cool. After this card header, let's add card content. So card content, and let me add the same div here again. No, not same div, it's a little bit different. Divide y and divide white 5 on just on divider. We can see nothing here yet. We have to add here some content. So if the sections list length is actually 0, then we can say that no sections configured yet. Otherwise, we can add a fragment. Then let's add here on div for our sections data. So something like this is actually for our table, section table. Yeah, you can read it. Now we need 4 fields, that name, sources, tone, and actually the action one. So name, sources, tone, and the action one. Yeah. Now after this, let's write on loop with the section list map section, which is going to be any I number. Let's add here on div with key I and class name something like this. Inside here we can add another div with something like this, that section name. Yeah, and here how it will look like. So the section name is FAQ. Now the sources, like the data sources, so let's add that in here. We do have 2 sources, the tone, which is going to be on badge. So import badge from UI badge and sections tone, something like this. So section tone. After this, and one thing here, the rounded is going to be actually LG. Yeah, it's looking beautiful now. After this, let's add the last div, the action div, which is going to be on button with this more horizontal icon. Yeah. So if you click here, nothing will happen. It will actually take us to the sections page. So let's do one thing. Let's say one click. Not like this, router.push. So router. Let me add it in here actually. Constant router, use router next / navigation, and router dot push / dashboard / sections. We can save it. So here you go, done. It's looking perfect. So that's it. After this, let's come outside from here, from this card, from this div. This was the div. Let's collapse it. This is the card and this was the div. The first, actually the side one. Yeah, the right side one. Left side one, not right side one. Now the right side column. So we can say again space Y8. Yeah. And we can add our card again in here with something like this. So you can see the card in here. I just want to check one thing. What if we add the flex now? Okay, yeah, the problem will persist, so we can actually delete it. And we can close the page.tsx actually. Yep. Now let's add the card header again, and we can add another div, something like this. Inside here we can add a card title that recent chats. So recent chats. Then we can add on link that view all chats. So it's going to take the user to dashboard and conversations. Yeah. Now after this card header is done, let's show here our card content. So card content, class name px2 pb2, and div with class name space y1. Now chats dot length, if it's 0, then let's add on div with text like this, that no chats yet, no chats available yet. Now chats dot map, actually we don't need these two things, then I guess, sorry, I'm finishing it in a wrong way. So it's going to be something like this. Yeah, now it's looking good. Yep. So the syntax sometimes feel very weird. It's hard to write. Let's add here on link. And href is going to be slash dashboard slash conversations. These are the styling. Inside here we can add another div with something like this. Now we can add here the chat title, the chat time, the chat title and the chat time, then actually the chat snippet. We can save it, and here you go. You can see it's looking perfect. Yeah. Now after this card, let's add our last card, which is for installing the widgets. So something like this. Here it is. Now we can add here our card header that install widgets. Add the snippet to your website, not heading that as to your website. We can say appropriate. I'm not sure about the appropriate spelling. I'm probably doing it wrong. Let me see. Yeah, this is the correct spelling. So appropriate, add a snippet to your appropriate to your website appropriate page. Yeah, so meaning is simple. We have to add this script code or script line inside that page, that website page where you want to show it. That's it. Now let's add here on div that relative group, and we can add that code in here, something like this. So yeah, it's looking beautiful. After this we can add here that our copy button. So copy button by default, actually it will be, no, yeah, by default it's already in here. After clicking, nothing is happening because we have to work for this handle copy function. So let's do it. Handle copy function. We can add that code snippet in here, code snippet, and on set timeout, something like this. So yeah, we can come back to this down now, and it's done. So now if we come back here, if we click this, here we go, copying done. Now What next? After this, our actually our work is done, to be honest. You can see the sections here, the recent chat here, the website. This, let me explain about this. You're probably thinking it's a little bit weird. It's looking a little bit weird. Let me show you by changing the value a little bit. So I'm coming here and I'm saying this is not true. So let's make it false. And then how it will look like. So we just installed, it's not done yet, but when there is on chat, it means the user already added the widgets. Section configured, same. If we make it false, you will see how it will look like. So sections configured, not done yet. We're saying widgets installed, done. So this is how it will look like. It's looking actually beautiful as per me. It's completely dynamic when everything done. Then yeah, cool. So yeah, this is our dashboard, like homepage, overview page. I know it's not looking very beautiful because we still do not have a lot of data, but if we do have here, like, more sections, more chats, then this will look fulfilled and it will actually look more beautiful then. Yeah, so this was our dashboard overview page, knowledge page done, sections, conversations, chatbot, like customizing the chatbot and settings, everything is done. So with that said, our website actually ready to deploy, right? Here we can change it. Actually here it's fine since it's the landing page. Right now we have to deploy our application, and after deploying we must have to change this localhost 3000 to the deployed website, and then we can test this chatbot, that is it working in another application or not. So yeah, right now let's deploy it. So let me actually go to my GitHub account. So github.com/Becodemy. I'm making it private repository. So repository name is going to be OneMinute Support. Let's hit create repository. I'm just copying this one. I'm coming back here. I'm stopping our server. I'm stopping the ngrok or ngrok. Then I'm clearing my terminal. I'm saying git init, git add, git commit, that initial commit, and git our that origin. So git push origin main or remote URL. Yeah, now we can see if we give a reload, here you go, our code is in here. Cool. Now do you have to update anything? Let me see. So first of all, in here API, especially in the auth, we're using everything dynamic if I'm not wrong. Here also, yeah, ScaleKit redirect URI makes sense. Yep, everything fine. Now let me go to the env file again. Now here, the redirect URI, we have to change that for making the authentication work again. Otherwise everything looks good. We don't need to do anything else. Yeah, so let's do one thing. Let's go to vercel.com. I'm selecting Becodemy, OneMinute Support. I'm hitting import the environment variables. Let's copy everything, paste that in here and hit deploy from here. After deploying, we'll get on link our website production link, and we have to add that in actually ScaleKit dashboard. I'm showing you after some time. Let's deploy it first. So it's building the logs. I'm not sure is there have any error in our project or not. I mean build error. We haven't built it in locally. So npm run build. Let's see. I don't think there is any error, but still let's check it. Yeah, there are some errors. Here, the panel group is giving error. Why this panel group is giving error? Resizable. We're not even using this component anywhere. Let's delete it. That's the safe decisions we can take. I'm sure the same error is also in here. Yeah, resizable. But we can click this inspect deployment. We can come back here. Overview. Okay, dismiss. Let's come back here. There's something wrong again, that huge search params should be wrapped in a suspense boundary at page embed. Let me see. Embed. We're using here use search params. Alright guys, from the error I found on documentation link, this documentation link, Next.js, from Next.js, and in Next.js they're suggesting us to add this export constant dynamic, this force dynamic into our layout.tsx. So we can come back in this embed layout.tsx, we can add it, we can rebuild our project, and this time I believe there's not going to be any error. Let's see. So yeah, here you go. You can see no error right now. So we can add it again to GitHub. So git commit, we can say project build error fixing done. Yeah, we can add it. So git push origin main. Now let's come back here, give on reload. The CI/CD pipeline should work. Yeah, it's working. Now it's showing us the build logs and creating an optimized production build. Running TypeScript. Yeah, here you go. Deploying outputs. Perfect. So our deployment is successful now. We can come back here. Overview. Here you go. You can see. Here it is, our OneMinute Support.vercel.app. It's looking absolutely beautiful. We can copy this now. We can come back here. We can come into settings, environment variables, ScaleKit, redirect URI. Let's hit edit. Let's change it with this and hit save. Anything else? I don't think we do have to change anything else. Yeah, for now it's good enough. We can hit redeploy. Now we can come back to ScaleKit. We can come back to this authentication and auth redirect URLs. We can edit it. We can change it to this. Yeah, cool. Go to webhook, come back here, edit, click edit a webhook and change it to this. Yup. We can hit save button. Cool. So here you go. Deployment not done yet, but it's supposed to be done now. Let's see. Yeah, done. Cool. Now if we come back here again, this time it should work. Let's hit get started. Here we go. Yeah, you can see it's actually working. We can hit this dashboard button now. And yeah, there is something wrong here if I'm not wrong. Here. No. The cookies are doing something wrong somewhere. Let me think about it again. So let's do one thing. Let's copy the domain. Let's come to our favorite browser. Now get started. and let me hit this inspect button. Network, application cookies, just the user sessions. Okay, we do not have the metadata sessions. Okay, no, it is here. Cool. You can see it's actually working now. Now we do have everything here. We just have to change these values. Knowledge source, yeah, working. Sections, working. Everything is working. Now since we do have our this website URL, so we can say next public website URI. We can paste it, and for few files, for an example this widgets.js, we should not use that .env, that process.env dot this variable name. We should just change it like this. So https and this. Now scroll down here, let's change it. Done. Yeah, cool. Now let's go to our page.tsx, and here integration part, we could change it with this init, sorry, not init.js, it should be widgets.js. Yeah. Now what next? Next thing is we have to go to our dashboard and overview. From here we have to change this from this to this, and not in here like this. Let's do one thing. For this file, let's change it with a different approach. What it's saying. So process dot env dot, let's say this. What's wrong here? Expected. Because we do have this slash here, right? If I'm not wrong. No. Okay, because we do have already on backpage here. Okay, fine. Let's do one thing. Let's don't be stupid here. Let's just change it like this. Now in here, in this copy one, the origin, okay, yeah, it makes sense. It's actually more better. Let's do one thing here. Can we change it to origin? Yeah, we can. Origin. Cool. I just want to check one thing then. Suppose I'm copying it. Let me come back here. Yeah, perfect. It's actually looking perfect. Good. Really did a good job in here. Now the chatbot embedded code config, we have to copy this link. Let's change it actually with our this next public website URI. So process.env and next public website URI. Here yeah, we can save it now. So chatbot, definitely it's not going to work. It's in development mode, but sorry, it's in production mode and we're writing code in development mode. But yeah, I think everything is done now. Actually everything is done. We can redeploy it again. So git add everything, git commit, update it. Let me do one thing. Let's come back here. Let's hit environment variables. Let's add a new environment variables that our next public website URI, something like this, and hit save and git commit updated, git push origin main. Done. We can come back here and you can see we are doing a new build in here, and it should reflect the UI after the build finish itself. So yep, we are compiling the TypeScript. It's done already. We're running the TypeScript now, and building is almost done. Deploying the outputs. Yeah, done. So it was pretty fast, within 31 seconds done. Now we can come back here. We can give another reload again. And here you go. OneMinute Support Versal.app. Perfect. Here. Cool. So everything is right now going to work, I believe. Now, just do one thing. Let's stop everything. And let's say we want to test it again in this project, let's say. So npm run dev. Now let's give on reload into our test endpoint where we were testing it. Let's see, is it working right now or not? No, there's something wrong. Test is, yeah, behaving weird because we added here wrong code. The source is going to be different now. It's going to be this one. So let's do one thing. Let's completely copy it and paste it in here. Change it to script. Now we can run it. We can come back here. We can give on reload. And here we go. Nothing is here. Sorry. Inspect. Widgets.js 404 not found. Why dashboard slash widgets.js? No, it's supposed to be just widgets.js. Session is giving course error. Okay, because we are in the development mode. That's why. Which is good somehow, but 1 minute. Why here dashboard? Oh my god. 1 minute, let me check it. So dashboard, chatbot, and here embed config. Here it's also next public server error. Oh no, it's not going to be dashboard. It's going to be just that value. Okay, fine. We can fix that, but that's not any big problem at all. We do have another big problem. That is we're getting course error from the session. What is the error is saying? Let's hover it, then we'll be able to understand the pre-flight missing allo origin header in that session. So session, we are sending request in API widgets session. Okay, let's check the API endpoint widgets session. It's giving course error in here. I noticed some interesting thing, guys. I already updated the GitHub repository with this updated embedded code. Okay, updated test code. What's the updated? Just this URL, nothing else. We didn't update anything. I just uploaded that. We can see that git add git commit to test one thing, because the course error were coming from localhost. But notice one thing, in /test from the domain, it's not giving any error. The chatbot is actually in here, meaning the problem is only happening with localhost or with the local network, with HTTP network. So we can fix it. It's not like that we cannot fix it. Definitely we can fix it. But there is some important thing. When you are fixing it, anyone can send requests from localhost. Yeah, for development purpose, that's fine. And we have to add one more important things, which I didn't do it yet, but you can do it by yourself. In the settings, let's add whitelist domain card in here, and let the admin to add like whitelisted domains or even development testing and everything. Then from there you can actually add some more options, so that like we can filter it out. Like if we allow the users to add this embedded code in localhost or not. So for now, let's add it even for localhost. With localhost, it will also work. How can we do that? Just go to our this widgets session route.ts, and we have to create here a new course option. So we can say export async function options, and inside here we can return new next response. We can say null but status 204, and most important is the headers. So we have to add these headers that access control allow origin. We're like accepting all the origins, so we are making it star, meaning it will work anywhere. Then allow access control allow methods, post and options, access control allow headers, content type and authorization. So it's going to work anywhere. Now we have to use this option somewhere. So let's come back here. After this, we have to add on headers response. So we can add something like this, and here let's say constant response, which is going to be next response.json, and then send this token and response.headers.set this. Now return the response. Cool. We can save it. We can add it to GitHub. So git add git commit updated course configuration for localhost and git push origin main. We didn't add it for only localhost. Right now it's going to work from any origin, even if it's like from like any domain. It's going to work now with this merge. Like we're saying that access control L origin, if from any origin, it will right now start to work. Now come back in Vercel again, and it's building our project. We can come back here. It's building. Yeah, here we go. Done. Now we can run it. I mean, we can run our project again. npm run dev. So npm run dev, click reload. Yeah, here we go. You can see it's breaking. So actually our chatbot is working as we expected, even it's breaking in the development mode. That's it, it's working. So I hope you enjoyed this project. This project was all about teaching you how RAG actually work behind the scene, how you can make on real world chatbot applications. I'm not saying this on is completely real world support center chatbot. It's completely perfect for an MVP layer, but if you are planning to scale it, definitely you have to follow a lot of like architecture pattern. You cannot make it like this. It's good enough for 100 users to 1000, or even like yeah, it's fine for at least 100 to 1000 users. But when you are having more than 10,000 users or 50,000 users, then you must have to change your architecture plan. Otherwise, it's not possible to scale this application towards that large scale. And it's actually natural. You should not start with on large scale setup, because when you are going to implement a lot of features, like suppose you are implementing Redis for caching mechanism, you are introducing here event-driven architecture, you are using any message broker, then with all of that, the engineering thing or developing this project will take more long time, and at the same time you have to spend a lot of extra money for those services. So for MVP layer, this is completely fine, but for a scalable application, we should not follow this same architecture pattern. Yeah, this was the video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any question, feel free to ask me in the comment section. See you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye.